Transcribers Note. Obvious printer errors have been corrected. Hyphenation has been rationalized. Inconsistent spelling, including accents and capitals, has been retained. Not all accents display properly in all applications. Small capitals have been replaced by full capitals. Italics are indicated by underscores. Text in multiple columns has been rearranged into single columns. The side notes in Chapter 4 have been transferred to the text and are bracketed by pointers. Genealogical tables in appendices K and U have been split into two in order to reduce their we. Some references to years are encased in square brackets, as for example. To avoid confusion with the numbered footnotes, these references have instead been encased in rounded brackets. Geoffrey de Mandeville. Illustration, facsimile of charter creating Geoffrey de Mandeville, Earl of Essex, CP 51. Geoffrey de Mandeville, A Study of the Anarchy. By J. H. Round M.A., author of The Early Life of Anne Boleyn, a critical S. Anno incarnationis Dominici millesimo, centesimo quadrigesimo, primo inextricabilum labyrinthum, rerum, et negotium qui acciderunt in Anglia aggredior evolver. William of Malmesbury. London Longmans, Green & Co., and New York, 15 East 16th Street. 1892. All rights reserved. Preface. The reign of Stephen, in the words of our greatest living historian, is one of the most important in our whole history, as exemplifying the working of causes and principles which had no other opportunity of exhibiting their real tendencies. To illustrate in detail the working of those principles to which the Bishop of Oxford thus refers, is the chief object I have set before myself in these pages. For this purpose I have chosen, to form the basis of my narrative, the career of Geoffrey de Mandeville, as the most perfect and typical presentment of the feudal and anarchic spirit that stamps the reign of Stephen. By fixing our glance upon one man, and by tracing his policy and its fruits, it is possible to gain a clearer perception of the true tendencies at work, and to obtain a firmer grasp of the essential principles involved. But while availing myself of Geoffrey's career to give unity to my theme, I have not scrupled to introduce, from all available sources, any materials bearing on the period known as the Anarchy, or illustrating the points raised by the charters with which I deal. The headings of my chapters express a fact upon which I cannot too strongly insist, namely, that the charters granted to Geoffrey are the very backbone of my work. By those charters it must stand or fall, for on their relation and their evidence the whole narrative is built. If the evidence of these documents is accepted, and the relation I have assigned to them established, it will, I trust, encourage the study of charters and their evidence, as enabling the student both to amplify and to check such scanty knowledge as we now possess of the times to which they relate. It will also result in the contribution of some new facts to English history, and break, as it were, by the wayside, a few stones towards the road on which future historians will travel. Among the subjects on which I shall endeavor to throw some fresh light are problems of constitutional and institutional interest, such as the title to the English crown, the origin and character of earldoms, especially the earldom of Arundel, the development of the fiscal system, and the early administration of London. I would also invite attention to such points as the appeal of the Empress to Rome in 1136, her intended coronation at Westminster in 1141, the unknown Oxford intrigue of 1142, the new theory on Norman castles suggested by Geoffrey's charters, and the genealogical discoveries in the appendix on Gervase de Cornhill. The prominent part that the Earl of Gloucester played in the events of which I write may justify the inclusion of an essay on the creation of his historic earldom, which has, in the main, already appeared in another quarter. In the words of Mr. Eighton, the dispersion of error is the first step in the discovery of truth. Cordially adopting this maxim, I have endeavored throughout to correct errors and dispose of existing misconceptions. To dare to be accurate is, as Mr. Freeman so often reminds us, neither popular nor pleasant. It is easier to prophesy smooth things and to accept without question the errors of others in the spirit of mutual admiration. But I would repeat that boast as we may of the achievements of our new scientific school, we are still, as I have urged, behind the Germans, so far, at least, as accuracy is concerned. If my criticism be deemed harsh, I may plead with Newman that, in controversy, I have ever felt from experience that no one would believe me to be in earnest if I spoke calmly. The public is slow to believe that writers who have gained its ear are themselves often in error, and, by the weight of their authority, lead others astray. At the same time, I would earnestly insist that if, in the light of new evidence, I have found myself compelled to differ from the conclusions even of Dr. Stubbs, it in no way impeaches the accuracy of that unrivaled scholar, the profundity of whose learning and the soundness of whose judgment can only be appreciated by those who have followed him in the same field. The ill health which has so long postponed the completion and appearance of this work is responsible for some shortcomings of which no one is more conscious than myself. It has been necessary to correct the proof sheets at a distance from works of reference, and indeed from England, while the length of time that has elapsed since the bulk of the work was composed is such that 2 or 3 new books bearing upon the same period have appeared in the meanwhile. Of these I would specially mention Mr. Howlett's contributions to the Rolls series, and Miss Norgate's well-known England under the Angevin Kings. Mr. Howlett's knowledge of the period, and especially of its authorities, is of a quite exceptional character, while Miss Norgate's useful and painstaking work, which enjoys the advantage of a style that one cannot hope to rival, is a most welcome addition to our historical literature. To Dr. Stubbs, also, we are indebted for a new edition of William of Malmesbury. As I had employed for that chronicler, and for the Gesta Stephani the English Historical Society's editions, my references are made to them, except where they are specially assigned to those editions by Dr. Stubbs and Mr. Howlett which have since appeared. A few points of detail should perhaps be mentioned. The text of transcripts has been scrupulously preserved, even where it seemed corrupt, and all my extensions as to which any possible question could arise are enclosed in square brackets. The so-called new style has been adhered to throughout. That is to say, the dates given are those of the true historical year, irrespective of the wholly artificial reckoning from March 25. The form fits, denounced by purists, has been retained as a necessary convention, the admirable calendar of patent rolls, now in course of publication, having demonstrated the impossibility of devising a satisfactory substitute. As to the spelling of Christian names, no attempt has been made to produce that pedantic uniformity which, in the 12th century, was unknown. It is hoped that the index may be found serviceable and complete. The allusions to the lost volume of the Great Coucher, of the Duchy of Lancaster, are based on references to that compilation by 17th-century transcribers, which cannot be identified in the volumes now preserved. It is to be feared that the volume most in request among antiquaries may, in those days, have been lent out, cf. p. 183, with the usual result. I am anxious to call attention to its existence in the hope of its ultimate recovery. There remains the pleasant task of tendering my thanks to Mr. Hubert Hall, of H.M.'s Public Record Office, and Mr. F. Bickley, of the M.S. Department, British Museum, for their invariable courtesy and assistance in the course of my researches. To Mr. Douglas Round I am indebted for several useful suggestions, and for much valuable help in passing these pages through the press. J. H. Round, Pow Christmas, 1891. Preface to my Ancient Charters, Pipe Roll Society. Staffordshire Survey, p. 277. Contents. Page Chapter 1, The Accession of Stephen. Chapter 2, The First Charter of the King. Chapter 3, Triumph of the Empress. Chapter 4, The First Charter of the Empress. Chapter 5, The Lost Charter of the Queen. Chapter 6, The Rout of Winchester. Chapter 7, The Second Charter of the King. Chapter 8, The Second Charter of the Empress. Chapter 9, Fall and Death of Geoffrey. Chapter 10, The Earldom of Essex. Appendices. A. Stephen's Treaty with the Londoners. B. The Appeal to Rome in 1136. C. The Easter Court of 1136. D. The Fiscal Earls. E. The Arrival of the Empress. F. The Defection of Miles of Gloucester. G. Charter of the Empress to Roger de Valoines. H. The Tertius Denarius. I. Viscomites and Custods. J. The Great Seal of the Empress. K. Gervase de Cornhill. L. Charter of the Empress to William de Beauchamp. M. The Earldom of Arundel. N. Robert de Vere. O. Tower and Castle. P. The early administration of London. Q. Osbertus Octodenare. R. The forest of Essex. S. The treaty of alliance between the Earls of Hereford and Gloucester. T. A fedatio in mono. U. The families of Mandeville and de Vere. V. William of Arcs. X. Roger de Ramis. Y. The first and second visits of Henry Roman II to England. Z. Bishop Nigel at Rome. A. Tensory. B. The Empress's charter to Geoffrey Riddle. Excursus, the creation of the Earldom of Gloucester. Addenda. Index. Chapter 1, the accession of Stephen. Before approaching that struggle between King Stephen and his rival, the Empress Maud, with which this work is mainly concerned, it is desirable to examine the peculiar conditions of Stephen's accession to the crown determining, as they did, his position as king, and supplying, we shall find, the master key to the anomalous character of his reign. The actual facts of the case are happily beyond question. From the moment of his uncle's death, as Dr. Stubbs truly observes, the succession was treated as an open question. Stephen, quick to see his chance, made a bold stroke for the crown. The wind was in his favor, and with a handful of comrades, he landed on the shores of Kent. His first reception was not encouraging. Dover refused him admission, and Canterbury closed her gates. On this Dr. Stubbs thus comments: "At Dover and at Canterbury he was received with sullen silence. The men of Kent had no love for the stranger who came, as his predecessor Eustace had done, to trouble the land. But the men of Kent were faithful to Stephen when all others forsook him, and remembering this, one would hardly expect to find in them his chief opponents. Nor indeed were they. Our great historian, when he wrote thus, must, I venture to think, have overlooked the passage in Ordericus, v. 110, from which we learn, incidentally, that Canterbury and Dover were among those fortresses which the Earl of Gloucester held by his father's gift. It is, therefore, not surprising that Stephen should have met with this reception at the hands of the lieutenants of his arch-rival. It might, indeed, be thought that the prescient king had of set purpose placed these keys of the road to London in the hands of one whom he could trust to uphold his cherished scheme. Stephen, undiscouraged by these incidents, pushed on rapidly to London. The news of his approach had gone before him, and the citizens flocked to meet him. By them, as is well known, he was promptly chosen to be king, on the plea that a king was needed to fill the vacant throne, and that the right to elect one was specially vested in themselves. The point, however, that I would here insist on, for it seems to have been scarcely noticed, is that this election appears to have been essentially conditional, and to have been preceded by an agreement with the citizens. The bearing of this will be shown below. There is another noteworthy point which would seem to have escaped observation. It is distinctly implied by William of Malmesbury that the primate, seizing his opportunity on Stephen's appearance in London, had extorted from him, as a preliminary to his recognition, as Maurice had done from Henry at his coronation, and as Henry of Winchester was later to do in the case of the Empress, an oath to restore the Church her liberty, a phrase of which the meaning is well known. Stephen, he adds on reaching Winchester, was released from this oath by his brother, who himself went bail, made himself responsible for Stephen's satisfactory behavior to the Church. It is surely to this incident that Henry so pointedly alludes in his speech at the election of the Empress. It can only, I think, be explained on the hypothesis that Stephen chafed beneath the oath he had taken and begged his brother to set him free. If so, the attempt was vain, for he had, we shall find, to bind himself anew on the occasion of his Oxford charter. At Winchester, the citizens, headed by their bishop, came forth from the city to greet him. But this reception must not be confused, as it is by Mr. Freeman, with his election by the citizens of London. His brother, needless to say, met him with an eager welcome, and the main object of his visit was attained when William de Pont de Elarche, who had shrunk, till his arrival, from embracing his cause, now, in concert with the head of the administration, Roger, Bishop of Salisbury, placed at his disposal the royal castle, with the treasury and all that it contained. Thus strengthened, he returned to London for coronation at the hands of the primate. Dr. Stubbs observes that he returned to London for formal election and coronation. His authority for that statement is Gervase, I-94, who certainly asserts it distinctly. But it will be found that he, who was not a contemporary, is the only authority for this second election, and moreover that he ignores the first, as well as the visit to Winchester, thus mixing up the two episodes between which that visit intervened. Of course, this opens the wider question as to whether the actual election, in such cases, took place at the coronation itself or on a previous occasion. This may, perhaps, be a matter of opinion, but in the preceding instance, that of Henry I, the election was admittedly that which took place at Winchester and was previous to and unconnected with the actual coronation itself. From this point of view, the presentation of the king to the people at his coronation would assume the aspect of a ratification of the election previously conducted. The point is here chiefly of importance as affecting the validity of Stephen's election. If his only election was that which the citizens of London conducted, it was, to say the least, informally transacted. Nor was the attendance of magnates at the ceremony such as to improve its character. It was, as Dr. Stubbs truly says, but a poor substitute for the great councils which had attended the summons of William and Henry. The chroniclers are here unsatisfactory. Henry of Huntingdon is rhetorical and vague. John of Hexham leaves us little wiser. The continuator of Florence indeed states that Stephen, when crowned, kept his Christmas court, cum totius Anglii primoribus, p. 95, but even the author of the Gesta implies that the primate's scruples were largely due to the paucity of magnates present. William of Malmesbury alone is precise, possibly because an adversary of Stephen could alone afford to be so, and his testimony, we shall find, is singularly confirmed by independent charter evidence, p. 11. It was at this stage that an attempt was made to dispel the scruples caused by Stephen's breach of his oath to the late king. The hint, in the Gesta, that Henry, on his deathbed, had repented of his act in extorting that oath, is amplified by Gervase into a story that he had released his barons from its bond, while Ralph de Daisto represents the assertion as nothing less than that the late king had actually disinherited the empress and made Stephen his heir in her stead. It should be noticed that these last two writers, in their statement that this story was proved by Hugh Bigod on oath, are confirmed by the independent evidence of the Historia Pontificalis. The importance of securing, as quickly as possible, the performance of the ceremony of coronation is well brought out by the author of the Gesta in the arguments of Stephen's friends when combating the primate's scruples. They urged that it would ipso facto put an end to all question as to the validity of his election. The advantage, in short, of snatching a coronation was that, in the language of modern diplomacy, of securing a fait accompli. Election was a matter of opinion, coronation a matter of fact. Or, to employ another expression, it was the outward and visible sign that a king had begun his reign. Its important bearing is well seen in the case of the conqueror himself. Dr. Stubbs observes, with his usual judgment, that the ceremony was understood as bestowing the divine ratification on the election that had preceded it. Now, the fact that the performance of this essential ceremony was, of course, wholly in the hands of the Church, in whose power, therefore, it always was to perform or to withhold it at its pleasure, appears to me to have naturally led to the growing assumption that we now meet with, the claim, based on a confusion of the ceremony with the actual election itself, that it was for the Church to elect the king. This claim, which in the case of Stephen, 1136, seems to have been only inchoate, appears at the time of his capture. 1141, in a fully developed form, the circumstances of the time having enabled the Church to increase its power in the state with perhaps unexampled rapidity. May it not have been this development, together with his own experience, that led Stephen to press for the coronation of his son Eustace in his lifetime, 1152? In this attempted innovation, he was, indeed, defeated by the Church, but the lesson was not lost. Henry I, unlike his contemporaries, had never taken this precaution, and Henry Roman II, warned by his example, succeeded in obtaining the coronation of his heir, 1170, in the teeth of Becket's endeavors to forbid the act, and so to uphold the veto of the Church. Prevailed upon, at length, to perform the ceremony, the primate seized the opportunity of extorting from the eager king, besides a charter of liberties, a renewal of his former oath to protect the rights of the Church. The oath which Henry had sworn at his coronation, and which Maud had to swear at her election, Stephen had to swear, it seems, at both, though not till the Oxford Charter was it committed, in his case, to writing. We now approach an episode unknown to all our historians. The Empress, on her side, had not been idle. She had dispatched an envoy to the papal court, in the person of the Bishop of Angers, to appeal her rival of 1, defrauding her of her right, and 2, breach of his solemn oath. Had this been known to Mr. Freeman, he would, it is safe to assert, have been fascinated by the really singular coincidence between the circumstances of 1136 and of 1066. In each case of the rivals for the throne, the one based his pretensions on 1, kinship, fortified by 2, an oath to secure his succession, which had been taken by his opponent himself, while the other rested his claims on election duly followed by coronation. In each case the election was fairly open to question. In Harold's, because, pace Mr. Freeman, he was not a legitimate candidate. In Stephen's, because, though a qualified candidate, his election had been most informal. In each case the ousted claimant appealed to the papal court, and in each case on the same grounds, viz. 1, the kinship, 2, the broken oath. In each case the successful party was opposed by a particular cardinal, a fact which we learn in each case from later and incidental mention. And in each case that cardinal became, afterwards, pope. But here the parallel ends, Stephen accepted, where Harold had, so far as we know, rejected, the jurisdiction of the court of Rome. We may assign this difference to the closer connection between Rome and England in Stephen's day, or we may see in it proof that Stephen was the more politic of the two, for his action was justified by its success. There has been, on this point, no small misconception. Harold has been praised for possessing, and Stephen blamed for lacking, a sense of his kingly dignity. But Liceo Fidei was essentially a matter for courts Christian, and thus for the highest of them all, at Rome. Again, inheritance, so far as inheritance affected the question, was brought in many ways within the purview of the courts Christian, as, for instance, in the case of the alleged illegitimacy of Maud. Moreover, in 1136, the Pope, though circumstances played into his hands, advanced no such pretension as his successor in the days of John. His attitude was not that of an overlord to a dependent fief. He made no claim to dispose of the realm of England. Sitting as judge in a spiritual court, he listened to the charges brought by Maud against Stephen in his personal capacity, and, without formally acquitting him, declined to pronounce him guilty. Though the king was pleased to describe the papal letter, which followed as a confirmation of his right to the throne, it was, strictly, nothing of the kind. It was simply, in the language of modern diplomacy, his recognition by the Pope as king. If Ferdinand, elected Prince of Bulgaria, were to be recognized as such by a foreign power, that action would neither alter his status relatively to any other power, nor would it imply the least claim to dispose of the Bulgarian crown. Or again, to take a medieval illustration, the recognition as Pope by an English king of one of 2 rival claimants for the papacy would neither affect any other king, nor constitute a claim to dispose of the papal tiara. Stephen, however, was naturally eager to make the most of the papal action, especially when he found in his oath to the Empress the most formidable obstacle to his acceptance. The sanction of the Church would silence the reproach that he was occupying the throne as a perjured man. Hence the clause in his Oxford Charter. To the advantage which this letter gave him Stephen shrewdly clung, and when Geoffrey summoned him, in later years, to an investigation of his claims before the papal court, he promptly retorted that Rome had already heard the case. He turned, in fact, the tables on his appellant by calling on Geoffrey to justify his occupation of the duchy and of the western counties in the teeth of the papal confirmation of his own right to the throne. We now pass from Westminster to Reading, whither, after Christmas, Stephen proceeded to attend his uncle's funeral. The corpse, says the continuator, was attended non modica stipatis nobilium caterva. The meeting of Stephen with these nobles is an episode of considerable importance. It is probable, says Dr. Stubbs, that it furnished an opportunity of obtaining some vague promises from Stephen, but the learned writer here alludes to the subsequent promises at Oxford. What I am concerned with is the meeting at Reading. I proceed, therefore, to quote in extenso a charter which must have passed on this occasion, and which, this being so, is of great value and interest. Carta Stephani Regis Anglii Factum Miloni Gloc de Honor Gloucester, et Brecon. S. Rex Angle, Archiepes Epis Abitibus, Com, Baron, Vic, Prepositus, ministrus et omnibus fidelibus sues Francis et Anglicis todius Anglii et Wallii s ol tilde. Siedes me redditus et concessus Miloni glossestri, et heredibus sues post eum in feo letter 1d60, et hereditate totum honorum suum de gloc. Et de Brecenian, et omnes terras suas et tenituras suas in vice comitibus et aliis rebus. Sicut eis tenuit diqua rex Henricus fuit vivis et mortus. Quervolo et principio quad beni, et honorifice, et liber tenit in bosco et plain, et pratis et pasturis et aquis et mariscus, in molindinis et piscares, cum thal et theme et infangenethiof. Et cum omnibus aliis libertatibus, et consudidinibus quibus unc melius, et liberius tenuit, tempor regis Henrici. Et siedes cum ego ut DNS et rex, conventionavi sicut baroni et justitiario meo quad eum in placidum non panero quem du vixero de aliqua tenitura tol de tenicit diqua rex Henricus fuit vivis et mortus, nec heredum suum, T-arch, cantuar, et epo winton, et eposar, et h big et ro letter 1d6 c filio Ricardi et ing deci, et w de pont et p filio jo. Apud rating. Sub magno sigillo suo. The reflections suggested by this charter are many and most instructive. Firstly, we have here the most emphatic corroboration of the evidence of William of Malmesbury. The four first witnesses comprise the three bishops who, according to him, conducted Stephen's coronation, together with the notorious Hugh Bigod, to whose timely assurance that coronation was so largely due. The four others are Robert Fitz Richard, whom we shall find present at the Easter Court, attesting a charter as a royal chamberlain, Ingaran de Sy, the Lord of Clun, who had probably come with Payne Fitz-John, William de Pont de Elarch, whom we met at Winchester, and Payne Fitz-John. The impression conveyed by this charter is certainly that Stephen had as yet been joined by few of the magnates, and had still to be content with the handful by whom his coronation had been attended. An important addition is, however, represented by the grantee, Miles of Gloucester, and the witness Payne Fitz-John. The former was a man of great power, both of himself and from his connection with the Earl of Gloucester, in the west of England and in Wales. The latter is represented by the author of the Gesta as acting with him at this juncture. It should, however, be noted, as important in its bearing on the chronology of this able writer, that he places the adhesion of these two barons, p15, considerably after that of the Earl of Gloucester, p8, whereas the case was precisely the contrary, the Earl not submitting to Stephen till some time later on. Both these magnates appear in attendance at Stephen's Easter Court, vidi infra, and again as witnesses to his Oxford Charter. The part, however, in the coming struggle which Miles of Gloucester was destined to play, was such that it is most important to learn the circumstances and the date of his adhesion to the king. His companion, Payne Fitz-John, was slain, fighting the Welsh, in the spring of the following year. It is a singular fact that, in addition to the charter I have here given, another charter was granted to Miles of Gloucester by the king, which, being similarly tested at Reading, probably passed on this occasion. The subject of the grant is the same, but the terms are more precise, the constableship of Gloucester Castle, with the hereditary estates of his house, being specially mentioned. Though both these charters were entered in the Great Coucher, in the volume now missing, the latter alone is referred to by Dugdale, from whose transcript it has been printed by Maddox. Though the names of the witnesses are there omitted, those of the 6 leading witnesses are supplied by an abstract which is elsewhere found. 3 of these are among those who attest the other charter, Robert Fitz Richard, Hugh Bigod, and Ingaran de Sy, but the other 3 names are new, being Robert de Ferrers, afterwards Earl of Derby, Baldwin de Clare, the spokesman of Stephen's host at Lincoln, CP 148, and Walter Fitz Richard, who afterwards appears in attendance at the Easter Court. These 3 barons should therefore be added to the list of those who were at Reading with the king. Possibly, however, the most instructive feature to be found in each charter is the striking illustration it affords of the method by which Stephen procured the adhesion of the turbulent and ambitious magnates. It is not so much a grant from a king to a subject as a conventio between equal powers. But especially would I invite attention to the words ut dominus et rex. I see in them at once the symbol and the outcome of the Norman idea of royalty. In his learned and masterly analysis of this subject, a passage which cannot be too closely studied, Dr. Stubbs shows us, with felicitous clearness, the twin factors of Norman kinghood, its royal and its feudal aspects. Surely in the expression dominus et rex, alias rex et dominus, we have in actual words the exponent of this double character. And more than this, we have here the needful and striking parallel which will illustrate and illumine the action of the Empress, so strangely overlooked or misunderstood, when she ordered herself, at Winchester, to be proclaimed Domina et Regina. Henry of Huntingdon asserts distinctly that from Reading Stephen passed to Oxford, and that he there renewed the pledges he had made on his coronation day. That, on leaving Reading, he moved to Oxford, though the fact is mentioned by no other chronicler, would seem to be placed beyond question by Henry's repeated assertion. But the difficulty is that Henry specifies what these pledges were, and that the version he gives cannot be reconciled either with the king's coronation charter or with what is known as his second charter, granted at Oxford later in the year. Dr. Stubbs, with the caution of a true scholar, though he thinks it probable, in his great work, that Stephen, upon this occasion, made some vague promises, yet adds, of those recorded by Henry. Whether these promises were embodied in a charter is uncertain. If they were, the charter is lost. It is, however, more probable that the story is a popular version of the document which was actually issued by the king, at Oxford, later in the year 1136. In his later work, he seems inclined to place more credence in Henry's story. After the funeral, at Oxford or somewhere in the neighborhood, he arranged terms with them, terms by which he endeavored, amplifying the words of his charter, to catch the goodwill of each class of his subjects. The promises were, perhaps, not insincere at the time. Anyhow, they had the desired effect and united the nation for the moment. It will be seen that the point is a most perplexing one, and can scarcely at present be settled with certainty. But there is one point beyond dispute, namely, that the so-called Second Charter was issued later in the year, after the king's return from the north. Mr. Freeman, therefore, has not merely failed to grasp the question at issue, but has also strangely contradicted himself when he confidently assigns this Second Charter to the king's first visit to Oxford, and refers us, in doing so, to another page, in which it is as unhesitatingly assigned to his other and later visit after his return from the north. If I call attention to this error, it is because I venture to think it one to which this writer is too often liable, and against which, therefore, his readers should be placed upon their guard. It was at Oxford, in January, that Stephen heard of David's advance into England. With creditable rapidity, he assembled an army and hastened to the north to meet him. He encountered him at Durham on the 5th of February, the day after Ash Wednesday, and effected a peaceable agreement. He then retraced his steps, after a stay of about a fortnight, and returned to keep his Easter, March 22, at Westminster. I wish to invite special attention to this Easter court, because it was in many ways of great importance, although historians have almost ignored its existence. Combining the evidence of charters with that which the chroniclers afford, we can learn not a little about it, and see how notable an event it must have seemed at the time it was held. We should observe, in the first place, that this was no mere curia de mor, it was emphatically a great or national council. The author of the Gesta describes it thus: Omnibus igitur summitibus regni, fidet jura jurando cum rege constrictis, edicto per Angliam promulgato, summos ecclesiarum ductors cum primis populi ad concilium Londonias concivit. Illis quoques in unum centenam aluc confluentibus ecclesiarum columnis sedendi ordine dispositus, vulgo etiam confuse et permixtum, ut solit ubique si ingerent, plura rigno et ecclesi per futura furent, et utiliter ostensa, et salubriter pertractata. We have clearly in this great council, held on the first court day, Easter, after the king's coronation, a revival of the splendors of former reigns, so sorely dimmed beneath the rule of his bereaved and parsimonious uncle. Henry of Huntingdon has a glowing description of this Easter court, which reminds one of William of Malmesbury's pictures of the Conqueror in his glory. When therefore Dr. Stubbs tells us that this custom of the Conqueror was restored by Henry Roman II. Const. Hist. I 370, he ignores this brilliant revival at the outset of Stephen's reign. Stephen, coming into possession of his predecessor's hoarded treasure, was as eager to plunge into costly pomp as was Henry Roman VIII. On the death of his mean and grasping sire, there were also more solid reasons for this dazzling assembly. It was desirable for the king to show himself to his new subjects in his capital, surrounded not only by the evidence of wealth, but by that of his national acceptance. The presence at his court of the magnates from all parts of the realm was a fact which would speak for itself, and to secure which he had clearly resolved that no pains should be spared. If the small group who attended his coronation had indeed been but a poor substitute for the great councils which had attended the summons of William and Henry, he was resolved that this should be forgotten in the splendor of his Easter court. This view is strikingly confirmed by the lists of witnesses to two charters which must have passed on this occasion. The one is a grant to the See of Winchester of the Manor of Sutton, in Hampshire, in exchange for Morden, in Surrey. The other is a grant of the Bishopric of Bath to Robert of Lewes. The former is dated, apud Westministerium in Presentia et Audientia Subscriptorum Anno Incarnationis Dominici, 1136, etc. The latter, apud Westministerium in Generalis Concilii Celebration et Paschalis Festi Solemnitate. At first sight, I confess, both charters have a rather spurious appearance. Their stilted style awakes suspicion, which is not lessened by the dating clauses or the extraordinary number of witnesses. Coming, however, from independent sources and dealing with two unconnected subjects, they mutually confirm one another. We have, moreover, still extant the charter by which Henry Roman II confirmed the former of the two, and as this is among the Duchy of Lancaster records, we have every reason to believe that the original charter itself was, as both its transcribers assert, among them also. Again, as to the lists of witnesses. Abnormally long though these may seem, we must remember that in the charters of Henry I, especially towards the close of his reign, there was a tendency to increase the number of witnesses. Moreover, in the Oxford Charter, by which these were immediately followed, we have a long list of witnesses, 37. And, which is noteworthy, it is similarly arranged on a principle of classification, the court officers being grouped together. I have, therefore, given in an appendix, for the purpose of comparison, all three lists. If we analyze those appended to the two London charters, we find their authenticity confirmed by the fact that, while the Earl of Gloucester, who was abroad at the time, is conspicuously absent from the list, Henry, son of the King of Scots, duly appears among the attesting earls, and we are specially told by John of Hexham that he was present at this Easter court. Miles of Gloucester and Brian Fitz count also figure together among the witnesses, a fact, from their position, of some importance. It is, too, of interest for our purpose to note that among them is Geoffrey de Mandeville. The extraordinary number of witnesses to these charters, no less than 55 in one case, excluding the king and queen, and 36 in the other, is not only of great value as giving us the personnel of this brilliant court, but is also, when compared with the Oxford Charter, suggestive perhaps of a desire, by the king, to place on record the names of those whom he had induced to attend his courts, and so to recognize his claims. Mr. Pym Yeatman more than once, in his strange history of the House of Arundel, quotes the charter to Winchester as from a transcript among the valuable collection of MSS, belonging to the Earl of Egmont, p. 49. It may, therefore, be of benefit to students to remind them that it is printed in Hearn's Liber Niger, Roman II, 808, 809. Mr. Yeatman, moreover, observes of this charter. It contains the names of no less than 34 noblemen of the highest rank, excluding only the Earl of Gloucester, but not a single ecclesiastical witness attests the grant, which is perhaps not remarkable, since it was a dangerous precedent to deal in such a matter with church property, perhaps a new precedent created by Stephen, p. 286. To other students it will appear, perhaps not remarkable, that the charter is witnessed by the unusual number of no less than 3 archbishops and 13 bishops. Now, although this was a national council, the state and position of the church was the chief subject of discussion. The author of the Gesta, who appears to have been well informed on the subject, shows us the prelates appealing to Stephen to relieve the church from the intolerable oppression which she had suffered, under the form of law, at the hands of Henry I. Stephen, bland, for the time, to all, and more especially to the powerful church, listened graciously to their prayers and promised all they asked. In the grimly jocose language of the day, the keys of the church, which had been held by Simon Magus, were henceforth to be restored to Peter. To this I trace a distinct allusion in the curious phrase which meets us in the Bath Charter. Stephen grants the bishopric of Bath, canonica prius election precedent. This recognition of the Church's right, with the public record of the fact, confirms the account of his attitude on this occasion to the Church. The whole charter contrasts strangely with that by which, 15 years before, his predecessor had granted the bishopric of Hereford, and its reference to the council and consent of the magnates betrays the weakness of his position. This council took place, as I have said, at London and during Easter, but there is some confusion on the subject. Mr. Howlett, in his excellent edition of the Gesta, assigns it, in footnotes pp. 17-18, to early in April. But his argument that, as that must have been, as it was, the date of the Oxford Charter, it was consequently that of the London Council, confuses two distinct events. In this he does but follow the Gesta, which similarly runs into one the two consecutive events. Richard of Hexham also, followed by John of Hexham, combines in one the council at London with the charter issued at Oxford, besides placing them both, wrongly, far too late in the year. Here are the passages in point taken from both writers. Richard of Hexham: Eadam quoque anno innocentius Romani sedis apostolicus, Stefano regi Anglii litteras suas transmissit, quibus eam apostolica auctoritate in regno Anglii confirmavit. Igitur Stephanus his et aliis modis in regno Anglii confirmatus, episcopos et prosers sui regni regali edicto in unum convenir precipit, cum quibus hoc generale concilium celebravit. John of Hexham: Eadam anno innocentius papa litteris ob apostolica sed directis undum regem Stephanum in negotiis regni confirmavit. Harum tenor literarum rex instructus, generali convocato concilio bonas et antiquas legs, et justos consududines precipit conservari, in justitias viro cassari. The point to keep clearly in mind is that the Earl of Gloucester was not present at the Easter Court in London, and that, landing subsequently, he was present when the Charter of Liberties was granted at Oxford. So short an interval of time elapsed that there cannot have been two councils. There was, I believe, one council which adjourned from London to Oxford, and which did so on purpose to meet the virtual head of the opposition, the powerful Earl of Gloucester. It must have been the waiting for his arrival at court which postponed the issue of the charter, and it is not wonderful that, under these circumstances, the chroniclers should have made of the whole but one transaction. The Earl, on his arrival, did homage, with the very important and significant reservation that his loyalty would be strictly conditional on Stephen's behavior to himself. His example in this respect was followed by the bishops, for we read in the chronicler, immediately afterwards, Eadam anno, non multo post adventum comitis, juraverunt episcopi fidelitatem regiquamdiu ille libertatem ecclesiae et vigorum disciplini conserverit. By this writer, the incident in question is recorded in connection with the Oxford Charter. In this, he must be correct, if it was subsequent to the Earl's homage, for this latter itself, we see, must have been subsequent to Easter. Probably the council at London was the preliminary to that treaty, conventio, between the king and the bishops, at which William of Malmesbury so plainly hints, and of which the Oxford Charter is virtually the exponent record. For this, I take it, is the point to be steadily kept in view, namely, that the terms of such a charter as this are the resultant of two opposing forces. The one, the desire to extort from the king the utmost possible concession. The other, his desire to extort homage at the lowest price he could. Taken in connection with the presence at Oxford of his arch-opponent, the Earl of Gloucester, this view, I would venture to urge, may lead us to the conclusion that this extended version of his meager coronation charter represents his final and definite acceptance by the magnates of England as their king. It may be noticed, incidentally, as illustrative of the chronicle value of charters, that not a single chronicler records this eventful assembly at Oxford. Our knowledge of it is derived wholly and solely from the testing clause of the charter itself. Apud Oxenford, anno ab incarnation domini mixvi. Attention should also, perhaps, be drawn to this repeated visit to Oxford and to the selection of that spot for this assembly. For this its central position may, doubtless, partly account, especially if the Earl of Gloucester was loth to come further east. But it also, we must remember, represented for Stephen, as it were, a post of observation, commanding in Bristol and Gloucester the two strongholds of the opposition. So, conversely, it represented to the Empress an advanced post resting on their base. Lastly, I think it perfectly possible to fix pretty closely the date of this assembly and charter. Easter falling on the 22nd of March, neither the King nor the Earl of Gloucester would have reached Oxford till the end of March or, perhaps, the beginning of April. But as early as Regationtide, April 26-29, it was rumored that the King was dead, and Hugh Bigod, who, as a royal dapifer, had been among the witnesses to this Oxford charter, burst into revolt at once. Then followed the suppression of the rebellion and the King's breach of the charter. It would seem, therefore, to be beyond question that this assembly took place early in April, 1136. I have gone thus closely into these details in order to bring out as clearly as possible the process, culminating in the Oxford Charter, by which the succession of Stephen was gradually, and above all, conditionally secured. Stephen, as a king, was an admitted failure. I cannot, however, but view with suspicion the causes assigned to his failure by often unfriendly chroniclers. That their criticisms had some foundation it would not be possible to deny. But in the first place, had he enjoyed better fortune, we should have heard less of his incapacity, and in the second, these writers, not enjoying the same standpoint as ourselves, were, I think, somewhat inclined to mistake effects for causes. Stephen, for instance, has been severely blamed, mainly on the authority of Henry of Huntingdon, for not punishing more severely the rebels who held Exeter against him in 1136. Surely, in doing so, his critics must forget the parallel cases of both his predecessors. William Rufus at the Siege of Rochester, 1088, Henry I, at the Siege of Bridgenorth, 1102, should both be remembered when dealing with Stephen at the Siege of Exeter. In both these cases, the people had clamored for condign punishment on the traitors. In both, the king, who had conquered by their help, was held back by the jealousy of his barons from punishing their fellows as they deserved. We learn from the author of the Gesta that the same was the case at Exeter. The king's barons again intervened to save those who had rebelled from ruin, and at the same time to prevent the king from securing too signal a triumph. This brings us to the true source of his weakness throughout his reign. That weakness was due to two causes, each supplementing the other. These were, 1. The essentially unsatisfactory character of his position, as resting, virtually, on a compact that he should be king so long only as he gave satisfaction to those who had placed him on the throne. 2. The existence of a rival claim, hanging over him from the first, like the sword of Damocles, and affording a lever by which the malcontents could compel him to adhere to the original understanding, or even to submit to further demands. Let us glance at them both in succession. Stephen himself describes his title in the opening clause of his Oxford Charter. Ego Stephanus de Gratia, ascensu cleri et populi in regem anglorum electus, et a Wilhelmo Cantuariensi archiepiscopo et sancti Romani ecclesiae legato consecratus, et ob innocentio sancti Romani sedis pontifex confirmatus. On this clause Dr. Stubbs observes, his rehearsal of his title is curious and important. It is worthwhile to compare it with that of Henry I, but it need not necessarily be interpreted as showing a consciousness of weakness. Referring to the charter of Henry I, we find the clause phrased thus: Henricus filius Wilhelmi regis post obidem fratris sui Wilhelmi, de gratia rex anglorum. Surely the point to strike us here is that the clause in Stephen's charter contains just that which is omitted in Henry's, and omits just that which is contained in Henry's. Henry puts forward his relationship to his father and his brother as the sole explanation of his position as king. Stephen omits all mention of his relationship. Conversely, the election, etc., set forth by Stephen, finds no place in the charter of Henry. What can be more significant than this contrast? Again, the formula in Stephen's charter should be compared not only with that of Henry, but with that of his daughter, the Empress. As the father had styled himself Henricus filius Wilhelmi regis, so his daughter invariably styled herself Matildes, Henrici regis or regis Henrici filia, and so her son in his time is styled, 1142, as we shall find in a charter quoted in this work, Henricus filius filii regis Henrici. To the importance of this fact I shall recur below. Meanwhile, the point to bear in mind is that Stephen's style contains no allusion to his parentage, though, strangely enough, in a charter which must have passed in the first year of his reign, he does adopt the curious style of ego Stephanus Wilhelmi Anglorum primi regis Nepos, etc., in which he hints, contrary to his practice, at a quasi-hereditary right. Returning, however, to his Oxford Charter, in which he did not venture to allude to such claim, we find him appealing a. to his election, which, as we have seen, was informal enough, b. to his anointing by the primate, c. to his confirmation by the pope. It is impossible to read such a formula as this in any other light than that of an attempt to make up a title under difficulties. I do not know that it has ever been suggested, though the hypothesis would seem highly probable, that the stress laid by Stephen upon the ecclesiastical sanction to his succession may have been largely due, as I have said p. 10, to the obstacle presented by the oath that had been sworn to the empress. Of breaking that oath the Church, he held, had pronounced him not guilty. Yet it is not so much on this significant style, as on the drift of the charter itself, that I depend for support of my thesis that Stephen was virtually king on sufferance, or, to anticipate a phrase of later times, quam diusi bene gesserit. We have seen how in the 4 typical cases, 1 of the Londoners, 2 of Miles of Gloucester, 3 of Earl Robert, 4 of the bishops, Stephen had only secured their allegiance by submitting to that original contract, which the political philosophers of a later age evolved from their inner consciousness. It was because his Oxford Charter set the seal to this contract that Stephen, even then, chafed beneath its yoke, as evidenced by the striking saving clause. Hic omnia concedo, et confirmo salva regia, et justa dignitate me. And as we know, at the first opportunity, he hastened to break its bonds. The position of his opponents throughout his reign would seem to have rested on 2 assumptions. The first, that a breach, on his part, of the contract justified ipso facto revolt on theirs. The second, that their allegiance to the king was a purely feudal relation, and, as such, could be thrown off at any moment by performing the famous diffidatio. This essential feature of continental feudalism had been rigidly excluded by the conqueror. He had taken advantage, as is well known, of his position as an English king, to extort an allegiance from his Norman followers more absolute than he could have claimed as their feudal lord. It was to Stephen's peculiar position that was due the introduction for a time of this pernicious principle into England. We have seen it hinted at in that charter of Stephen in which he treats with Miles of Gloucester not merely as his king Rex, but also as his feudal lord Dominus. We shall find it acted on 3 years later, 1139, when this same Miles, with his own Dominus, the Earl of Gloucester, jointly defy Stephen before declaring for the empress. Passing now to the other point, the existence of a rival claim, we approach a subject of great interest. The theory of the succession to the English crown at what may be termed the crisis of transition from the principle of election, within the royal house, to that of hereditary right according to feudal rules. For the right view on this subject, we turn as ever to Dr. Stubbs, who, with his usual sound judgment, writes thus of the Norman period. The crown then continued to be elective, but whilst the elective principle was maintained in its fullness where it was necessary or possible to maintain it, it is quite certain that the right of inheritance, and inheritance as primogeniture, was recognized as coordinate. The measures taken by Henry I for securing the crown to his own children, whilst they prove the acceptance of the hereditary principle, prove also the importance of strengthening it by the recognition of the elective theory. Mr. Freeman, though writing with a strong bias in favor of the elective theory, is fully justified in his main argument, namely, that Stephen was no usurper in the sense in which the word is vulgarly used. He urges, apparently with perfect truth, that Stephen's offense, in the eyes of his contemporaries, lay in his breaking his solemn oath, and not in his supplanting a rightful heir. And he aptly suggests that the wretchedness of his reign may have hastened the growth of that new belief in the divine right of the heir to the throne, which first appears under Henry Roman II, and in the pages of William of Newburgh. So far as Stephen is concerned, the case is clear enough, but we have also to consider the Empress. On what did she base her claim? I think that, as implied in Dr. Stubbs' words, she based it on a double, not a single, ground. She claimed the kingdom as King Henry's daughter, Regis Henrici Filia, but she claimed it further because the succession had been assured to her by oath, sibi juratum, as such. It is important to observe that the oath in question can in no way be regarded in the light of an election. To understand it aright, we must go back to the precisely similar oath which had been previously sworn to her brother. As early as 1116, the king, in evident anxiety to secure the succession to his heir, had called upon a gathering of the magnates of all England, on the historic spot of Salisbury, to swear allegiance to his son, March 19. It was with reference to this event that Eadmer described him at his death, November 1120, as Willomum jam allum rigni heredum designatum, p. 290. Before leaving Normandy in November 1120, the king similarly secured the succession of the duchy to his son by compelling its barons to swear that they would be faithful to the youth. On the destruction of his plans by his son's death, he hastened to marry again in the hope of securing, once more, a male heir. Despairing of this after some years, he took advantage of the emperor's death to insist on his daughter's return, and brought her with him to England in the autumn of 1126. He was not long in taking steps to secure her recognition as his heir, subject, however, as the continuator and Simeon are both careful to point out, to no son being born to him, by the same oath being sworn to her, as in 1116 had been sworn to his son. It was taken, not as is always stated in 1126, but on the 1st of January, 1127. Of what took place upon that occasion, there is, happily, full evidence. We have independent reports of the transaction from William of Malmesbury, Simeon of Durham, the continuator of Florence, and Gervase of Canterbury. From this last we learn the fact is, therefore, doubtful that the oath secured the succession, not only to the empress, but to her heirs. The continuator's version is chiefly important as bringing out the action of the king in assigning the succession to his daughter, the oath being merely an undertaking to secure the arrangement he had made. Simeon introduces the striking expression that the empress was to succeed hereditario jure. But William of Malmesbury, in the speech which he places in the king's mouth, far outstrips this in his assertion of hereditary right. Prefetus quanto incommodo patri fortuna Willomum filium suum sibi surripuiset, cui jure regnum compederit. Nunc superes filium, cui soli legitima debitur successio, ab avo, avunculo, et pater regibus, a materno gener multis retro seculis. Bearing in mind the time at which William wrote these words, it will be seen that the empress and her partisans must have largely, to say the least, based their claim on her right to the throne as her father's heir, and that she and they appealed to the oath as the admission and recognition of that right, rather than as partaking in any way whatever of the character of a free election. Thus her claim was neatly traversed by Stephen's advocates, at Rome in 1136, when they urged that she was not her father's heir, and that, consequently, the oath which had been sworn to her as such, sicut heredi, was void. It is, as I have said, in the above light that I view her unvarying use of the style Regis Henrici Filia, and that this was the true character of her claim will be seen from the terms of a charter I shall quote, which has hitherto, it would seem, remained unknown, and in which she recites that, on arriving in England, she was promptly welcomed by Miles of Gloucester, sicut elam quam justam heredum regni Anglii recognavit. The sex of the empress was the drawback to her claim. Had her brother lived, there can be little question that he would, as a matter of course, have succeeded his father at his death. Or again, had Henry Roman II been old enough to succeed his grandfather, he would, we may be sure, have done so. But as to the empress, even admitting the justice of her claim, it was by no means clear in whom it was vested. It might either be vested, A, in herself, in accordance with our modern notions, or B, in her husband, in accordance with feudal ones, or C, in her son, as in the event it was. It may be said that this point was still undecided as late as 1142, when Geoffrey was invited to come to England, and decided to send his son instead, to represent the hereditary claim. The force of circumstances, however, as we shall find, had compelled the empress, in the hour of her triumph, 1141, to take her own course, and to claim the throne for herself as queen, though even this would not decide the point, as, had she succeeded, her husband, we may be sure, would have claimed the title of king. Broadly speaking, to sum up the evidence here collected, it tends to the belief that the obsolescence of the right of election to the English crown presents considerable analogy to that of canonical election in the case of English bishoprics. In both cases, a free election degenerated into a mere assent to a choice already made. We see the process of change already in full operation when Henry I endeavors to extort beforehand from the magnates their assent to his daughter's succession, and when they subsequently complain of this attempt to dictate to them on the subject. We catch sight of it again when his daughter bases her claim to the crown, not on any free election, but on her rights as her father's heir, confirmed by the above assent. We see it, lastly, when Stephen, though owing his crown to election, claims to rule by divine right de gratia, and attempts to reduce that election to nothing more than a national assent to his succession. Obviously, the whole question turned on whether the election was to be held first, or was to be a mere ratification of a choice already made. Thus, at the very time when Stephen was formulating his title, he was admitting, in the case of the bishopric of Bath, that the canonical election had preceded his own nomination of the bishop. Yet it is easy to see how, as the crown grew in strength, the elections in both cases alike would become, more and more, virtually matters of form, while a weak sovereign or a disputed succession would afford an opportunity for this historical survival, in the case at least of the throne, to recover for a moment its pristine strength. Before quitting the point, I would venture briefly to resume my grounds for urging that, in comparing Stephen with his successor, the difference between their circumstances has been insufficiently allowed for. At Stephen's accession, 30 years of legal and financial oppression had rendered unpopular the power of the crown, and had led to an impatience of official restraint, which opened the path to a feudal reaction. At the accession of Henry, on the contrary, the evils of an enfeebled administration and of feudalism run mad had made all men eager for the advent of a strong king, and had prepared them to welcome the introduction of his centralizing administrative reforms. He anticipated the position of the House of Tudor at the close of the Wars of the Roses, and combined with it the advantages which Charles Roman II derived from the Puritan tyranny. Again, Stephen was hampered from the first by his weak position as a king on sufferance, whereas Henry came to his work unhampered by compact or concession. Lastly, Stephen was confronted throughout by a rival claimant, who formed a splendid rallying point for all the discontent in his realm. But Henry reigned for as long as Stephen without a rival to trouble him, and when he found at length a rival in his own son, a claim far weaker than that which had threatened his predecessor seemed likely for a time to break his power as effectually as the followers of the Empress had broken that of Stephen. He may only, indeed, have owed his escape to that efficient administration, which years of strength and safety had given him the time to construct. It in no way follows from these considerations that Henry was not superior to Stephen, but it does, surely, suggest itself that Stephen's disadvantages were great, and that had he enjoyed better fortune, we might have heard less of his defects. It will be at least established by the evidence adduced in this work that some of the charges which are brought against him can no longer be maintained. Early Plantagenets p. 13, const hist. 1874, I 319. Gesta Stephani, p. 3. Adauerentibus repulsus, et accantuarinis exclusus, Gervase, I 94. As illustrating the use of such adjectives for the garrison, rather than the townsfolk, compare Florence of Worcester's Hrofenses cantuariensibus. Quids inferunt, Roman 2, 23, where the Hrofenses are Odo's garrison, so 2 Bristonses in the Gesta ed. Hewlett, pp. 38, 40, 41, though rendered by the editor, the people of Bristol, are clearly the troops of the Earl of Gloucester. Early Plantagenets, p. 14, compare const. Hist. I 319. The men of Kent, remembering the mischief that had constantly come to them from Boulogne, refused to receive him. Miss Norgate adopts the same explanation, England under the Angevin kings, I 277. There is a curious incidental allusion to the Earl's Kentish possessions in William of Malmesbury, who states, p. 759, that he was allowed, while a prisoner at Rochester, October 1141, to receive his rents from his Kentish tenants, ab hominibus sues decantia. Stephen then, it would seem, did not forfeit them. In the rebellion of 1138 Walchelin Maminot, the Earl's castellan, held Dover against Stephen, and was besieged by the Queen and by the men of Boulogne. Curiously enough, Mr. Freeman made a similar slip, now corrected, to that here discussed, when he wrote that, whatever might be the feelings of the rest of the Shire, the men of Dover had no mind to see Count Eustace again within their walls. Norm. Conc. Roman 4, 116, though they were, on the contrary, quite as anxious as the rest of the Shire to do so. Id quoque esse juris, suique specialiter privilege utsi rex ipsorum quoquo modo abert, alias suo previsu in regno substituendis e vestigios accederit. Gesta, p. 3. This audacious claim of the citizens to such right as vested in themselves is much stronger than Mr. Freeman's paraphrase when he speaks of the citizens of London and Winchester, who freely exercised their ancient right of sharing in the election of the king who should reign over them. Norm. Conc. V 251, cf. p. 856. Firmata prius utrimque paction, perictoque ut vulgus assurabat mutuo juramento, ut eam cives quod viverit opibus sustentarent, viribus tutorenter. Ips autem ad regnum pacificandum, ad omnium aerundum suffragem, toto sis canatu accingerit. Gesta, p. 4. See Appendix A. Spe silicet captus amplissima, quod Stephanus avisue Wilhelmi in regni moderamine moris serverit, percipuque in ecclesiastici vigoris disciplina. Quapropter districto Sacramento quada Stephana Wilhelmus Cantuarensis archiepiscopus exegit delibertate, redenda ecclesiae et conservanda, episcopus Wintoniensis si mediatorum et vadum apposut, cujus sacramenti tenorum, postea scripto indictum, loco su non pretermitem, p. 704. See addenda. Enim vero, quamvis ego vadum me apposserum inter eam et diem quad sanctum ecclesiam honorarit et exaltarit, et bonas legs manutenerit malas viro abrogarit, pigit meminus pudit narrer, qualum si in rigno exhiburit, etc. ibid. p. 746. The phrase districto Sacramento is very difficult to construe. I have here taken it to imply a release of Stephen from his oath, but the meaning of the passage, which is obscure as it stands, may be merely that Henry became surety for Stephen's performance of the oath as in an agreement or treaty between two contracting parties, vidi infra passum. Ante p. 3. Gesta 5, 6, Will, Moms, 703. Note that William Rufus, Henry I, and Stephen all of them visited and secured Winchester even before their coronation. Const hist, I 319. Accunctis fear in regem electus est, et sic a Wilhelmo Cantuarensi, archiepiscopo coronatus. The form of election was hastily gone through by the barons on the spot. Const. Hist. I 303. Select Charters, p. 108. Early Plantagenets, p. 14. Consentientibus in ejus promotionem Wilhelmo Cantuarensi archiepiscopo et clericorum et lacorum universitate. Sim. Dunn, Roman 2, 286, 287. Sic profto, sic congruit, ut ad eam in regno confirmandum omnis pariter convolent, peric consensu quid statuendum, quid respuendum sit, ob omnibus providetur. pp. 6, 7. Eventually he represents the primate as acting cum episcopis frequentique, qui interirat clericatu, p. 8. Tribus episcopis praesentibus, archiepiscopo, Wintoniensi, Salisburiensi, nullis abitibus, possessimus optimatibus, p. 704. See addenda. Supremo eam agitante mortis articulo, cum et plurimi asterant, et verem suorum ertium confessionum auderant, de jura jurando violenter baronibus sues, injuncto apertissim penituit. Quidem ex potentissimus Anglii, jurans et dicens si presentum affuis, ubi rex Henricus idem juramentum, in bona fide spont relaxaset. Hugo bigad senis calus regis coram archiepiscopo cantuarii, Sacramento probavit quad, dum rex Henricus agerit in extremis, ordis quibus inimicitiis inter ipsum et imperatricem, ipsum exeridavit, et Stephanum Bolognae comitum heredum instituit. Et hic juramento comitus, sic, Huganus et duorum militum probata est dispent in facie ecclesi Anglicane, ed. Pertz, p. 543. Cum regis, sic, fauters obnix persuaderant quatinus eam ad regnandum iningerit, quod imperfectum videbatter, administrationis sui officio supplerit, p. 6. Const. Hist. I-146. See his Oxford Charter. See the legate's speech at Winchester. Ventilata est hesterno dicosa secreto coram majori part clari Angliae ad cujus jus podissimum spectet principum eliger, simulc ordinare. Will. Moms, p. 746. Henry had sworn in ipso sui consecrationis die, Eadmer, Stephen, in ipsa consecrationis tui die, Innocent's letter. Henry of Huntingdon refers to the pacta, which Stephen dio et populo et sancti ecclesiae concesserat in die coronationis sui. William of Malmesbury speaks of the oath as postea scripto inditum. See addenda. See Appendix B, the appeal to Rome in 1136. See Appendix B. Hen Hunt 258 Cont. Floor, Whig 95 Will. Moms 705. Const. Hist. I-321. Lansdowne Ms. 229, Fall. 109, and Lansdowne Ms. 259, Fall. 66, both being excerpts from the lost volume of the Great Coucher of the Duchy. Speaking of the late king's trusted friends, who hung back from coming to court, he writes, Illi autumn, intenta sibi a regecomination, cum salvo undi et redundi conductu curiam petiere omnibusque ad vadum impetratis, per acto cum jura jurando liberali hominio, Elias sees servitio ex toto manciparent. Affuit inter reliquos paganus filius Johannes, sed et Milo, de quo superius fecimus mentionum, elehir fordensis et salopspirii, ist glostrensis provincii dominatum gerens, qui in tempo regis Henrici potentii sui culmen extenderent ut a Sabrina flumen usque ad mare per omnes fines Anglii et Wallonii omnes placitus involverent, Angarias honorarent. pp. 15, 16. Cont. Flor, Whig. Es rex Anglii archiepes, et cetera sieties me redditus et concessus Miloni gloc, et heredibus sues, post eam infido et hereditate totum honorum patris sue, et custodium turris, et caselli glossestri, ad tenendum taeli forma, sic. Qualum redibat tempor regis Henrici sicut patrimonium suum. Et totum honorum suum de Brecenian et omnia ministeria, suet terras suas quas tenuit tempor regis Henrici sicut, eis melius et honorificentius tenuit, diqua rex Henricus fuit vivis et mortus, et ego I in conventionum habeo sicut rex et dominus baroni meo. Quer principio quad beni, et in honoret in pace et liber tenit, cum omnibus libertatibus sues. Testes W. Filius Ricardi, Robertus de Ferrares, Robertus Filius Ricardi, Hugo Bigot, Ingelramus de Sai, Balduinus Filius Gisliberti. Apud Radinges, Lansdowne Ms. 229, Falls, 123, 124. History of the Exchequer, p. 135. I am inclined to believe that in Robert Fitz-Richard we have that Robert Fitz-Richard de Clare, who died in 1137 Robert de Torigny, being then described as paternal uncle to Richard Fitz-Gilbert de Clare, usually but erroneously described as first Earl of Hertford. If so, he was also uncle to Baldwin Fitz-Gilbert de Clare of this charter, and brother to W. Alter Fitz-Richard de Clare, another witness. We shall come across another of Stephen's charters to which the House of Clare contributes several witnesses. There is evidence to suggest that Robert Fitz-Richard de Clare was lord in some way of Malden in Essex, and was succeeded there by his nephew, Walter Fitz-Gilbert de Clare, who went on crusade, probably in 1147. There is preserved among the royal charters belonging to the Duchy of Lancaster the fragment of one grant of which the contents correspond exactly, it would seem, with those of the above charter, though the witnesses' names are different. This raises a problem which cannot at present be solved. In the fellow charter the phrase runs, Sicut rex et dominus baroni meo. The Norman idea of royalty was very comprehensive. It practically combined all the powers of the national sovereignty, as they had been exercised by Edgar and Canute, with those of the feudal theory of monarchy, which was exemplified at the time in France and the Empire. The king is accordingly both the chosen head of the nation and the lord paramount of the whole of the land. Const. Hist. I-338. Compare the words of address in several of the Cardi Baronum, 1166, Servitium ut domino, vobis sicut domino meo, sicut domino carissimo, ut domino seu ligio. Inde perixit rex Stephanus apud Oxenford ubi recordatus et confirmavit pacta qui Dio, et populo et sancti ecclesiae, concesserat in die coronationis sui. p. 258. Cum venisset in fine natales ad Oxeneffordium, ibid. Const. Hist. I 321. Early Plantagenets pp. 15-16. The news of this inroad reached Stephen at Oxford, where he had just put forth his second charter, Norm. Conc. v. 258. The second charter was put forth at Oxford before the first year of his reign was out. Stephen had just come back victorious from driving back a Scottish invasion, CP 258, Ibid, p. 246. See Mr. Vincent's learned criticism on Mr. Freeman's History of Wells Cathedral. I detect throughout these pages an infirmity, a confirmed habit of inaccuracy. The author of this book, I should infer from numberless passages, cannot revise what he writes. Genealogist, N.S. Roman 2. 179. In fine natales, Hen, Hunt, 258. Sim, Dunn, Roman 2. 287. The curious words, vulgo, ingerent, may be commended to those who uphold the doctrine of democratic survivals in these assemblies. They would doubtless jump at them as proof that the vulgus took part in the proceedings. The evidence, however, is in any case of indisputable interest. Ed. Howlett p. 17. Quem morm convivandi primus successor obstinate tenuit, secundus omissit, will. Moms. Redians autem indirex in quadragesima tenuit curiam suum apud Londonium in solemnitate paschali. Quanunquam furet splendidir in Anglia multitudine, magnitudine, oro, argento, gemmis, vestibus, omnia modec depsilitate. p. 259. Erat ut tur in anno cuncti optimits ad curiam convenerant de necessariis rigni tractaturi, simulc visceri regis in sine quamodo iert, gemato fastigiet est diademate. Vita S. Wolstoni. Convivia in precipuis festivitibus sumptuosa et magnifica inibet. Omnis eo cujuscunc professionis magnates regium edictum exercibat, ut exterrarum gentium legati specim multitudinis apparatumque deliscarum murrenter. Gesta regum. See in Gesta ed. Howlett pp. 15-16, his persistent efforts to conciliate the ministers of Henry I, and especially the marchers of the West. See Appendix C. In Paschali viro festivitate rex Stephanus undum Henricum in honorum in reverentia preferens, ad dexteram suam sedir fecit. Sim, Dunn, Roman 2, 287. Dr. Stubbs appears, unless I am mistaken, to imply that they first appear at court as witnesses to the later Oxford Charter. He writes of that charter. Her most faithful adherents, Miles of Hereford and Brian of Wallingford, were also among the witnesses. Probably the retreat of the King of Scots had made her cause for the time hopeless. Const. Hist. I 321 note. See Appendix C. His autem rex patienter auditus quicumque postularent graduit, eis indulgens ecclesiae libertatem fixem et inviolabilem esse. Elias statutor rada et inconcussa, ejus ministros cujuscunque professionis essent vel ordinis, omni reverentia honorandos esse precipit. Gesta. John's list of bishops attesting the London Council is taken from Richard's list of bishops attesting the Oxford Charter. Eadam anno post pascha Robertus comes glostri, cujus prudentium rex Stephanus maxime veribater, venit in Angliam. Ida comagem regifecit sub condition quadam, silicet quamdiu alle dignitatem suum integer custodiert, et sibi pacta serverit. Will. Moms. 705-707. Ibid. 707. Hen Hunt, p. 259. Ibid. p. 260. Vindictam non exercit in proditor suos, pessimo concilio usus, si enim eam tunc exerquisset, postia contra eam tot casella retenta non fuissent. Hen. Hunt. p. 259. Select Charters 114 cf. Will. Moms. Ibid. 96. Confirmation Roll 1 Hen Roman 8, Part 5 Number 13, quoted by Mr. J. A. C. Vincent in Genealogist N.S. Roman 2, 271. This should be compared with the argument of his friends when urging the primate to crown him. that he had not only been elected to the throne by the Londoners, but also ad hoc justo Germani propinquitatis jur idoneus accessit, Gesta, p8, and with the admission, shortly after in the Pope's letter, that among his claims he de profati regis praesapia prop posito gradu originum traxis. Select Charters 115, but cf. Will Moms. As further illustrating the compromise of which this charter was the resultant, note that Stephen retains and combines the formula Dei Gratia with the recital of election, and that he further represents the election as merely a popular assent to his succession. Compare the clause in the Confirmatio Cartarum of 1265, establishing the right of insurrection. Licet omnibus derigno, nostro contra nos insurger. See inter alia, Hallam's Middle Ages, I 168, 169. Fama per Angliam volitabit, quod comes glossistri Robertus, qui erat in Normania, in proximo parts sororis fort adjuturis, regetantamodo anti diffidato. Nec fids rerum fami levitatum destituit, celeriter enim post Pentecostan missus a Normania sues regimor majorum amicitium et fidem interdixit, homagio etiam abdicato. Rationum preferens quam id just facerit, quia et rex elicite ad regnum asperaverat, et omnum fidem sibi juratem negulxerat, ni dicam mentidus furet. Will. Moms. 712. So too, the continuator of Florence. Interim facta conjuration adversus, regem per predictum brixtuensum comitum et constabularium Milonum, abnegata fidelitate quam illegiraverant. Milo constabularius, regi majestati reditus fidei sacramentis, ad dominum suum, comitum glostrensum, cum grandi manu militum si consulit. pp. 110-117. Compare with these passages the extraordinary complaint made against Stephen's conduct in attacking Lincoln without sending a formal defiance to his opponents, and the singular treaty, in this reign, between the Earls of Chester and of Leicester, in which the latter was bound not to attack the former, as his lord, without sending him the formal diffidatio, a clear fortnight beforehand. Const. Hist. I 338-340. Norm. Conc. v. 251. In a later stage, when the son of his rival was firm on the throne, the doctrine of female succession took root under a king who by the spindle side sprang from both William and Cerdic, but who by the spear side had nothing to do with either. Then it was that men began to find out that Stephen had been guilty not only of breaking his oath, but also of defrauding the heir to the crown of her lawful right, Ibid. p. 252. Henrici regis filia, vehementer exhilarata utpote regnum sibi juratum, jam adepta, Cont. Flor. Whig. 130. But the above duplex character of her claim is best brought out in her formal request that the legate should receive her tanquem regis Henrici filium et cui omnes Anglia et Normania jurata esset. Conventio optimatum et baronum todius Anglii apud Salisburium Roman 14, Caland. Aprilis facta est, qui in presentia regis Henrici hamagem filio seu Wilhelmo fecerunt, et fidelitatem I juraverunt, Flor. Whig. Roman 2, 69. Normani principes, jubent rege, filio suo Wilhelmo jam tunc Roman 18. Anorum hominium faciunt, et fidelitatis securitatem sacramentis affirmant. Sim. Dunn. Roman 2, 258. Oddly enough, the correct date must be sought from Simeon of Durham, though at first sight he is the most inaccurate, as he places the event under 1128, a date accepted in the margin by his editor, instead of 1126, the year given by the other chroniclers. But from him we learn that the Christmas court, i.e. Christmas 1126, was adjourned from Windsor to London, for the new year, Ubi circumcision Domini. January 1, the actual oath was taken. William of Malmesbury dates it, loosely, at Christmas, 1126, but the continuator of Florence, more accurately, Finitus Debus Festiviribus, p. 84, which confirms Simeon's statement. It is scarcely realized so clearly as it should be that the oath taken on this occasion was that to which reference was always made. Dr. Stubbs, Const. Hist. I 341, recognizes a similar oath in 1131, on the authority of William of Malmesbury, and another in 1133, on the authority of Roger of Hoveden. But the former is only incidentally mentioned, and is neither alluded to elsewhere, nor referred to subsequently by William himself. And the latter, which is similarly devoid of any contemporary confirmation, is represented as securing the succession, not to Matilda, but to her son. It is strange that so recent and important an oath as this, if it was really taken, should have been ignored in the controversy under Stephen, and the earlier oath described above alone appealed to. Henry of Huntingdon merely alludes to it, retrospectively, at Stephen's accession, as the Sacramentum Fidelitatis Anglicae Regni Filii Regis Henrici, p. 256. Fecit principes et potens adjurer idem filii sui et heredibus suis legitimus regnum Angliae, I 93. This is, perhaps, somewhat confirmed by the words which the author of the Gesta places in the primate's mouth, p. 7. In filium suam sororum silis et Wilhelmi, rigni jura transferabat, p. 85. The oath to secure her this succession was taken ad jusum regis, p. 84. Compare with this expression that of Gervase above, and that quantum velat of Roger Hoveden viz. Constitutium regem, also the jubent rege of Simeon in 1120. It was accordingly urged at Stephen's accession that the oath had been compulsory and was therefore invalid. Juraverent ut filii sui imperatrici fide servata regnum Anglii hereditario jure post eam serverent, p. 281. Compare William of Newburgh on Henry's accession, hereditarium regnum suscepit. These expressions are the more noteworthy because of the contrast they afford to the conqueror's dying words, neminum Anglicae constituo heredum, non enim tantum decus hereditario jure possedi, ord. Vit. Will. Moms, 691. That the oath of January 1, 1127, preceding the marriage of the Empress, was, as I have urged, the ruling one seems to be further implied by the passage in William of Malmesbury. Ego Rogerum Salisburiensum Episcopum Seep Dicentum Audivi, salutum si Sacramento quad imperatrice fecerat. Eo enim pacto si jures, ni rex praetor concilium suum et citarorum prosrum filium cuiquam nuptem daret extra regnum, etc., etc., p. 693. As for instance when Henry Roman II obtained Aquitaine with his wife. There is, as it happens, a passage in Simeon of Durham, which may have been somewhat overlooked, where it is distinctly stated that in the autumn of the year, 1127, Henry conceded, as a condition of the Angevin match, that, in default of his having a son, Geoffrey of Anjou should succeed him. Rimc ad effectum perjuxit eo tenorat regi, de legitima conjuge heredum non habenti, mortuo gener Elias in regnum succederit. That Geoffrey's claim was recognized at the time is clear from the striking passage quoted by Mr. Freeman from his Painjurist, Sceptro, non injust aspirant, and even more so from the explicit statement, Volant igiter Goffredo comite cum uxor sua, qui hers erat in regnum succedier primors terri, juramenti sui male recordants, regem eum susciper nolurunt, dicens alienigena non regnabit super nos. Select Charters, p. 110. Compare the style of Alfonso Roman 13, by the grace of God constitutional King of Spain. Canonica prius election precedent. Chapter 2, the First Charter of the King. Geoffrey de Mandeville was the grandson and heir of a follower of the conqueror of the same name. From Mandeville, a village, according to Mr. Stapleton, near Treviers in the Besson, the family took its name, which, being Latinized as de Magnavilla, is often found as de Magnaville. The elder Geoffrey appears in Doomsday as a considerable tenant-in-chief, his estates lying in no less than 11 different counties. On the authority of the Monastican, he is said by Dugdale to have been made constable of the Tower. Dugdale, however, has here misquoted his own authority, for the chronicle printed by him states, not that Geoffrey, but that his son and heir, William, received this office. Its statement is confirmed by Ordericus Vitalis, who distinctly mentions that the Tower was in charge of William de Mandeville when Randolph Flambard was there imprisoned in 1101. This may help to explain an otherwise puzzling fact, namely, that a Geoffrey de Mandeville, who was presumably his father, appears as a witness to charters of a date subsequent to this. Geoffrey de Mandeville founded the Benedictine Priory of Hurley, and we know the names of his 2 wives, Athelay and Lesceline. By the former he had a son and heir, William, mentioned above, who in turn was the father of Geoffrey, the central figure of this work. The above descent is not based upon the evidence of the Monastican alone, but is incidentally recited in those royal charters on which my story is so largely based. It is therefore beyond dispute. But though there is no pedigree of the period clearer or better established, it has formed the subject of an amazing blunder, so gross as to be scarcely credible. Maddox had shown in his History of the Exchequer, Roman II, 400, that Geoffrey Fitzpiers, Earl of Essex from 1199 to 1213, was Sheriff of Essex and Herts in 1190–290 for 4 and 5 rick. Now Geoffrey, the son of Geoffrey Fitzpiers, assuming the surname of de Mandeville, became his successor in the earldom of Essex, which he held from 1213 to 1216. The noble and learned authors of the Lords' reports on the dignity of a peer began by confusing this Geoffrey with his namesake, the Earl of 1141, and bodily transferring to the latter the whole parentage of the former. Thus they evolved the startling discovery that the father of our Geoffrey, the Earl of 1141, was Geoffrey Fitzpeter I.e. the Earl of 1199–1213, and probably was son of Peter, the sheriff at the time of the survey. But not content even with this, they transferred the shrievalty of Geoffrey Fitzpiers from 1190–290 for vidi supra to a date earlier than the grant to Geoffrey de Mandeville, his supposed son, in 1141. Now, during that shrievalty, the Earls of Clare enjoyed the tertius denarius of the county of Hertford. Thus their lordships were enabled to produce the further discovery that the Earls of Clare enjoyed it before the date of this grant, 1141, that is to say, either before or early in the reign of King Stephen. The authority of these reports has been so widely recognized that we cannot wonder at Courthope stating in his Historic Peerage of England, p. 248, that Richard de Clare was Earl of Hertford and possessed of the third penny of that county before or early in the reign of King Stephen. Courthope has in turn misled Dr. Stubbs, and Mr. Doyle has now followed suit, stating that Richard de Clare was created Earl of Hertford about 1136. It is therefore something to have traced this error to its original source in the Lords' reports. The first mention, it would seem, of the subject of this study is to be found in the Pipe Roll of 1130, where we read, Geoffridus de Mandeville redit compotum de DCCCLX Vigili, et Roman 13s, et EHD, pro terra patris sui, in the sorrow CXXZILI, et Roman 6s, et Roman 8d. Et debit DCC et XXZILI, et VJS, et VHD, p. 55. As he had thus, at Michaelmas, 1130, paid only 2/13 of the amount due from him for succession, that is the arbitrary relief to the crown, we may infer that his father was but lately dead. He does not again meet us till he appears at Stephen's court early in 1136. From the date of that appearance, we pass to his creation as an earl by the first of those royal charters with which we are so largely concerned. The date of this charter is a point of no small interest, not merely because we have in it the only surviving charter of creation of those issued by Stephen, but also because there is reason to believe that it is the oldest extant charter of creation known to English antiquaries. That distinction has indeed been claimed for the second charter in my series, namely, that which Geoffrey obtained from the Empress Maud. It is of the latter that Camden wrote, "This is the most ancient creation charter that I ever saw." Selden duly followed suit, and Dugdale echoed Selden's words. Courthope merely observes that it is presumed to be one of the very earliest charters of express creation of the title of Earl, and Mr. Birch pronounces it one of the earliest, if not the earliest, example of a deed creating a peerage. In despite, however, of these opinions, I am prepared to prove that the charter with which we are now dealing is entitled to the first place, though that of the Empress comes next. We cannot begin an investigation of the subject better than by seeking the opinion of Mr. Eighton, who was a specialist in the matter of charters and their dates, and who had evidently investigated the point. His note on this charter is as follows. Stephen's earlier deeds of 1136 exhibit Geoffrey de Mandeville as a baron only. There are 3 such, 2 of which certainly, and the third probably, passed at Westminster. He was custos of the Tower of London, an office which probably necessitated a constant residence. There are 3 patents of creation extant by which he became Earl of Essex. Those which I suppose to precede this were by the Empress. The first of them passed in the short period during which Maud was in London, between June 24 and July 25, 1141. The second within a month after, at Oxford. In the latter she alludes to grants of lands previously made by Stephen to the said Geoffrey, but to no patent of earldom except her own. Selden calls Maud's London patent the oldest on record. It is not perhaps that, but it is older than this, though Dugdale thought not. Having decided that Stephen's patent succeeded Maud's, it follows that it, viz. This charter passed after Nov. 1, 1141, when Stephen regained his liberty and Geoffrey probably forsook the Empress. The king was at London on deck. 7 in 1142, we are told license Cam. 9 that this Geoffrey and Earl Gilbert were sent by Stephen against the Isle of Ely. He is called Earl. We shall also have him attesting a charter of Queen Matilda, Stephen's wife. In 1143, he was seized in Stephen's court at St. Albans. In 1144, he is in high rebellion against Stephen and an ally of Nigel, Bishop of Ely. He is killed in Aug. 1144. On the whole, then, it would appear that the Empress first made him an earl as a means of securing London, the stronghold of Stephen's party. But that, on Stephen's release, the earl changed sides and Stephen opposed Maud's policy by a counterpatent. We have usually found counter-charters, however, to be Maud's. We have also a high probability that this charter passed in Dec. 1141 or soon after. For Stephen does not appear at London in 1142 when Geoffrey is earl and in Stephen's employ. Here I must first clear the ground by explaining as to the 3 patents of creation mentioned in this passage, that there were only 2 charters, not patents, of creation, that of the king, which survives in the original, and that of the Empress, which is known to us from a transcript. As to the latter, it certainly passed in the short period during which Maud was in London, but that period, so far from being between June 24 and July 25, 1141, consisted only of a few days ending with June 24, 1141. The main point, however, at issue is the priority of the creation charters. It will be seen that Mr. Eighton jumped at his conclusion and then proceeded. Having decided, etc., this is the more surprising because that conclusion was at variance with what he admits to have been his own principle, namely, that he had usually found counter-charters to be Maud's. In this case, his conclusion was wrong, and his original principle was right. I think that Mr. Eighton's error was due to his ignorance of the second charter granted by the king to Geoffrey. As he was well acquainted with the royal charters in the Duchy of Lancaster collection, it is not easy to understand how he came to overlook this very long one, which is, as it were, the keystone to the arch I am about to construct. It is my object to make Geoffrey's charters prove their own sequence. When once arranged in their right order, it will be clear from their contents that this order is the only one possible. We must not attempt to decide their dates till we have determined their order. But when that order has been firmly established, we can approach the question of dates with comparative ease and confidence. To determine from internal evidence the sequence of these charters, we must arrange them in an ascending scale. That is to say, each charter should represent an advance on its immediate predecessor. Tried by this test, our 4 main charters will assume, beyond dispute, this relative order. 1. First Charter of the King. 2. First Charter of the Empress. 3. Second Charter of the King. 4. Second Charter of the Empress. The order of the 3 last is further established by the fact that the grants in the second are specifically confirmed by the third, while the third is expressly referred to in the fourth. The only one, therefore, about which there could possibly be a question is the first, and the fact that the second charter represents a great advance upon it is in this case the evidence. But there is, further, the fact that the place I have assigned it is the only one in the series that it can possibly occupy. Nor could Mr. Eighton have failed to arrive at this conclusion had he included within his sphere of view the second charter of the king. It is clear that Mr. Eighton was here working from the statements of Dugdale alone. For the 3 charters he deals with are those which Dugdale gives. The order assigned to these charters by Dugdale and Mr. Eighton, respectively, can be thus briefly shown. Right Order 2-4. Eighton's Order 4-1. Dugdale's Order 4-2. How gravely Mr. Eighton erred in his conclusions will be obvious from this table. But it is necessary to go further still, and to say that of the 7 charters affecting Geoffrey de Mandeville, 3 would seem to have been unknown to him, while of the rest, he assigned 3, one might almost say all 4, to a demonstrably erroneous date. It may be urged that this is harsh criticism, and the more so as its subject was never published and exists only in the form of notes. There is much to be said for this view, but the fact remains that rash use is certain to be made of these notes, unless students are placed on their guard. That this should be so is due not only to Mr. Eiton's great and just reputation as a laborious student in this field, but also to the exaggerated estimate of the value and correctness of these notes, which was set, somewhat prominently, before the public. Advancing from the question of position to that of actual date, we will glance at the opinion of another expert, Mr. Walter de Grey Birch. We learn from him, as to the date of this first creation charter, that the dates of the witnesses appear to range between AD 1139 and AD 1144. The actual date of the circumstances mentioned in this document is a matter of question. He was slain on the 14th of September, AD 1144, and therefore this document must be prior to that date. We see now that it is by no means easy to date this charter with exactness. It will be best, in pursuance of my usual practice, to begin by clearing the ground. If we could place any trust in the copious chronicle of Walden Abbey, which is printed in part in the Monastican from the Arundel manuscript, our task would be easy enough. For we are there told that Stephen had already created Geoffrey an earl when, in 1136, he founded Walden Abbey. And, in his foundation charter, he certainly styles himself an earl. But alas for this precious narrative, it brings together at the ceremony 3 bishops, Robert of London, Nigel of Ely, and William of Norwich, of whom Robert of London was not appointed till 1141, while William of Norwich did not obtain that see till 1146. Dismissing, therefore, this evidence, we turn to the fact that no creation of an earldom by Stephen is mentioned before 1138. But we have something far more important than this in the occurrence at the head of the witnesses to this creation charter of the name of William of Ypres, the only name, indeed, among the witnesses that strikes one as a note of time. Mr. Eiton wrote, "A deed which I have dated 1140 is his first known attestation. I have found no evidence contrary to this conclusion. It would seem probable that when the arrest of the bishops gave, in Dr. Stubbs' words, the signal for the civil war, Stephen's preparations for the approaching struggle would include the summons to his side of this experienced leader, who had hitherto been fighting in Normandy for his cause. Indeed, we know that it was so, for he was at once dispatched against the castle of Devizes. Happily, however, there remains a writ, which should incidentally, we shall find, prove the key to the problem. This, which is printed among the footnotes in Maddox's Baronia Anglica, p. 231, from the muniments of Westminster Abbey, is addressed Goffredo de Mandeville simply, and is therefore previous to his elevation to the earldom. Now, as this writ refers to the death of Roger, Bishop of Salisbury, it must be later than the 11th of December, 1139. Consequently, Geoffrey's charter must be subsequent to that date. It must also be previous to the Battle of Lincoln, February, 1141, because, as I observed at the outset, it must be previous to the charter of the Empress. We therefore virtually narrow its limit to the year 1140, for Stephen had set out for Lincoln before the close of the year. Let us try and reduce it further still. What was the date of the above writ? Stephen, on the death of Bishop Roger, hastened to visit Salisbury. He went there from Oxford to spend Christmas, 1139, and then returned to reading Comte, Fleur, Whig. Going and returning, he would have passed through Andover, the place at which this writ is tested. Thus it could have been, and probably was, issued at this period, December, 1139. Obviously, if it was issued in the course of 1140, this would reduce still further the possible limit within which Geoffrey's charter can have passed. Difficult though it is to trace the incessant movements of the king throughout this troubled year, he certainly visited Winchester, and probably thence, Malmesbury. Still we have not, I believe, proof of his presence at Andover. And there are other grounds, I shall now show, for thinking that the earldom was conferred before March, 1140. William of Newburgh, speaking of the arrest of Geoffrey de Mandeville, assures us that Stephen bore an old grudge against him, which he had hitherto been forced to conceal. Its cause was a gross outrage by Geoffrey, who, on the arrival of Constance of France, the bride of Eustace the heir apparent, had forcibly detained her in the Tower. We fix the date of this event as February or March 1140 from the words of the continuator of Florence, and that date agrees well with Henry of Huntingdon's statement that Stephen had bought his son's bride with the treasure he obtained by the death of the great Bishop of Salisbury, December 11, 1139. It would seem, of course, highly improbable that this audacious insult to the royal family would have been followed by the grant of an earldom. We might consequently infer that, in all likelihood, Geoffrey had already obtained his earldom. We have, however, to examine the movements of Stephen at the time. The king returned, as we saw, to Reading, after spending his Christmas at Salisbury. He was then summoned to the Fen country by the revolt of the Bishop of Ely, and he set out thither, says Henry of Huntingdon, postnatal, p. 267. He may have taken Westminster on his way, but there is no evidence that he did. He had, however, returned to London by the middle of March to take part in a mid-Lent council. His movements now become more difficult to trace than ever, but it may have been after this that he marched on Hereford and Worcester. Our next glimpse of him is at Whitsuntide, May 26, when he kept the festival in sorry state at the Tower. It has been suggested that it was for security that he sought the shelter of its walls. But this explanation is disposed of by the fact that the citizens of London were his best friends and proved, the year after, the virtual salvation of his cause. It would seem more likely that he was anxious to reassert his impaired authority and to destroy the effect of Geoffrey's outrage, which might otherwise have been ruinous to his prestige. It was, as I read it at the close of Whitsuntide, that is, about the beginning of June, that the king set forth for East Anglia, and attacking Hugh Bigod, took his castle of Bungay. In August the king again set forth to attack Hugh Bigod, and either to this or to his preceding East Anglian campaign we may safely assign his charter, granted at Norwich, to the Abbey of Reading. Now, the first witness to this charter is Geoffrey de Mandeville himself, who is not styled an earl. We learn, then, that, at least as late as June 1140, Geoffrey had not received his earldom. This would limit the date of his creation to June-December, 1140, or virtually, at the outside, a period of 6 months. Such, then, is the ultimate conclusion to which our inquiry leads us. And if it be asked why Stephen should confer an earldom on Geoffrey at this particular time, the reply is at hand in the condition of affairs, which had now become sufficiently critical for Geoffrey to begin the game he had made up his mind to play. For Stephen could not with prudence refuse his demand for an earldom. The first corollary of this conclusion is that the second type of Stephen's Great Seal, which is that appended to this charter, must have been already in use in the year 1140. That is to say, before his fall in 1141. Mr. Birch, who, I need hardly say, is the recognized authority on the subject, has devoted one of his learned essays on the great seals of the kings of England to those of Stephen. He has appended to it photographs of the two types in use under this sovereign, and has given the text of 19 original sealed charters, which he has divided into two classes according to the types of their seals. The conclusion at which he arrived as the result of this classification was that the existence of two distinctly variant types is proved all traces of a third, if it ever existed, being now lost, one of which represents the earlier, and the other the later, portion of the reign. To the former belong 9, and to the latter 10 of the charters which he quotes in his paper. The only point on which a question can arise is the date at which the earlier was replaced by the later type. Mr. Birch is of opinion that the consideration of the second seal tends to indicate the alteration of the type, subsequent to his liberation from the hands of the Empress, and it is most natural to suppose that this alteration is owing to the destruction or loss of his seal, consequent to his own capture and incarceration. p. 15. There can be no doubt that this is the most natural suggestion, but if, as I contend, the very first two of the charters adduced by Mr. Birch as specimens of the later type are previous to his capture and incarceration, it follows that his later Great Seal must have been adopted before that event. One of these charters is that which forms the subject of this chapter. The other is preserved among the records of the Duchy of Lancaster. At the date when the latter was granted, the king was in possession of the temporalities of the See of Lincoln, which he had seized on the arrest of the bishops in June 1139. As Alexander had regained possession of his see by the time of the Battle of Lincoln, This charter must have passed before Stephen's capture, and most probably passed a year or more before. We have then to account for the adoption by Stephen of a new Great Seal, certainly before 1141, and possibly as early as 1139. Is it not possible that this event may be connected with the arrest of the Chancellor and his mighty kinsmen in June, 1139, and that the seal may have been made away within his and their interest, as on the flight of James Roman II, in order to increase the confusion consequent on that arrest? And now we come to Geoffrey's charter itself. Es rex anarchi episcopis abitibus comitibus justices baronibus vicecomitibus et omnibus ministris et fidelibus suis Francis et Anglis todius Anglii salutum. Ciedes me fessus comitum de Geoffrey de Mandeville de comitatu Essex hereditary. Querulo et concedo et firmiter principio, quod ips et hered sui post eam hereditario jur tenint de me et de heredibus, mes beni et, in pace et liber, et quiet et honorificit alii, comites me de terra me melius vel liberius vel honorificentius tenent comitatus suos, unde comites sunt cum omnibus dignitatibus, et libertatibus, et consuetudinibus, cum quibus alii comites me profati dignius vel liberius tenent. T willow de Ypres et Henner de Essex, et Jo Phil Rob Phil Walt, et Rob de Nauburgo, et Mainfin Britain, et Turg de Brink, et Willow de Scoclero, et Willow de Damart, et Rick Phil Ursi, et Willow de Acco, et Rick Phil Osp, et Radolfo de Wyertsick, et Eglin, et Willow Phil Allure, et Will Filio Ernald. Apud Westministerium. Taking this, as I believe it to be, as our earliest charter of creation extant or even known, the chief point to attract our notice is its intensely hereditary character. Geoffrey receives the earldom, hereditary, for himself, et hered sway post eam hereditario jure. The terms in which the grant is made are of tantalizing vagueness, and compared with the charters by which it was followed, this is remarkable for its brevity, and for the total omission of those accompanying concessions which the statements of our historians would lead us to expect without fail. We must now pass from the grant of this charter to the great day of Lincoln, February 2, 1141, where the fortunes of England and her king were changed in the twinkling of an eye by the wild charge of the disinherited, as they rode for death or victory. Racheli scacere Normani, Roman II. CLXXXVI. Such was also the opinion of M. Leopold de Lisle. The French editors, however, of Ordericus write, Omni sate aquil des nombru Manville de Normandie rapporter le berceau de cet illustre Mason, Roman 4, 108. There is a curious story in the Waltham Chronicle, de Invention, cap, Roman 13, that the conqueror placed Geoffrey in the shoes of Esseger the Staller. The passage runs thus: Cui successit filius ejus adelstenus pater Essegari qui staura inventus est in Anglii conquisition a Normannies, cuius hereditatem postea dedit conquisitor terri, Rex Wilhelmus, Galfredo de Mandeville provi, presentes comitus Wilhelmi. Successit quidem adelstenus patriciu tovi, non in totam quidem possessionum quam possiderat pater, sed in eam tantum qui pertinbat ad stallarium, quam nunc habet comes Wilhelmus. The special interest of this story lies in the official connection of Esseger the Staller with London and Middlesex, combined with the fact that Geoffrey occupied the same position. CP 354 and addenda. Post cujus mortem reliquit filium, suum heredum, cui firmitas turris Londoniarum custodienda committitor. Nobili cum rege magnificae plura gessit patri non immerito in rebus agendis coequalis, monastican. Dugdale's error, as we might expect, is followed by later writers, Mr. Clarke treating Geoffrey as the first hereditary constable, and his son, whom with characteristic inaccuracy he transforms from William into Walter, as the second medieval military architecture Roman II, 253-254. The French editors of Ordericus, Roman 4, 108, strangely imagined that William was brother, not son, of Geoffrey de Mandeville. In Ars Londoniensi, Guilelmo de Magna custodiendis in vinculis traditus est, Roman 4, 108. See, for instance, Abingdon Cartulary, Roman 2, 73, 85, 116, where he attests charters of Circ. 11, 10, 11, 12. Monastican, Roman 3, 433. He founds the priory, pro anima athalaci primi uxoris me, matris filium meorum jam defuncti, and Lessalina domina uxor me is a witness to the charter. It is necessary to check by authentic charters and other trustworthy evidence the chronicles printed in the Monastican under Walden Abbey. One of these was taken from a long and interesting ms, formerly in the possession of the Royal Society, but now among the Arundel MSS. In the British Museum. This, which is only partially printed, and which ought to be published in its entirety, has the commencement wanting, and is, unfortunately, very inaccurate for the early period of which I treat. It is this narrative which makes the wild misstatements as to the circumstances of the foundation, which grossly misstates Geoffrey's death, etc., etc. All its statements are accepted by Dugdale. The other chronicle, which he printed from Cot. Ms. Titus D. 20 is far more accurate, gives Geoffrey's death correctly, and rightly assigns him as wife the sister, not the daughter, of the Earl of Oxford, thus correcting Dugdale's error. It is the latter chronicle which Dugdale has misquoted, with reference to the charge of the Tower. Who was really Peter de Valoines? Maddox has shown that Geoffrey Fitzbetter, Earl of Essex, obtained from the crown grants of the shrievalty of the counties of Essex and Hertford when the earls, commonly called Earls of Clare, were Earls of Hertford, and had the third penny of the pleas of that county, Roman 3. 69, ed. 1829. The county of Hertford appears to have been, at the time of the survey, in the king's hands, and Peter was then sheriff. And the sheriffwick of Hertfordshire was afterwards granted in fee, by the Empress Maud, to Geoffrey de Mandeville, Earl of Essex, at a rent as his father and grandfather had held it. The father of Geoffrey was Geoffrey Fitzpeter, and probably was son of Peter, the sheriff at the time of the survey. The first trace which the committee has discovered of the title of the Earls of Clare to the third penny of the county is in the reign of Henry II, subsequent to the grants under which the Earls of Essex claimed the shrievalty in fee at a fee-farm rent. But the grant of the third penny must have been of an earlier date, as the grant to the Earl of Essex was subject to that charge. The family of Clare must therefore have had the third penny either before or early in the reign of King Stephen, Roman 3, 125. Const. Hist. I 362. Official baronage, Roman 2, 175. See Appendix C. See frontispiece. Degrees of England. Note that this is the most ancient creation charter which hath ever been known. Vidi Selden, Titles of Honor, p. 647. Historic Peerage, p. 178. Jern Brit, Arch, Ass, Roman 31, 386. Adel MSS, 31,943, Fall, 97. Comp, Fall, 96. My position is that where this system of counter-charters between Stephen and the Empress is proved, the former generally is the first in point of date. CP 41 ad pedum. Notes and Queries, 6th Series, V83. On the Great Seal of King Stephen, pp. 1920. Apud regem Stephanum, ac totius rigni majors tanti erat ut nomen comitis et re jampridum dignus haberetter. Moan. Angle, Volume Roman 4, p. 141. Geoffridus de Mandeville comes Essex, Ibid. Adel MSS, 31,943, Fall, 85 doors. Ordericus Vitalis, Volume VP 120. CP 282, N4. Protractec est obsidio a debus natalis domini, 1140, usc ad Ippopanti domini. Will, Newburgh I 39. To this visit may be assigned 3 charters, Sarum charters and documents, pp. 911 of interest for their witnesses. 2 of them are attested by Philip the Chancellor, who is immediately followed by Roger de Fécamp. The latter had similarly followed the preceding Chancellor, Roger, in one of Stephen's charters of 1136, CP 263, which establishes his official position. Among the other witnesses were Bishop Robert of Hereford, Count Waleran of Meulan, Robert de Ver, William Martle, Robert Doyley with Fulk his brother, Turgis Davranches, Walter de Salisbury, Ingelram de Say, and William de Pont de Elarch. The P. Cancellarius, by whom the writ is tested, was a chancellor of whom, according to Foss, virtually nothing is known. He was, however, Philip de Harcourt, on whom the king conferred at Winchester in 1140 the vacant see of Salisbury, Rex Wintonium veniens concilio baronum suorum cancellario su Filippo Cereberiansum presulatum, dedit, cont, flor, wig. But the chapter refused to accept him as bishop, and eventually he was provided for by the See of Bayeux. He is likely, with or without the king, to have gone straight to Salisbury after his appointment at Winchester, in which case he would not have been present at Andover, even if Stephen himself was. Exceptum ob eo injurium rex caught dissimulabit, et tempus opportunum quo si ulcis eretter, observabat. Injuria viro quam reginequam ille incelurit talis erat. Rex anti annos aliquat episcopi, ut dictum est, Salisburiensis thesauros adeptus, summa non modica regi francorum Ludovico transmissa, saurorum ejus Constantium Eustatio filio seu desponderat. Irat hic cum sacru sua regina Londonias. Cumque regina ad alium forte velit cum idem neru sua locum migrare, memoratus Goffredus arsae tunc presidens, ristitit, Neuruc de manibus sacris, pro viribus obnitentes, abstracta ac retenta, illam cum ignominia abere permissit. Postea viro repicenti, et justum modum pro tempore dissimulanti, regisacero insignum predum eager resignavit. Roman 2. 45. 1140, facta est dispensatio allorum mens Februario in transmarinis partibus, mater regina anglorum present. Roman 2. 725. Accipiens thesauros episcopi comparavit into Constantium sororum laudavis, regis francorum, ad opus Justitiae filii suae. p. 265. It is amusing to learn from his champion, the author of the Gesta Stephani, that the king spent this treasure on good and pious works. This matrimonial alliance is deserving of careful attention, for the fact that Stephen was prepared to buy it with treasure, which he sorely needed, proves its importance in his eyes as a prop to his now threatened throne. Annals of Waverley Anne. Mohn, Roman 2, 228, where it is stated that at this council, Stephen gave the see of Salisbury to his chancellor, Philip. According, however, to the Continuator of Florence, he did this not at London, but at Winchester, cp 47, supra. See the Continuator of Florence. Will, Moms. cp 81 as to the alleged riot in London and death of Aubrey de Vere, 3 weeks before. Ad Pentecostum ivit rex cum exercitu suo super Hugonum bigod in Sudfolk Anne, Wav. Anne, Mohn, Roman 2, 228. Item in Augusto perixit super eamet concordati sunt, sed non diu duravit, ibid. Printed in Archaeological Journal, Roman 20, 291. Its second witness is Richard de Lucy, whom I have not elsewhere found attesting before Christmas, 1141. If, as would seem, Hugh Bigod appears first as an earl at the Battle of Lincoln, when he fought on Stephen's side, it may well be that the concordia between them in August, 1140, similarly comprised the concession by the king of comital rank. On the other hand, there is a noteworthy charter, Harl. Cart. 43, c. 13 of Stephen, which seems to belong to the winter of 1141, to which Hugh Bigod is witness, not as an earl, so that his creation may have taken place very shortly before Stephen's fall. As this charter, according to Mr. Birch, has the second type of Stephen's seal, it strengthens the view advanced in the text. Transactions of the Royal Society of Literature, Volumes I, New Series. Mr. Birch points out the interesting fact that while the earlier type has an affinity to that of the Great Seal of Henry I, the later approximates to that adopted under Henry Roman II. Royal Charters, No. 15. See My Ancient Charters, p. 39. Dr. Stubbs observes that the consequence of the arrest was that the whole administration of the country ceased to work. Const. Hist. I 326. Cotton Charter, Roman 7, 4c frontispiece. This is the well-known Henry de Essex, see Appendix U, son of Robert Rot, Pip, 31 Hen I, and grandson of Swedgen of Essex, Doomsday. He witnessed several of Stephen's charters, probably later in the reign, but was also a witness to the Empress's charters to the Earls of Oxford and of Essex, vide post. A John, son of Robert Fitzwalter, Sheriff of East Anglia, Temp. Hen. I, occurs in Ramsey Cartulary, I 149. Robert de Neufburg, said to have been a younger son of Henry, Earl of Warwick, occurs in connection with Warwickshire in 1130 Rot, Pip. 31 Hen I, Mr. Yeatman characteristically advances the idea that Robert de Arundel and Robert de Novaburgo were identical. He was afterwards justiciary of Normandy Ord, Vit, having sided with Geoffrey of Anjou Rot. Scac, Norm. He is mentioned in the Pipe Rolls of 2 and 4 Henry Roman II. According to Dugdale, he died on the authority of the Chronique Normanniae in August 1158, a date followed by Mr. Yeatman. Mr. Eighton, however, court and itinerary p. 47, on the same authority with a reference also to Gervase, which I cannot verify, makes him die in August 1159. The true date seems to have been August 30, 1159, when he died at Bec, Robert de Torigny. The Meanfininis Brito, Mr. Birch reads, Mamsu, who, in the Pipe Roll of 1130 p. 100, was late sheriff of Bucks, and Beds, probably father of Homo Filius Mainfilani, the Bucks, baron of 1166 Cardi. See also p. 201, n2. Turgis Davranches appears in the Pipe Roll of 31 Hen, I, as having married the widow of Hugh de Albertavilla. We shall find him witnessing Stephen's second charter to the Earl Christmas, 1141. William de St. Clair occurs in Dorset and Huntingdonshire in 1130, Rot, Pip, 31 Hen I. He was, I presume, of the same family as Hammond de St. Clair, custos of Colchester in 1130 Ibid, who was among the witnesses to Stephen's Charter of Liberties, Oxford, in 1136. Odo de Damerton states in his Carta, 1166, that he held 1 fee in Norfolk of the king, of which he had enfeoffed Temp. Hen, I, his brother, William de Damerton. Richard Fitz-Urse is of special interest as the father C. Liber Niger of Reginald Fitz-Urse, one of Becket's murderers. He occurs repeatedly in the Pipe Roll of 31 Hen I. After this charter, he reappears at the Battle of Lincoln, Feb. 2, 1141, Capiter etiam Ricardus filius Ursi, qui in ictibus dandis recipiendis claris et gloriosus comparut. Hen. Hunt. p. 274. For his marriage to Sybil, daughter of Baldwin de Ballers by Sybil de Falaise, Neptes of Henry I. See Eighton's Shropshire, Zi 127, and genealogist N.S. Roman III, 195. One would welcome information on his connection, if any, with the terrible sheriff Urse de Bedot and his impetuous son, but I know of none. William de EU appears as a tenant of 4 knights' fees de veteri fifamento under Mandeville in the Liber Niger. Richard Fitz-Osbert similarly figures, Liber Niger, as a tenant of 4 knights' fees de veteri fifamento. He also held a knight's fee of the Bishop of Ely in Cambridgeshire. And Osbert Fitz-Richard, probably his son, attests a charter of Geoffrey's son, Earl William, to Walden Abbey. A Ralph de Worcester occurs in the Cardi and elsewhere under Henry Roman II. Eglino, an unusual name, probably represents Egelino de Furness, who attests a charter of Stephen at I Formularium Anglicanum, p. 154. William Fitz-Alfred held 1 fee of Mandeville de Novo fifamento. He also attests the Earl's Foundation Charter of Walden Abbey, Moan, Ang, Roman IV, 149. A William Fitz-Alfred occurs, also, in the Pipe Roll of 31 Hen I. William Fitz-Ernald similarly held 1 knight's fee de novo fifamento. He also attests the above Foundation Charter just after William Fitz-Alfred. See Appendix D on Fiscal Earls. Acais exereditorum, qui preabat percussit esim regalum, tanto impetu, quod statum, quasi in ictu oculi dissipata est. Chapter 3, Triumph of the Empress. At the time of this sudden and decisive triumph, the Empress had been in England some 16 months. With the Earl of Gloucester, she had landed at Arundel on September 30, 1139, and while her brother, escorted by a few knights, made his way to his stronghold at Bristol, had herself, attended by her Angevin suite, sought shelter with her stepmother, the late Queen, in the famous castle of Arundel. Stephen had promptly appeared before its walls, but, either deeming the fortress impregnable or being misled by treacherous counsel, had not only raised his blockade of the castle, but had allowed the Empress to set out for Bristol, and had given her for escort his brother the legate, and his trusted supporter the Count of Meulan. From the legate, her brother had received her at a spot appointed beforehand, and had then returned with her to Bristol. Here she was promptly visited by the Constable Miles of Gloucester, who who at once acknowledged her claims as the rightful heir of England. Escorted by him, she removed to Gloucester, of which he was hereditary castellan, and received the submission of that city and of all the country round about. The statements of the chroniclers can here be checked, and are happily confirmed and amplified by a charter of the Empress, apparently unknown, but of great historical interest. The following abstract is given in a transcript taken from the lost volume of the Great Coucher of the Duchy. Carta Matilda Imperatricis inquadicit, quod quando in Angliam venit, post mortem H. Patris suae Milo de Gloucestra, quam sitius potuit venit, ad si, apud Bristolium et recepit me ut dominam et sicut, illam quam justum heredum Rigni Anglii recognavit. Et indemi secum ad Gloucestrem adduxit, et ibi hamagem suum mihi fecit ligi contra omnes homines. Et volo vossire quod tunc, quando hamagem suum apud Gloucestrem recepit, dedi I pro servicio suo infido et hereditate sibi et heredibus sues castellum de sancto Briavol li, et totem forestam dedine, etc., etc. It was at Gloucester that she received the news of her brother's victory at Lincoln, February 2, 1141, and it was there that he joined her with his royal captive on Quinquagesima Sunday, February 9. It was at once decided that the king should be dispatched to Bristol Castle, and that he should be there kept a prisoner for life. In the utter paralysis of government consequent on the king's capture, there was not a day to be lost on the part of the Empress and her friends. The Empress herself was intoxicated with joy and eager for the fruits of victory. Within a fortnight of the battle, she set out from Gloucester, on what may be termed her first progress. Her destination was, of course, Winchester, the spot to which her eyes would at once be turned. She halted, however, for a while at Cirencester, to allow time for completing the negotiations with the legate. It was finally agreed that, advancing to Winchester, she should meet him in an open space, without the walls, for a conference. This spot a charter of the Empress enables us apparently to identify with Wherwell. Hither, on Sunday, the 2nd of March, a wet and gloomy day, the clergy and people, headed by the legate, with the monks and nuns of the religious houses, and such magnates of the realm as were present, streamed forth from the city to meet her. The compact, pactum, which followed was strictly on the lines of that by means of which Stephen had secured the throne. The Empress, on her part, swore that if the legate would accept her as domina, he should henceforth have his way in all ecclesiastical matters, and her leading followers swore that this oath should be kept. Thereupon, the legate agreed to receive her as Lady of England, and promised her the allegiance of himself and of his followers so long as she should keep her oath. The whole agreement is most important, and, as such, should be carefully studied. On the morrow, March 3, the Empress entered Winchester, and was received in state in the cathedral, the legate supporting her on the right, and Bernard of St. David's on the left. Now, it is most important to have a clear understanding of what really took place upon this occasion. The main points to keep before us are: 1. That there are two distinct episodes, that of the 2nd and 3rd of March, and that of the 7th and 8th of April, 5 weeks intervening between them, during which the Empress left Winchester to make her second progress. 2. That the first episode was that of her reception at Winchester, the second, also at Winchester, that of her election. It is, perhaps, not surprising that our historians are here in woeful confusion. Dr. Stubbs alone is, as usual, right. Writing from the standpoint of a constitutional historian, he is only concerned with the election of the Empress, and to this he assigns its correct date. In his useful and excellent English history, Mr. Bright, on the contrary, ignores the interval and places the second episode, a few days after the first. Professor Pearson, whose work is that which is generally used for this period, omits altogether the earlier episode. Mr. Birch, on the other hand, in his historical introduction to his valuable fasciculus of the charters of the Empress, ignores altogether the later episode, though he goes into this question with special care. Indeed, he does more than this, for he transfers the election itself from the later to the earlier occasion, and assigns to the episode of March 2 and 3 the events of April 7 and 8. This cardinal error vitiates his elaborate argument, and indeed makes confusion worse confounded. Mr. Freeman, though, of course, in a less degree, seems inclined to err in the same direction, when he assigns to the earlier of the two episodes that importance which belongs to the later. Rightly to apprehend the bearing of this episode, we must glance back at the preceding reigns. Dr. Stubbs, writing of Stephen's accession, observes that the example which Henry had set in his seizure and retention of the crown was followed in every point by his successor. But on at least one main point, the precedent was older than this. The Conqueror, in 1066, and his heir, in 1087, had both deemed it their first necessity to obtain possession of Winchester. Winchester first, and then London, was a rule that thus enjoyed the sanction of 4 successive precedents. To secure Winchester with all that it contained, and with all the prestige that its possession would confer, was now, therefore, the object of the Empress. This object she attained by the Pactum of the 2nd of March, and with it, as we have seen, the conditional allegiance of the princely bishop of the see. Now Henry of Blois was a great man. As papal legate, as Bishop of Winchester, and as brother to the captive king, he possessed an influence in his triple capacity, which, at this eventful crisis, was probably unrivaled in the land. But there was one thing that he could not do. He could not presume, of his own authority, to depose or to nominate an English sovereign. Indeed, the very fact of the subsequent election, April 8, and of his claim, audacious as it was, that that election should be the work of the clergy, proves that he had no thought of the even more audacious presumption to nominate the sovereign himself. This, then, is fatal to Mr. Birch's contention that the Empress was, on this occasion, March 3, elected Domina Angliae. Indeed, as I have said, it is based on a confusion of the 2 episodes. The legate, as Mr. Birch truly says, consented to recognize the Empress as Domina Angliae, or Lady, that is, Supreme Governor of England. But obviously, he could only do so on behalf of himself and of his followers. We ought, therefore, to compare his action with that of Miles of Gloucester in 1139, when, as we have seen, in the words of the Empress, "Recepit me ut dominam et sicut, illam quam justum heredum regni Anglii recognavit, et ibi himagem suum mihi fecit ligi contra omnes homines." Notice here the identity of expression, the reception of the Empress and the recognition of her claims. I have termed the earlier episode the reception, and the later the election of the Empress. In these terms is precisely expressed the distinction between the 2 events. Take, for instances, the very passages appealed to by Mr. Birch himself. The exact words employed by William of Malmesbury are nec dubitavit episcopus imperatrisum in dominam Anglii reciper. In another place, the same Henry de Blois declares of her, in Anglii Normanique dominam elegimus. This regular election of Mathildes to the dignity and office of Domina Anglii took place on Sunday, March 2, A.D. 1141, p. 378. Now we know from William of Malmesbury himself that the regular election in question took place on the 8th of April, and that the second of the passages quoted above refers to this later episode, while the other refers to the earlier. I have drawn attention to the 2 words, reciper and elegimus, which he respectively applies to the reception and the election. The description of this reception by William of Malmesbury completely tallies with that which is given by the Empress herself in a charter. It should further be compared with the account by the author of the Gesta Stephani of the similar reception accorded to Stephen in 1135. But though the legate could open to the Empress the cathedral and the cathedral city, he had no power over the royal castle. This we saw in the case of Stephen, when his efforts to secure the constable's adherence were fruitless till the king himself arrived. Probably the constable at this crisis was the same William de Pont de Elarche, but whoever he was, he surrendered to the Empress the castle and all that it contained. In one respect, indeed, she was doomed to be bitterly disappointed, for the royal treasury, which her adventurous rival had found filled to overflowing, was by this time all but empty. One treasure, however, she secured. The object of her desires, the royal crown, was placed in her triumphant hands. To the one historian who has dealt with this incident, it has proved a stumbling block indeed. Mr. Freeman thus boldly attacks the problem. William of Malmesbury hissed, Nav, Roman 3. 42 seems distinctly to exclude a coronation. He merely says, honorifica facta procession recepta est in ecclesia episcopatus Wintonii. We must therefore see only rhetoric when the continuator says, datur adjus dominio corona Angliae, and when the author of the Gesta, 75 speaks of regisque casello et regni corona, quam semper ardentissime affectorat, in deliberationem suam contraditus, and adds that Henry dominam et reginam acclamare praecipit. The Waverley Annalist, 1141, ventures to say, corona regni est I tradita. Only rhetoric. Ah, how easily could history be written if one could thus dispose of inconvenient evidence? So far from being rhetoric, it is precisely because these statements are so strictly matter of fact that the writer failed to grasp their meaning. Had he known, or remembered, that the royal crown was preserved in the royal treasury, the passage by which he is so sorely puzzled would have proved simplicity itself. Here again, light is thrown on these events and on the action of the Empress by the precedent in the case of her father, 1100, who, on the death of his brother, hastened to Winchester Castle, ubi regalis thesaurus contenebatur, which was formally handed over to him with all that it contained. Arx cum regalibus gazis filio regis Henrico redita iesti. We have yet to consider the passage from the Gesta, to which Mr. Birch so confidently appeals, and which is dismissed by Mr. Freeman as rhetoric. The passage runs, In publica si civitatis, et fori audientia dominam, et reginam acclamare praecipit. By a strange coincidence it has been misconstrued by both writers independently. Mr. Freeman, as we saw, takes praecipit as referring to Henry himself, and so does Mr. Birch. Though the sentence as a whole may be obscure, yet the passage quoted is quite clear. The words are praecipit si, not praecipit a lamb. Thus the proclamation, if made, was the doing of the Empress and not of the legate. Had the legate been indeed responsible, his conduct would have been utterly inconsistent. But as it is, the difficulty vanishes. To the double style, domina et regina, I have made reference above. My object now is to examine this assumption of the style regina by the Empress. It might perhaps be urged that the author of the Gesta cannot here be implicitly relied on. His narrative, however, is vigorous and consistent. It is in perfect harmony with the character of the Empress, and so far as the assumption of this style is concerned, it is strikingly confirmed by that Oxford Charter, to which we are now coming. After her election, April 8, the Empress might claim, as Queen-elect, the royal title, but if that were excusable, which is granting much, its assumption before her election could admit of no defense. Yet, headstrong and impetuous and thirsting for the throne, she would doubtless urge that her rival's fall rendered her at once de facto queen. But this was as yet by no means certain. Stephen's brother, as we know, was talked of, and the great nobles held aloof. The continuator, indeed, asserts that at Winchester, March, were preciules pene totius Angliae, barons multi, principes plurimi, p. 130. But William, whose authority is here supreme, does not, though writing as a partisan of the Empress, make any allusion to their presence. Moreover, the primate was still in doubt, and of the 5 bishops who were present with the legate, 3, St. David's, Hereford, and Bath, came from districts under the influence of the Empress, while the other 2, Lincoln and Ely, were still smarting beneath Stephen's action of 2 years before, 1139. The special interest, therefore, of this bold proclamation at Winchester lies in the touch it gives us of that feminine impatience of the Empress, which led her to grasp so eagerly the crown of England in her hands, and now to anticipate, in this hasty manner, her election and formal coronation. Within a few days of her reception at Winchester, she retraced her steps as far as Wilton, where it was arranged that she should meet the primate, with whom were certain bishops and some lay folk. Theobald, however, professed himself unable to render her homage until he had received from the king his gracious permission to do so. For this purpose, he went on to Bristol, while the Empress made her way to Oxford, and there spent Easter, March 30th. We must probably assign to this occasion her admission to Oxford by Robert Doyley. The continuator, indeed, assigns it to May, and in this he is followed by modern historians. Mr. Freeman, for instance, on his authority, places the incident at that stage, and so does Mr. Frank Bright. But the movements of the Empress at this stage are really difficult to determine. Between her presence at Oxford, March 30, and her presence at Reading, May 5-7, we know nothing for certain. One would imagine that she must have attended her own election at Winchester, April 7-8, but the chroniclers are silent on the subject, though they surely would have mentioned her presence. On the whole, it seems most probable that the continuator must be in error, when he places the adhesion of Robert D'Oyley so late as May, at Reading, and takes the Empress subsequently to Oxford, as if for the first time. It was doubtless through her brother Robert Fitz-Edith that his stepfather, Robert D'Oyley, was thus won over to her cause. It should be noted that his defection from the captive king is pointedly mentioned by the author of the Gesta, even before that of the Bishop of Winchester, thus further confirming the chronology advanced above. At Oxford, she received the submission of all the adjacent country and also executed an important charter. This charter Mr. Birch has printed, having apparently collated for the purpose no less than 5 copies. Its special interest is derived from the fact that not only is it the earliest charter she is known to have issued after Stephen's fall, with the probable exception of that to Thurston de Montfort, but it is also the only one of her charters in which we find the royal phrases Ecclesiarum Regni Me and Pertinentibus Coroni Me. Mr. Birch writes of its testing clause, apud Oxenford anno ob incarnation Domini MC, quadragesimo. The date of this charter is very interesting, because it is the only example of an actual date calculated by expression of the years of the incarnation, which occurs among the entire series which I have been able to collect. Now, as the historical year in these times commenced on the 25th of March, there is no doubt but that this charter was granted to the Abbey of Holme at some time between the 3rd and the 25th of March, AD 1140-41. Mr. Eighton has also independently discussed it, though his remarks are still in Ms., and detects, with his usual minute care, a difficulty in one of the 3 witnesses to which Mr. Birch does not allude. Saint Bennet of Holme. The date given 1140 seems to combine with another circumstance to lead to error. Matilda's style is maddled imp. H. Regis Filia, not, as usual, Anglorum Domina. One might therefore conclude that the deed passed before the Battle of Lincoln, and so in 1140. However, this conclusion would be wrong, for though M. a T letter 1D43 does not style herself queen, she asserts in the deed royal rights and speaks of matters pertaining coroni me. But we do not know that Maud was ever in Oxford before Stephen's captivity, nor can we think it. Again, it is certain that R.O.B. letter 1D57 de Sigillo did not become Bishop of London till after Easter, 1141, for at Easter, 1142, he expressly dates his own deed anno primo pontiff May. He was almost certainly appointed when Maud was in London in July, 1141, for he attests Milo's patent of earldom on July 25. The omission of the style Anglorum Domina is, however, strictly correct and not, as Mr. Eighton thought, singular, for it was not till her election on the 8th of April that she became entitled to use this style. As for her assumption of the royal phrases, it is here simply ultra vires. Then, as to the attesting bishop, R. Episcopo Londoniensi, his presence is natural, as he was a monk of Reading, and his position would seem to be paralleled by that of his predecessor Maurice, who appears as bishop in the survey, though probably only elect. As her father gave the bishopric of Winchester the moment he was elected, and before he was crowned, so the Empress gave, it would seem, the See of London to Robert of the Seal, even before her formal election, an act, it should be noted, thoroughly in keeping with her impetuous assumption of the regal style. Besides the bishop and the Earl of Gloucester, there is a third witness to this charter, Reginaldo Filio Regis. No one, it seems, has noticed the fact that here alone, among the charters of the Empress, Reginald attests not as an earl, which confirms the early date claimed for this charter. A charter which I assign to the following May is attested by him, Reginaldo Comite Filio Regis. This would seem to place his creation between the dates of these charters, i.e. circ. April 1141. To sum up, the evidence of this charter is in complete agreement with that of William of Malmesbury, when he states that the Empress spent Easter, March 30, at Oxford. And we further learn from it that she must have arrived there at least as early as the 24th of March. The fact that Mr. Freeman, in common with others, has overlooked this early visit of the Empress in March is no doubt the cause of his having been misled, as I have shown, by the continuator's statement. The assembly at Winchester took place, as has been said, on the 7th and 8th of April. William of Malmesbury was present on the occasion and states that it was attended by the primate and all the bishops of England. This latter phrase may, however, be questioned, in the light of subsequent charter evidence. The proceedings of this council have been well described and are so familiar that I need not repeat them. On the 7th was the private conclave, on the 8th, the public assembly. I am tempted just to mention the curiously modern incident of the legate, who presided, commencing the proceedings by reading out the letters of apology from those who had been summoned but were unable to be present. On the 8th, the legate announced to the assembly the result of the previous day's conclave. Filium pacificis regis, in Anglii Normanique dominam elegimus, et I fidem et manutenamentum promittimus. On the 9th, the deputation summoned from London arrived and was informed of the decision. On the 10th, the assembly was dissolved. The point I shall here select for discussion is the meaning of the term Domina Angliae, and the effect of this election on the position of the Empress. First, as to the term Domina Angliae. Its territorial character must not be overlooked. In the charters of the Empress, her style Ang Domina becomes occasionally, though very rarely, Angler Domina, proving that its right extension is Angel Orum Domina, which differs, as we have seen, from the chronicler's phrase. The importance of the distinction is this. Rex is royal and national, Dominus is feudal and territorial. We should expect, then, the first to be followed by the nation, Anglorum, the second by the territory, Angliae. But, in addition to its normal feudal character, the term may here bear a special meaning. It would seem that the clue to its meaning in this special sense was first discovered by the late Sir William, then Mr. Hardy, an ingenious and diligent young man, as he was at the time described in 1836. He pointed out that Dominus Angli was the style adopted by Richard I, between the demise of his predecessor and his own coronation. Mr. Albert Way, in a valuable paper on the charters belonging to Reading Abbey, which appeared some 27 years later, called attention to the styles Anglorum Regina and Anglorum Domina, as used by the Empress. As to the former, he referred to the charter of the Empress at Reading, granting lands to Reading Abbey. As to the latter, Domina Anglorum, he quoted Mr. Hardy's paper on the charter of Richard I, and urged that the fact that Matilda was never crowned Queen of England may suffice to account for her being thus styled. p. 283. He further quoted from William of Malmesbury the two passages in which that chronicler applies this style to the Empress, and he carefully avoided assigning them both to the episode of the 2nd of March. Lastly, he quoted the third passage, that in the Gesta Stephani. Mr. Birch subsequently read a paper on the Great Seals of King Stephen before the Royal Society of Literature, December 17, 1873, in which he referred to Mr. Way's paper as the source of one of the charters of which he gave the text, and in which he embodied Mr. Way's observations on the styles, Regina and Domina. But instead, unfortunately, of merely following in Mr. Way's footsteps, he added the startling error that Stephen was a prisoner and Matilda consequently in power till 1143. He wrote thus: Did the king ever cease to exercise his regal functions? Were these functions performed by any other constitutional sovereign meanwhile? The events of the year 1141 need not to be very lengthily discussed to demonstrate that for a brief period there was a break in Stephen's sovereignty, and a corresponding assumption of royal power by another ruler unhindered and unimpeached by the lack of any formality necessary for its full enjoyment. William of Malmesbury, writing with all the opportunity of an eyewitness, and moving in the royal court at the very period, relates at full length in his Historia Novella, ed. Hardy, for Historical Society, Volume Roman II. p. 774, the particulars of the conference held at Winchester subsequent to the capture of Stephen after the Battle of Lincoln in the early part of the year 4 Non. Feb. A.D. 1141. This election of Matilda as Domina of England in place of Stephen took place on Sunday, March 2, 1141. Until the liberation of the king from his incarceration at Bristol, as a sequel to the battle at Winchester in A.D. 1143, so disastrous to the hopes of the Empress, she held her position as queen at London. The narrative of the events of this period, as given by William of Malmesbury in the work already quoted, so clearly points to her enjoyment of all temporal power needed to constitute a sovereign that we must admit her name among the regnant queens of England. pp. 1214. 2 years later, June 9, 1875, Mr. Birch read a paper before the British Archaeological Association, in which, in the same words, he advanced the same thesis. The following year, June 28, 1876, in an instructive paper read before the Royal Society of Literature, Mr. Birch wrote thus: "As an example of new lights which the study of early English seals has thus cast upon our history, elucidations, as it were, of facts which have escaped the keen research of every one of our illustrious band of historians and chroniclers for upwards of 700 years. An examination into the history of the seal of Mathildes or Maud, the daughter and heiress of King Henry I, generally known as the Empress Maud or Mathildes Imperatrix, from the fact of her marriage with the Emperor Henry V. of Germany, has resulted in my being fortunately enabled to demonstrate that royal lady's undisputed right to a place in all tables or schemes of sovereigns of England. Nevertheless, it is, I believe, a very remarkable fact that her position with regard to the throne of England should have been so long, so universally, and so persistently ignored by all those whose fancy has led them to accept facts at second hand, or from perfunctory inquiries into the sources of our national history, rather than from careful step-by-step pursuit of truth through historical tracks, which, like indistinct paths in the primeval forest, often lead the wanderer into situations which at the outset could not have been foreseen. In a paper on this subject which I prepared last year, and which is now published in the Journal of the British Archaeological Association, I have fully explained my views of the propriety of inserting the name of Mathildes or Maud as Queen of England into the history tables under the date of 1141-1143. And as this position has never as yet been impugned, we may take it that it is right in the main. And I have shown that, until the liberation of King Stephen from his imprisonment at Bristol, as a sequel to the battle at Winchester in 1143, so disastrous to the prospects of Mathildes, she held her position as queen, most probably at London. Now, I have introduced this apparent digression in this place to point to the importance of the study of historical seals, for my claim to the restoration of this queen's name is not due so much to my own researches as it is to the unaccountable oversight of others. I fear that, notwithstanding Mr. Birch's criticism on all who have gone before him, a careful analysis of the subject will reveal that the only addition he has made to our previous knowledge on this subject, as set forth in Mr. Way's papers, consists in two original and quite incomprehensible errors. One of them, the assigning of Maud's election to the episode of the 2nd and 3rd of March, instead of to that of the 7th and 8th of April, 1141. The other, the assigning of Stephen's liberation to 1143 instead of 1141. When we correct these two errors, springing, may we say, in Mr. Birch's words, from perfunctory inquiries into the sources of our national history rather than from careful step-by-step pursuit of the truth, we return to the status quo ante, as set forth in Mr. Way's paper, and find that the unaccountable oversight, by all writers before Mr. Birch, of the fact that the Empress held her position as queen, for more than 2 years, most probably at London, is due to the fact that her said rule lasted only a few months, or rather, indeed, a few weeks, while in London itself it was numbered by days. But though it has been necessary to speak plainly on Mr. Birch's unfortunate discovery, one can probably agree with his acceptance of the view set forth by Mr. Hardy, and espoused by Mr. Way, that the style domina represents that dominus which was used as a temporary title for the newly made monarch during the interval, which was elapsing between the death of the predecessor and the coronation day of the living king. To Mr. Hardy's instance of Richard's style, Dominus Angle, August, 1189, we may add, I presume, that of John, Dominus Angliae, April 17th and 29th, 1199. Now, if this usage be clearly established, it is certainly a complete explanation of a style of which historians have virtually failed to grasp the relevance. But a really curious parallel, which no one has pointed out, is that afforded in the reign immediately preceding this, by the case of the king's second wife. Great importance is rightly attached to the election of the Empress as Domina Angliae, as Dr. Stubbs describes it, and to the words which William of Malmesbury places in the legate's mouth. And yet, though the fact is utterly ignored, the very same formula of election is used in the case of Queen Adeliza, 20 years before, 1121. The expression there used by the continuator is this: Puella predicta in regni dominam electa, regidisponsator, Roman 2, 75. That is to say that before her marriage, January 29, and formal coronation as Queen January 30, she was elected, it would seem, Domina Angliae. The phrase in regni dominam electa precisely describes the status of the Empress after her election at Winchester, and before that formal coronation at Westminster, which, as I maintain, was fully intended to follow. We might even go further still, and hold that the description of Adeliza as futuram regni dominam, when the envoys were dispatched to fetch her, implies that she had been so elected at that great Epiphany Council, in which the king decrevit sibi in uxorem athletum. But I do not wish to press the parallel too far. In any case, precisely as with the Empress afterwards, she was clearly Domina Angliae before she was crowned queen. And, if electa means elected, the fact that these two passages, referring to the two elections, 1121 and 1141, come from two independent chronicles proves that the terms employed are no idiosyncrasy, but refer to a recognized practice of the highest constitutional interest. Of course, the fact that the same expression is applied to the election of Queen Adeliza as to that of the Empress herself detracts from the importance of the latter event, regarded as an election to the throne. At the same time, I hold that we should remember, as in the case of Stephen, the feudal bearing of Dominus, for herein lies its difference from Rex. The dominatus of the Empress over England is attained step by step. At Cirencester, at Winchester, at Oxford, she becomes domina in turn. Not so with the royal title. She could be lady of a city or of a man, she could be queen of nothing less than England. I must, however, with deep regret, differ widely from Mr. Birch in his conclusions on the styles adopted by the Empress. These he classes under three heads. The second, Mathildes Imperatrix Henrici Regis Filia et Anglorum Regina, is found in only two charters, which I agree with him in assigning to periods closely consecutive, not indeed to the episode of March 2 and 3, but to that of April 7 and 8. Of his remaining 27 charters, 13 belong to his first class and 14 to his third, a proportion which makes it hard to understand why he should speak of the latter as by far the most frequent. Of the first class, Mathildes Imperatrix Henrici Regis Filia, Mr. Birch writes, "It is most probable that these documents are to be assigned to a period either before the death of her father, King Henry I, or at most to the initial years of Stephen, before any serious attempt had been made to obtain the possession of the kingdom. Now, it is absolutely certain that not a single one of them can be assigned to the period suggested, that not one of them is previous to that 2nd of March, 1141, which Mr. Birch selects as his turning point, still less to the death of her father, 1135. Nay, on Mr. Birch's own showing, the first and most important of these documents should be dated between the 3rd of March and the 24th of July, A.D. 1141, p. 380, and two others nos. 21, 28, must be ascribed to a date between 1149 and 1151, p. 397n. Nor is even this all, for as in two others the son of the Empress is spoken of as King Henry, they must be as late as the reign of Henry Roman II. So also, with the third class, Mathildes Imperatrix Henrici Regis Filia et Anglorum Domina, of which we are told that it was in the first instance adopted, I mean used, in those charters which contain the word and were promulgated between A.D. 1135 and A.D. 1141, by reason of the ceremony of coronation not yet having been performed, and with regard to those charters which are placed subsequent to A.D. 1141, either because the ceremony was still unperformed, although she had the possession of the crown, or because of some stipulation with her opponents in power, p. 383. Here again, it is absolutely certain that not a single one of these charters was promulgated between A.D. 1135 and A.D. 1141. We have, therefore, no evidence that the Empress, in her charters, adopted this style until the election of April 7 and 8, 1141, enabled her justly to do so. But the fact is that Mr. Birch's theory is not only based, as we have seen, on demonstrably erroneous hypotheses, but must be altogether abandoned as opposed to every fact of the case. For the two styles, which he thus distinguishes, were used at the same time and even in the same document. For instance, in the very first of Mr. Birch's documents, that great charter to Geoffrey de Mandeville, to which we shall come in the next chapter, issued at the height of Matilda's power, and on the eve, as we shall see, of her intended coronation, Anglorum Domina is omitted from her style, and the document is therefore, by Mr. Birch, assigned to the first of his classes. Yet I shall show that in a portion of the charter which has perished, and which is therefore unknown to Mr. Birch, her style is immediately repeated with the addition Anglorum Domina. It is clear, then, on Mr. Birch's own showing, that this document should be assigned both to his first and to his third classes, and consequently that the distinction he attempts to draw has no foundation in fact. Mr. Birch's thesis would, if sound, be a discovery of such importance that I need not apologize for establishing, by demonstration, that it is opposed to the whole of the evidence which he himself so carefully collected. And when we read of Stephen's incarceration at Bristol, which was not terminated until the Battle of Winchester in A.D. 1143, when the hopes of the Empress were shattered, p. 378, it is again necessary to point out that her flight from Winchester took place not in 1143, but in September 1141. Mr. Birch's conclusion is thus expressed. We may, therefore, take it as fairly shown that until the liberation of the king from his imprisonment at Bristol, as a sequel to the battle at Winchester in A.D. 1143, so disastrous to the queen's hopes, she held her position as queen, most probably at London, etc., p. 380. Here, as before, it is needful to remember that the date is all wrong, and that the triumph of the Empress, so far from lasting 2 years or more, lasted but for a few months of the year 1141, in the course of which she was not at London for more than a few days. And now let us turn to my remaining point, the effect of this election on the position of the Empress. To understand this, we must glance back at the precedents of the 4 preceding reigns. The Empress, as I have shown, had followed these precedents in making first for Winchester. She had still to follow them in securing her coronation and anointing at Westminster. It is passing strange that all historians should have lost sight of this circumstance, for the case of her own father, in whose shoes she claimed to stand, was the aptest precedent of all. As he had been elected at Winchester, and then crowned at Westminster, so would she, following in his footsteps. The growing importance of London had been recognized in successive coronations from the Conquest, and now that it was rapidly supplanting Winchester as the destined capital of the realm, it would be more essential than ever that the coronation should there take place, and secure not merely the prestige of tradition, but the assent of the citizens of London. It has not, however, so far as I know, occurred to any writer that it was the full intention of the Empress and her followers that she should be crowned and anointed queen, and that, like those who had gone before her, she should be so crowned at Westminster. It is because they failed to grasp this that Dr. Stubbs and Mr. Freeman are both at fault. The former writes, Matilda became the lady of the English. She was not crowned, because perhaps the solemn consecration which she had received as Empress sufficed, or perhaps Stephen's royalty was so far forth indefeasible. No attempt was made to crown the Empress. The legate simply proposes that she should be elected Lady of England and Normandy. It is just possible that the consecration which she had once received as Empress might be regarded as superseding the necessity of a new ceremony of the kind, but it is far more likely that, so long as Stephen was alive and not formally degraded, the right conferred on him by coronation was regarded as so far indefeasible that no one else could be allowed to share it. Dr. Stubbs appears here to imply that we should have expected her coronation to follow her election, and in this he is clearly right. Mr. Freeman, however, oddly enough, seems to have looked for it before her election. This is the more strange in a champion of the elective principle. He writes thus of her reception at Winchester, 5 weeks before her election. If Matilda was to reign, her reign needed to begin by something which might pass for an election and coronation. But her followers, Bishop Henry at their head, seem to have shrunk from the actual crowning and anointing ceremonies, which, unless Sexburgh had ages before received the royal consecration, had never, either in England or in Gaul, been applied to a female ruler. Matilda was solemnly received in the Cathedral Church of Winchester. She was led by 2 bishops, the legate himself and Bernard of St. David's, as though to receive the crown and unction, but no crowning and no unction is spoken of. At the same time, he recurs to the subject, after describing the election thus: whether any consecration was designed to follow, whether at such consecration she would have been promoted to the specially royal title, we are not told. But all this uncertainty is at once dispelled when we learn what was really intended. Taken in conjunction with the essential fact that Domina possessed the special sense of the interim royal title, the intention of the Empress to be crowned at Westminster, and so to become queen in name as well as queen in deed, gives us the key to the whole problem. It explains, moreover, the full meaning of John of Hexham's words, when he writes that David rex videns multa competer in imperatricis neptis sui promotionem post ascensionum domini, May 8, ad eam in South Anglia proftus est. Plurimasque ex principibus sibi acquiescens, habuit ut ipsa promoveretur ad todius rigni fastigem. We shall see how this intention was only foiled by the sudden uprising of the citizens. And in the names of the witnesses to Geoffrey's charter we shall behold those. Tam episcopi quam singuli militaris viri, qui ad dominam in thronisandum pompasae Londonias et arroganter convenerant. Will, Moms, p. 724, Gesta Stephani, p. 56. Will, Moms, p. 724, see Appendix E. Such are the alternatives presented by Henry of Huntingdon, p. 266. The treacherous counsel alluded to was that of his brother the legate, Gesta Stephani, p. 57. According to John of Hexham, Sim. Dun. Roman 2. 302, Stephen acted ex indiscreta animi simplicitate. Will, Moms, p. 725. See Appendix F, the defection of Miles of Gloucester. Will, Moms, p. 725. Kant, Flor, p. 118. Here the continuator's chronology is irreconcilable with that of our other authorities. He states that the Empress removed to Gloucester on October 15 after a stay of 2 months at Bristol. This is, of course, consistent, it should be noticed, with the date, August 1, assigned by him for her landing. The text is taken from the transcript in Lansdowne Ms. 229, Fall, 123, collated with Dugdale's transcript in his MSS. At the Bodleian Library, L21. It will be seen that Dugdale transcribed verbatim, while the other transcript begins in narratio obliqua. Sietes quad D. Me D. Me D. These were specially accepted from the grants of royal demesne made by Henry Roman II to his son, the 2nd Earl. Kant, Flor, p. 129, Will, Moms, p. 712, Gesta, p. 72. Ibid, John Hex, p. 308, Hen, Hunt, p. 275. Gesta, p. 72. Ob Elias modi eventum vehementer exhilarata, ut pot rignum sibi juratum, sicut sibi videbatter jam adepta. Kant, Flor, p. 130. Kant, Flor, 130. Simul et adjustum civitatis sumens dominium, Ibid. Ut ipsum tanquam regis Henrici filium et cui omnes, Anglia et Normannia jurata esset, incunctanter in ecclesiam et regnum reciperit. Will, Moms, p. 743. Compare the writer's description of the oath, 1127, that the magnates imperatricem incunctanter et sine uller retraction dominam susciperant, p. 690. Jern, BAA, Roman 31, 389. Mr. Howlett asserts that the evidence of William of Malmesbury as to the date, 2nd and 3rd of March, is refuted by this charter, which places them a fortnight earlier. Introduction to Gesta Stephani, p. Roman 22. But I do not think the evidence of the charter is sufficiently strong to overthrow the accepted date. Pluviaso et nebuloso die, Will, Moms, p. 743. Kant, Flor, p. 130, Will, Moms, p. 743. Juravit et affidavit imperatrix episcopo, quad omnia majora negotia in Anglia, precipuc donations episcopatuum et abbatiarum, ejus nudum spectarant, si eam ips in sancta ecclesia in dominam reciperit, et perpetuum I fidelitatem teneret. Idem juraverant cum et affidaverant pro Robertus Frater ejus comes de Gloucestra, et Brianus filius comitus Martio de Walensford et Milo de Gloucestra, postea comes de Hereford et non nulli alii. Nec dubitavit episcopus imperatricem in dominam Anglii reciper, et cum quibustum suis affider, quod quamdiu ipsa pactum non infringerit, ips quoque fidem I custodiert. Will. Moms. 743-744. The parallel afforded by the customs of Bigorra, as recorded, it is alleged, in 1097, is so striking as to deserve being quoted here. Speaking of the reception of a new lord, they provide that antiquem habitatorum terri fide gesors accipiat, fide sua securos ius facit ni extra consududines patrias, vel eis in quibus ius invenerit aliquad educat. Hoc autem sacramento, et fide quatuor nobilium terri facit confirmari. Crastino, quod fuit quinto nones Martii, honorifica facta procession recepta est in ecclesia episcopatus Wintonii, etc., etc. ibid. Const. Hist. I 326 note, early Plantagenets 22. English History for the Use of Public Schools, I 83. The mistake may have arisen from a confusion with the departure of the Empress from Winchester a few days, possus post debis, after her reception. History of England during the Early and Middle Ages, I 478. Jern Brit, Arch, As Roman 31, 377-380. Norm, Conc, v 303. At the same time, it is right to add that this is not a question of accuracy, but merely of treatment. In the marginal notes, the two episodes are respectively assigned to their correct dates. Const. Hist. I 318. Compare also, even further back, the action in Normandy of Jingen Algasel in December, 1135, who, on the appearance of the Empress, ut naturalem dominam suscepit, Ike, opida quibus ut viscums, jubent regeprierat subigit, ord, vit, v 56. Will, Moms, p 747. Ibid, p 743. Honorifica facta procession recepta est in ecclesia, p 744. Idem prelatus et cives Wintoni honorifice in ecclesia et urb Wintoni me receperunt, Jern, Brit, Arch, As Roman 31, 378. Presel Wintoni, cum digniribus Wintoni civibus obvius I advenet, habitoque in communi brevi colloquio, in civitatem, secundum duntixat rigni sedum, honorifice induxit, p5. Note that in each case the colloquium preceded the entry. Regisc casello, et rigni corona, quam semper ardentissime effectorat thesaurus quos licet perpacos rex ibi reliquerat, in deliberationem suam contraditis. Gesta, 75. Norm, Conquest, v 804 note. As an instance of the crown being kept at Winchester, take the entry in the pipe roll of 4 hen, Roman 2. In conducendis coronis regis ad Worcester de Wintonia, the crowns being taken out to be worn at Worcester, Easter, 1158. Oddly enough, Mr. Freeman himself alludes in its place to a similar taking out of the crown from the treasury at Winchester to be worn at York, Christmas, 1069. The words of Ordericus as quoted by him are, Gilelmus ex civitate genta jubit ad feri coronam, aliac ornamenta regalia at Vesa, cf. Dialogus I 14. Ordericus vitalis. Gesta 75 Jern, Brit, Arch, As Roman 31, 378. He's sick, ordered that she should be proclaimed lady and queen. The gesto itself is, on this point, conclusive, for it distinctly states that the empress, Solido Severius, Solido et arrogantius procedier et loqui, et cuncta coepit periger, adio ut in ipso mox domini sue capite reginam si todius Anglii fecerit, et gloriata furit appellari. Will, Moms, 744. To this visit, if the only occasion on which she was at Winchester in the spring, must belong the Empress's charter to Thurston de Montfort. As it is not comprised in Mr. Birch's collection, I subjoin id in extenso from Dugdale's MSS. M. Imperatrix H. Regis Filia Rogero Comedi de Warwick, et omnibus fidelibus sues, Francis et Anglis de Warwickshire salutum. Siedes me concessus Thurstino de Monteforti quod, habet mercatum di Dominica, ad castellum suum de bellodserto. Volo igiter et firmiter principio quatenus omnis iunts, et stance, et reduns de mercato predicto habent firmum pacem. T. Milon de Glostria. Apud Wintonium. As Milo attests not as an earl, this charter cannot belong to the subsequent visit to Winchester in the summer. The author of the Gesta mentions the Earl of Warwick among those who joined the Empress at once, spont nullo cogent. Kant Flor, Whig, p. 130. This he did on the ground that the recognition of Stephen as king by the Pope in 1136 was binding on all ecclesiastics, Historia Pontificalis. Vidi infra, p. 69, n1. Will, Moms, p. 744. Oddly enough, Miss Norgate gives this very reference for her statement that in a few days the Archbishop of Canterbury followed the legate's example and swore fealty to the Empress at Wilton. Convenitor ibi ob idem de principibus unius, vocabulo Robertus de Oilio, de redendo Oxenfordensi Casello. Quo consentient, venit elatodius civitatis, et circumjacentes regionis suscepit dominium ac caminium. Kant. Flor. Whig, p. 131. She then made her way to London by a roundabout path. She was received at Oxford by the younger Robert of Oily, etc. Norm. Conk, v. 306. English History, I 83. Will, Moms. Kant Flor, Whig. Aliis quoque spont, nullo cogent, ad comitici imperium conversus, ut Robertus de Oli, civitatis oxenifordii sub rege preceptor, et cum zele de Warwick, viri mals, et deliciis magis quam animi fortitudine affluens. p. 74. Kant Flor Whig, ut supra. Jern, BAA, Roman 31, 388-389. It will also be found in the Monastican Roman 3, 87. Jern, BAA, Roman 31, p. 379. Adel MSS, 31943, Fall, 118. Ang Sax Kron, AD 1100. Relying on the explicit statement of the chronicler Will Malms, p. 732, that the Earl of Gloucester, fratrum etiam suum Reinaldum intanta difficultate temporis comidum cornubii crevit, historians and antiquaries have assigned this creation to 1140 C. Stubbs, const. Hist. I 362, n. Corthop's Historic Peerage Doyle's Official Baronage. In the version of Reginald's success given by the author of the Gesta, there is no mention of this creation, but that may, of course, be rejected as merely negative evidence. The above charter, however, certainly raises the question whether he had indeed been created Earl at the time when he thus attested it. The point may be deemed of some importance as involving the question whether the Empress did really create an Earl before the triumph of her cause. Concilium Archiepiscopi Cantuarii the Baldi, et Omnium Episcoporum Angliae, p. 744. Strange to say, Professor Pearson, I 478, states that Theobald remained faithful to Stephen, though he had now formally joined the Empress. On the other hand, Stephen's queen and William of Ypres are represented by him as present, though they were far away, preparing for resistance. An important allusion to the primate's conduct at this time is found under 1148, in the Historia Pontificalis, Pertz's Monumenta Historica, volume Roman 20, where we read, Propter obedientiam sedis apostolici prescriptus furat, quando urgent mandato Domni Henrici Wintoniensis episcopi tunc, legationem fungentis in Anglia post alios episcopos omnes receperat imperatricem. Licet inimicissimos haburit regem et conciliarios suos. Si qui defurunt, legatis et literis causas cur non veniscent dederunt, egregi quip memini, ipsa die, post recitata scripta excusatoria quibus absentium suum quaedam tutati sunt, etc. Will Malms, pp. 744-745. Is it possible that we have, in legati, a hint at attendance by proxy? Ibid, p. 746. Archaeologia, Roman 27, 110. See the charter in question in the Pipe Roll Society's Ancient Charters, Part 1, p. 92. Arch Jern, 1863, Roman 20, 280-1296. Ibid, p. 283. Mr. Way adopts the extension angle orum throughout. The only instances in which we have documentary evidence that she styled herself Queen of England occur in 2 charters of this period. Ibid. Vidi supra pp. 61-69. pp. Roman 11 Roman 14. See footnotes. The volume closes at p. 769. A fasciculus of the charters of Mathildes, Empress of the Germans, and an account of her Great Seal, Gern, Brit, Arch, Ass, Roman 31, 376-398. On the seals of King Henry II and of his son, the so-called Henry III. Transactions, Volumes I Part 2, New Series. pp. 2-3. Gern, Baa, Roman 31, 383. Wells Liber Albus Fall, 10 Hist, MSS, Report on Wells MSS. Const, Hist, I 326, 341, 342. In Anglii Normanique Dominam Elegimus. Kant, Flor, Whig, Roman 2, 75 C. Addenda. Ibid. Plerac tunc pars Anglii Dominatum ejus suscipibet. Will, Malms, p. 749. Ejustum civitatis sumens dominium, todius civitatis suscepit dominium, etc. Kant, Flor, Whig. Gern, Baa, Roman 31, 382, 383. It is very singular that Mr. Freeman failed to perceive this parallel, since he himself writes of Henry, 1100. The gemot of election was held at Winchester, while the precedence of 3 reigns made it seem matter of necessity that the unction and coronation should be done at Westminster. Will. Rufus, Roman 2, 348. Such an admission as this is sufficient to prove my case. Early Plantagenets, 22. Const. Hist, I 339. Norm, Conc. V 303, 304. The footnote to this statement, William of Malmesbury seems distinctly to exclude a coronation, etc., etc., has been already given ante, p. 62. Mr. Birch confusing, as we have seen, the reception of the Empress with her election naturally looks, like Mr. Freeman, to the former as the time when she ought to have been crowned. The crown of England's sovereigns was handed over to her, a kind of season representing that the kingdom of England was under the power of her hands, although it does not appear that any further ceremony connected with the rite of coronation was then performed. Gern. Baa, Roman 31. p. 378. This assumes that the crown was handed over to her at a ceremony in the cathedral, whereas, as I explained, my own view is that she obtained it with the royal castle. Norm, Conc. VP 305. Gesta, 79. In the word inthronisandum, I contend, is to be found the confirmation of my theory, based on comparison and induction of an intended coronation at Westminster. So far as I know, attention has never been drawn to it before. Chapter 4, the First Charter of the Empress. Though the election of the Empress, says William of Malmesbury, took place immediately after Easter, it was nearly midsummer before the Londoners would receive her. Hence her otherwise strange delay in proceeding to the scene of her coronation. An incidental allusion leads us to believe that this interregnum was marked by tumult and bloodshed in London. We learn that Aubrey de Vere was killed on the 9th of May in the course of a riot in the city. This event has been assigned by every writer that I have consulted to the May of the previous year, 1140, and this is the date assigned in the editor's marginal note. The context, however, clearly shows that it belongs to 1141. Aubrey was a man of some consequence. He had been actively employed by Henry I, in the capacity of justice and of sheriff, and was also a royal chamberlain. His death, therefore, was a notable event, and one is tempted to associate with it the fact that he was father-in-law to Geoffrey. It is not impossible that, on that occasion, they may have been acting in concert and resisting a popular movement of the citizens, whether directed against the Empress or against Geoffrey himself. The comparison of the Empress's advance on London with that of her grandfather, in similar circumstances, is of course obvious. The details, however, of the latter are obscure, and Mr. Parker, we must remember, has gravely impugned the account of it given in the Norman Conquest. Of the 10 weeks which appear to have elapsed between the election of the Empress and her reception in London, we know little or nothing. Early in May, she came to reading, the continuator's statement to that effect being confirmed by a charter which, to all appearance, passed on this occasion. It is attested by her 3 constant companions, the Earl of Gloucester, Brian Fitz-Count, and Miles of Gloucester acting as her constable, together with John Fitz-Gilbert the Marshal, and her brothers Reginald, now an Earl, and Robert Fitz-Edith. But a special significance is to be found in the names of the 5 attesting bishops, Winchester, Lincoln, Ely, St. David's, and Hereford. They are, it will be found, the same 5 who attest the charter to Geoffrey de Mandeville, Midsummer, and they are also the 5 who, with the Bishop of Bath, had attended, in March, the Empress at Winchester. This creates a strong presumption that, in despite of chroniclers' vague assertions, the number of bishops who joined the Empress was, even if not limited to these, at least extremely small. This is one of the 2 charters in which the Empress employs the style, Regina. It is probable that the other also should be assigned to this period. These 2 exceptional cases would thus belong to the interim period during which she was queen-elect, though technically only domina. Here again the fact that during this period she adopted, alternatively, both styles, Regina and domina, as well as that which Mr. Birch assigns to his first period, proves how impossible it is to classify these styles by date. If we reject the statement that from reading she returned to Oxford, the only other stage in her progress that is named is that of her reception at St. Albans. In this case, also the evidence of a charter confirms that of the chronicler. At St. Albans, she received a deputation from London, and the terms on which the city agreed to receive her must have been here finally arranged. She then proceeded in state to Westminster, no doubt by the Edgware Road, the old Roman highway, and was probably met by the citizens and their rulers, according to the custom, at Knightsbridge. Meanwhile, she had been joined in her progress by her uncle, the King of Scots, who had left his realm about the middle of May for the purpose of attending her coronation. The Empress, according to William of Malmesbury, reached London only a few days before the 24th of June. This is the sole authority we have for the date of her visit, except the statement by Trivet that she arrived on the 21st or 26th of April. This latter date we may certainly reject. If we combine the statement that her flight took place on Midsummer Day with that of the continuator that her visit lasted for some days, they harmonize fairly enough with that of William of Malmesbury. If it was, indeed, after a few days that her visit was so rudely cut short, we are able to understand why she left without the intended coronation taking place. From another and quite independent authority, we obtain the same day, June 24th, as the date of her flight from London, together with a welcome and important glimpse of her doings. The would-be Bishop of Durham, William Cummin, had come south with the King of Scots, whose chancellor he was, accompanied by certain barons of the bishopric and a deputation from the cathedral chapter. Nominally, this deputation was to claim from the Empress and the legate a confirmation of the chapter's canonical right of free election, but in fact, it was composed of William's adherents, who purposed to secure from the Empress and the legate letters to the chapter in his favor. The legate not having arrived at court when they reached the Empress, she deferred her reply till he should join her. In the result, however, the 2 differed. For while the legate, warned from Durham, refused to support William, the Empress, doubtless influenced by her uncle, had actually agreed as sovereign to give him the ring and staff, and would undoubtedly have done so, but for the Londoners' revolt. It must be remembered that, for her own sake, the Empress would welcome every opportunity of exercising sovereign rights, as in her prompt bestowal of the See of London upon Robert. And though she lost her chance of actually investing William, she had granted, before her flight, letters commending him for election. Thus we obtain the date of the charter which is the subject of this chapter. In this case alone was Mr. Eighton right in the dates he assigned to these documents, nor, indeed, is it possible to be mistaken. For this charter can only have passed on the occasion of this, the only visit that the Empress paid to Westminster. Yet, even here, Mr. Eighton's date is not absolutely correct. For he holds that it passed in the short period during which Maud was in London, i.e. between June 24 and July 25, 1141. Whereas, June 24 is the probable date of her departure, and not of her arrival, which was certainly previous to that day. There is but one other document, besides a comparatively insignificant precept, which can be positively assigned to this visit. This consideration alone would invest our charter with interest, but when we add to this its great length, its list of witnesses, and its intrinsic importance, it may be claimed as one of the most instructive documents of this obscure and eventful period. Of the original, now among the Catinian charters, Romans 16. 27, Mr. Birch, who is exceptionally qualified to pronounce upon these subjects, has given us as complete a transcript as it is now possible to obtain. To this he has appended the following remarks. This most important charter, one of the earliest, if not the earliest example of the text of a deed creating a peerage, does not appear to have been ever published. I cannot find the text in any printed book or MS. Fortunately, Sir William Dugdale inspected this charter before it had been injured in the disastrous Catenian fire, which destroyed so many invaluable evidences of British history. In his account of the Mandevilles, Earls of Essex, Baronage, volume IP 202, he says that, "This is the most antient creation charter, which hath ever been known, vide Selden's Titles of Honour, p. 647, and he gives an English rendering of the greater portion of the Latin text, which has enabled me to conjecture several emendations and restorations in the above transcript. Mr. Birch having thus, like preceding antiquaries, borne witness to the interest attaching to this most important charter, it is with special satisfaction that I find myself enabled to print a transcript of the entire document, supplying, there is every reason to believe, a complete and accurate text. Nor will it only enable us to restore the portions of the charter now wanting, for it further convicts the great Dugdale of no less serious an error than the omission of two most important witnesses and the garbling of the name of a third. The accuracy of my authorities can be tested by collation with those portions of the original that are still perfect. This test is quite satisfactory, as is also that of comparing one of the passages they supply with Camden's transcript of that same passage, taken from the original charter. Camden's extract, of the existence of which Mr. Birch was evidently not aware, was printed by him in his Ordines Anglicani, from which it is quoted by Selden in his well-known Titles of Honour. It is further quoted, as from Camden and Selden, at the head of the patents of creation appended to the Lord's reports on the dignity of a peer, as also in the third report itself, where the marginal reference, however, is wrong. It is specially interesting from Camden's comment. This is the most ancient creation charter that I ever saw, which is clearly the origin of the statement as to its unique antiquity, and from the fact of that great antiquary speaking of it as now in my hands. The two transcripts I have employed for the text, D and A, are copies respectively found in the Dugdale MSS. Fall, 81, and the Ashmole MSS, 841, Fall, 3. I have reason to believe that this charter was among those duly recorded in the missing volume of the Great Coucher. Charter of the Empress to Geoffrey de Mandeville, Midsummer, 1141. Imperatrix Regis Henriciphilia Archiepiscopis Episcopis, Archiepiscopis, etc. D. Abbotibus Comitibus Baronibus Justitiariis Vicecomitibus et Ministris et Omnibus Baronibus et Fidelibus, Sues Francis et Anglis Todius Anglii et Normanii Salutum. Sietis Scient D. Omnes tam presens quam futuri quad ego Matildis Regis Henriciphilia et Angler or D. Aru. A. Domina duet concedo Goffredo. A. De Magnavilla proser video suo et heredibus sues, post eam hereditabiliter ut sit comes de Essex Essexa, D. Essex, A. Et habet tertium denarium vicecomidatus de placitus sicut, comes haber debit in comitatu suo comitat su, A. Comitatu su, D. In omnibus rebus, et praetor hoc redo ilian fido et hereditate de me et heredibus meis totem terram quam. Tenuit, Goffredus de Magnavilla avisus et serlo de madam in Anglia, et Normania, ita liberet beni et quiet sicut aliquis antecessorum suorum alamunquem melius, et liberius tenuit, velipsemit postia aliquo in tempor, sibi dico, et heredibus sues, post eam, et concedo iliet heredibus sues custodium turis Londoni, London. Londonii d. Cum parvo casello quad, fuit revengeri in fido et hereditate de me et heredibus, meis cum terris et liberationibus et omnibus consudidinibus qui ad indum terram, da. Pertinent, A. Pertinent, D. Et ad enforciat illa secundum voluntatem suum. Et similiter duiet concedo et heredibus sues si libratas terri demiet de heredibus, mais in dominio, videlis et nuaport, Newport. Pro tanto quantum redir solbet diqua rex H. Henricus rex. A. Pater mus fuit vivis et mordus, et ad rem ovend, mercatum de nuaport Newport. A. In castellum suum de Waldina cum omnibus consudidinibus que prius mercato illimilius pertinuerent in thelin et passag passagio. A. Et aliis consudidinibus, et ut vi de nuaport Newport. A. Qui sunt juxta litis, acqui dirigenter ex consudidine ad validenum, sup foris, facturem mimet mercatum de Waldina sit ad diem dominicum dictum. A. Et ad diem Javis et ut furia habeter apud validenum et incipiat in vigilia Pentecost. A. Vigil Pentecosts, d. Et durit per totem hebdomatum Pentecosts, et meldenam ad perficiendum predictas si libratas terri pro tanto quantum quanto. A. Quantum, d. Inda redi solbet, diqua rex Henricus fuit. Vivis et mordus cum omnibus appendices, et rebusque jaspent in terra et mari ad Bergam alud predicto di mortis regis Henrici. Et dioptinam, similiter pro tanto quantum inda redi solbet diqua rex Henricus fuit, vivis et mordus cum omnibus appendices, sues et boscum de chatliga cum hominibus pro Roman 20 solides, et terram de banhunta pro excel solidies, et c in d. Et omitted in A. Quid defurit ad si libratas perficiendas perfici end, d. Perficium I in loco competenti in Essexa, out in hurt for desira d. Hertford sira, A. Out in Canterbury sira tali tenor quad c, redi dero comedi Theobaldo totem terram quam tenebat, in Anglia dabo Goffredo d. Galfredo, A. Comedi Essex escambium suum ad Valentium valens, d. Valentium, A. In his predictis tribus his tribus, A. Comitatibus antiquem de predictis terras decis ieter, c. Etium et Etium, A. Redidero totem honorum, et totem terram heredibus Wilhelmi portaland dabo similiter, iascambium ad valens antiquem de satiater de alaqui fuit purelli, et aled escambium erit de terraque remainbit illi hereditabiliter et praeter hoc duet concedo, et heredibus sues demi et heredibus meis tenendum fidem et servicium. Roman 20 militum, et infra servicium istorum, Roman 20 militum dui fidem, et servicium ter quam hasculf detain. Tenuit in Anglia diqua fuit, vivis et mortus, quam tenet greleng, et mater sua pro tanto servici quantum de fido illo, debent et totum superplus, istorum Roman 20 militum, I perficium, in praenomina tis tribus comitatibus. Et servicium istorum Roman 20 militum faciet, mihi separatum, praeter aliud servicium alterius fidi sue. Et praeterea concedo, iliut casella suaque habet, stentat I remainant ad infortia and d. Infortiand, A. Infortiandum, d. Ad voluntatem suum et alle et omnes homines sue tenint terras et tenituras, terras et tent, A. Suas omnes de quacunc tenint, sicut, tenerent, dique ips homo musifectus est salvo servidio dominorum, et ips et homines sue. Sint quieti de omnibus debitus, que deburunt regi Henrico out regi Stefano, et ips et omnes homines sui per totem Anglium sint quieti de vastis fors tariis, et asardes que facta sunt in fido ipsius Goffredi, d. Galfridi, A. Usc ad dimquo, homo mus devenit, et ad dialo in antia omnia, illa s arta sinta modo excultabilia et arabilia sine foris facto et at habet mercatum dijavis apud bisium et furium similiter ibidum quoc anno, et incipiat anno incipiat, A. Vigilia sancti Jacobi et durit tres dies, et praeteria, A. Praeteria, d. Duet concedo iet heredibus sues in fido et hereditate ad tenendum demi et heredibus meis vice comitatum Essex, A. De Essexa, d. Redendo in directum firmum qua in redi solbet diqua rex Henricus pater mus fuit vivis et mordus, ida quad offerat de summa firma firmi, d. Firma, A. Vice comitatus quantum pertinurit ad meldenam et Newport, A. Quae I donavi dono, A. Donavi, d. Et quantum pertinurit ad tertium, denarium de placitus vice comitatus unde eum fesse comitum, et at tenit omnia excidimentum mique mihi exciderent, in comitatu Essex redendo in de firmum rectum quam diu erunt in dominio Dominica, d. Mio et at sit capitalis justitia in Essexa Essexia, A. Hereditabiliter mio, A. Et hird meorum de placitus et foris factis, que pertinuerent ad cornum meme. Ida quad non middem alium justitium super eum in comitatu illo nisi, ida sit quad ali quando middem aliquum de paribus sues qui audiat, cum illo quod placida me just tractenter, et at ips et omnes homines sui sint, quieti verses. Me et versus hereds meos de omni foris facto, et omni malevolentia malevolentia. A. Praeterita antidem quo anno et diquo, A. Antidem D. Mus homo devenit et affirmator concedo et heredibus sues, quod beni et in pace et liber et sine placido habet et tenit hereditabiliter, sic ut hic carta confirmet, omnia tenementa sua quae concessi, in terris et tenituris tenturis, D. Tenemptes, A. Et in fides et fiamis et casellis et libertatibus et in omnibus conventionibus consuetudinibus, A. Inter nos factis, sic ut aliquis comes, ter me melius et quietius et liberius tenet, ad modum comitus in omnibus rebus, ita quad ips vel aliquis hominum suorum non ponenter in ullo ponenter ullo. D. Modo in placitum D. Placit, A. De aliquo foris facto quod fecissent antiquum homo mus factus esset, nec pro aliquo foris facto quod facturus sit, in antia ponator, in placit defido vel casello vel terra vel tenura, quam I concessorum quam diusi defendir poterit de celler, sive tradition, de tradition, A.D. Ad corpus meum pertinent per si aut, per annum militum si quis coram venerit qui eum appeller in devalerit. Th epo winton, et a epo Lincoln et r epo hirf et n epo Ely, et b epo des David et w Cancellario et com r de Gloucester et com b. Et com w de Moyen et b Phil com, et m Gloucester et r Arundel, et r Mallet et rad Lovell et rad Paynell, et w Mamonot et Rob Phil r et Rob Phil Martin, et Robo Phil Hildebrand apud Westminster. One cannot but be greatly struck by the names of the witnesses to this charter. The legate and his 4 brother prelates, who had been with the Empress in Winchester at her reception on March 3, are here with her again at Westminster. So are her 3 inseparable companions, but where are the magnates of England? 2 West Country earls, one of them of her own making, and a few West Country barons virtually complete the list. I do not say that these were, of necessity, the sole constituents of her court, but there is certainly the strongest possible presumption that had she been joined in person by any number of bishops or nobles, we should not have found so important a charter witnessed merely by the members of the entourage that she had brought up with her from the West. We have, for instance, but to compare this list with that of the witnesses to Stephen's charter 6 months later. Or, indeed, we may compare it to some disadvantage with that of the Empress herself a month later at Oxford. Where were the Primate and the Bishop of London? Where was the King of Scots? These questions are difficult to answer. It may, however, be suggested that the general disgust at her intolerable arrogance and her harshness to the king kept the magnates from attending her court. Her inability to repel the Queen's forces and her instant flight before the Londoners are alike suggestive of the fact that her followers were comparatively few. There are several points of constitutional importance upon which this instructive charter sheds some welcome light. In the first place, we should compare it with Stephen's charter, p. 51, to which, in Mr. Eighton's words, it forms the counterpart. In the former, the words of creation are, Siedes me fessus comitum de Goffredo, etc. In the charter of the Empress they run thus, Siedes, quod, du et concedo Goffredo de Magnavilla, ut sit comes, etc. This contrast is in itself conclusive as to the earldom having been first created by Stephen and then recognized by the Empress. This being so, it is the more strange that Mr. Eighton should have arrived at the contrary conclusion, especially as he noticed the stronger form in the charter creating the earldom of Hereford, Siedes me fessus Milonum de Glostria comitum, a form corresponding with that in Stephen's charter to Geoffrey. The earldom of Hereford being created by the Empress, as that of Essex had been by Stephen, we find the same formula duly employed by both. The distinction thus established is one of considerable importance. The special grant of the tertius denarius is a point of such extreme interest in its bearing on earls and earldoms that it requires to be separately discussed in a note devoted to the subject. But without dwelling at greater length upon the peerage aspect of this charter, let us see how it illustrates the ambitious policy pursued in this struggle by the feudal nobles. Dr. Stubbs writes, "It is possible that the frequent tergiversations which mark the struggle may have been caused by the desire of obtaining confirmation of the rank from both the competitors for the crown. But it is my contention that Geoffrey and his fellows were playing a deeper game, We find each successive change of side on the part of this unscrupulous magnate marked by a distinct advance in his demands and in the price he obtained. Broadly speaking, he was master of the situation, and he put himself and his fortress up to auction. Thus he obtained from the impassioned rivals a rapid advance at each bid. Compare, for instance, this charter with that he had obtained from Stephen, or again, compare it with those which are to follow. The very length of this charter, as compared with Stephen's, is significant enough in itself, but its details are far more so. Stephen's grant had not explicitly included the tertius denarius. The empress grants him the tertius denarius, sicut comes haber debit in comitatus suo. But what may be termed the characteristic features are to be found in such clauses as those dealing with the license to fortify and with the grants of lands. These latter, indeed, teem with information, not only for the local, but for the general historian, as in the case of Theobald's forfeiture. But their special information is rather in the light they throw on the nature of these grants, and on the sources from which the empress, like her rival, strove to gratify the greed of these insatiable nobles. Foremost among these were those extravagant grants of crown lands, spoken of by Dr. Stubbs and by Neist. Now, in this charter, and in those which follow, we are enabled to trace the actual working of this fatal policy in practice. The empress begins, in this charter, by granting Geoffrey, for this is its effect, £100 a year in land, see Libratas terri. Stephen, we shall find, a few months later, regains him to his side by increasing the bid to £300 a year, CCC Libratas terri. But how is the amount made up? It is charged on the crown lands in his own county of Essex. But observe, for this is an important point, that it is not charged as a lump sum on the entire corpus comitatus, or to speak more exactly, on the annual firma of that corpus, but on certain specified estates. Here we have a welcome allusion to the practice of the early exchequer. The charter authorizes Geoffrey, as sheriff, to deduct from the annual firm of the county, for which he was responsible at the exchequer, being that recorded on the rotulus executorius, that portion of it represented by the annual rents, redditus of Malden and Newport, which, as estates of crown domain, had till then been included in the corpus. From the earliest pipe rolls now remaining we know that the estates so alienated were usually entered by the sheriff under the head of terri data, with the amount due from each, for which amounts, of course, he claimed allowance in his account. I think we have here at least a suggestion that even at the height of the anarchy and of the struggle, the exchequer, with all the details of its practice, was recognized as in full existence. I have never been able to reconcile myself to the accepted view, as set forth by Dr. Stubbs, of the stoppage of the administrative machinery under Stephen. He holds that on the arrest of the bishops, June 1139, the whole administration of the country ceased to work, and that Stephen was never able to restore the administrative machinery. Crippled and disorganized though it doubtless was, the exchequer, I contend, must have preserved its existence, because its existence was an absolute necessity. Without an exchequer, the income of the crown would, obviously, have instantly disappeared. Moreover, the case of William of Ypres, and others to which reference will be made below, will go far to establish the important fact that the exchequer system remained in force, and that accounts of some kind must have been kept. The next point to which I would call attention is the expression pro tanto quantum induredi solbet die qua rex Henricus fuit vivis et mordus, which is applied to Malden and Newport. The pipe rolls, it should be remembered, only took cognizance of the total firm of the shire. The constituents of that firm were a matter for the sheriff. At first sight, therefore, these expressions might seem to cause some difficulty. Their explanation, however, is this. Just as I have shown in Domesday studies that the firm of a town, as in the case of Huntingdon, was in truth the aggregate of several distinct and separate firms, so the firm of a county must have comprised the separate and distinct firms of each of the royal estates. That firm would be a customary, that is, fixed, redditus, or, as the charter expresses it, quantum induredi solbet. A particularly striking case in point is afforded by Hatfield Regis alias Hatfield Broadoak. When Stephen increased the alienation of crown domain to Geoffrey, he granted him Hatfield inter alia, pro quater Roman 20 libris, that is, as representing £80 a year. This same estate, after the fall of Geoffrey, was alienated anew to Richard de Lucy, and in the early pipe rolls of Henry Roman II. We read, under Terry data in Essex, Ricardo de Luci Quater Roman 20 Library Numo and Hadfeld. That is to say, in his annual account, the sheriff claimed to be allowed £80 off the amount of his firm in respect of the alienated estate. Now, the doomsday valuation of this manor is fortunately very precise. Tunc manerium valuet Roman 36 libras. Modo LX, sed viscums recipit into LXXX libras et si solidos de jure summa, Roman 2b. The doomsday reditus of the manor, therefore, had remained absolutely unchanged. In such cases of alienation of domain, it was, obviously, the object of the grantee that the manor should be valued as low as possible, while that of the sheriff was precisely the reverse. It was on this account, doubtless, to prevent dispute, that these charters carefully named the sum at which the manor was to be valued, either in figures, as in the case of Bonhunt, or, as in that of Malden and Newport, in the formula, quantum inde ready sol bet, at the death of Henry I. This formula probably implying that the earlier firm had been forced up in the days of the Lion of Justice. The conclusion I would draw from the above argument is that the sheriff was not at liberty to exact arbitrary sums from the domain lands of the crown. A fixed annual render, reditus, was due to him from each, though this, like the firma of the sheriff himself, was liable to revision from time to time. But it would be difficult to overestimate the importance of evidence which forms a connecting link between doomsday and the period of the pipe rolls, especially if it throws some fresh light on the vexed question of doomsday values. Moreover, we have here an obvious suggestion as to the purpose of the conqueror in ascertaining values, at least so far as concerned the domain lands of the crown, for he was thus enabled to check the sheriffs, by obtaining a basis for calculating the amount of the firma comitatus. With this point, we shall have to deal when we come to Geoffrey's connection with the shrievalty of Essex and Herts. Attention may also be called to the formula of excambion, as the Scottish lawyers term it, here employed, for it would seem to be earlier than any of those quoted in Maddox's formularium. But the suggested exchange is specially interesting in the case of Count Theobald, because it gives us an historical fact not elsewhere mentioned, namely, that the Empress, on obtaining the mastery, forfeited his lands at once. Her doing so, we should observe, is in strict accordance with the chronicler's assertions as to her wholesale forfeitures and her special hostility to Stephen's house. And we can go further still. We can ascertain not only that Count Theobald was forfeited, as we have seen, by the Empress, but also that the land she forfeited had been given him by Stephen himself. In a document which I have previously referred to, we read that Stephen had given him the manor of Malden, being that manor of crown domain which the Empress here bestows upon Geoffrey. Another important though difficult subject upon which this charter bears is that of knight service. Indeed, considering its early date, a quarter of a century earlier than the returns contained in the Liber Niger, it may, in conjunction with Stephen's charter of some 6 months later, be pronounced to be among our most valuable evidences for what Dr. Stubbs describes as a subject on which the greatest obscurity prevails. Let us first notice that the Empress grants fidem et servicium Roman 20 militum, while Stephen grants LX milits feudatos, silicit servicium of so and so pro militibus. Thus, then, the milites feudatos of Stephen equates the fidem et servicium, militum of the Empress. And further, it repeats the remarkable expression employed by Florence of Worcester when he tells us that the conqueror instructed the Doomsday Commissioners to ascertain, quat milits feudatos, his tenants-in-chief possessed, that is to say, how many knights they had enfeoffed. But the Empress in her charter complicates her grant by adding the special clause. Et servicium istorum Roman 20 militum faciet mihi separatum praeter aliud servicium alterius fidi sui. Had it not been for this clause, one might have inferred that the object of the grant was to transfer, to Earl Geoffrey the servicium of these 20 knights' fees due, of right, to the crown, so that he might enjoy all such profits as the crown would have derived from that servicium, and, at the same time, have employed these knights as substitutes for those which he was bound to furnish, from his own fief, to the crown. But the above clause is fatal to such a view. Again, both in the charters of the Empress and of her rival, these special grants of knights and their servicium are kept entirely distinct from those of crown domain or etiated land, which, moreover, are expressed in terms of the libratary. On the whole, I lean strongly to the belief that, although the working of the arrangement may be obscure, the object of Geoffrey was to add to the number of the knights who followed his standard, and thus to increase his power as a noble and the weight that he could throw into the scale. And the special clause referred to above would imply that the crown was to have a claim on him for 20 knights more than those whom he was bound to furnish from his own fief. Lastly, we may note the identity of the formula employed for the grant of lands and for that of knight service. In each case, the grant is made pro tanto, and in each case, the empress undertakes to make good per facere the balance to him within the limit of the 3 counties of Essex, Cambridgeshire, and Herts. With the subject of castles, I propose to deal later on. But there is one point on which the evidence of this charter is perhaps more important than on any other, and that is in the retrospective light which it throws on the system of reform introduced by the first Henry. Incidentally, we have here witness to that system, of which the Pipe Roll of 1130 is the solitary but vivid exponent, and under which the very name of plea became a terror to all men. Every man was liable, on the slightest pretext, to be brought within the meshes of the law, with the object, as it seemed, and at least with the result of swelling the royal hoard cf. pp. 11, 12, n1. Even to secure one's simplest rights money had always to be paid. Thus here, Geoffrey stipulates that he and his men are to hold their possessions, sine placido, and ita quod, non ponenter in ullo modo and placido de aliquo foris facto, etc., etc. So again, in his later charter, we find him insisting that he and they shall hold all their possessions, sine placido et sine pecunii donation, and that rectum eis teniter de aerum calumnias sine pecunii donation. The exactions he dreaded meet us at every turn on the Pipe Roll of 1130. But on the other hand, the charter, broadly speaking, illustrates, by the retrograde concessions it extorts, the cardinal factor in the long struggle between the feudal nobles and their lord the king, namely, their jealousy of that royal jurisdiction by which the crown strove, and eventually with success, to break their semi-independent power, and to bring the whole realm into uniform subjection to the law. After the clauses conferring on Geoffrey the hereditary shrievalty of Essex, a matter which I shall discuss further on, there immediately follows this passage, the most significant, as I deem it, in the whole charter. Et ut sit capitalis justitia in Essexia hereditabiliter, me et heredum meorum de placitis et foris factis, que pertinuerant ad coronam meme. Ita quad non mitem alium justitiam super eam incomitatu alone nisi, ita sit quad aliquando mitem aliquam de paribus sues qui audiat, cum illo quad placida me just tractenter. The first point to be dealt with here is the phrase capitalis justitia in Essexia. Here we have the term capitalis applied to the justitia of a single county. On this I would lay some stress, for it has been generally supposed that this style was reserved for the great justiciary, the alter ego of the king himself. In his learned observations on the obscurities of the style, justitia or justitiarius, Dr. Stubbs writes that the capitalis justitia seems to be the only one of the body to whom a determinate position as the king's representative is assigned in formal documents. I 389. It was probably the object of Geoffrey, when he secured this particular style, to obtain for himself all the powers vested in the king's representative, and so to provide against his supersession by a justiciar claiming in that capacity. Let us now examine the witness of the charter to the differentiation of the sheriff, vicecomes, and the justice, justitia, for that is the development which its terms involve. Dr. Stubbs points out that, under the Norman kings, the authority of the sheriff, when he was relieved from the company of the ealdorman, would have no check except the direct control of the king. I 272, and Neist similarly observed that, after the withdrawal of the earl, the Anglo-Saxon Shergeriffa became the regular governor of the county, who was henceforth no longer dependent upon the earl, but upon the personal orders of the king, and upon the organs of the Norman central administration. I 140. And for a period of transition between the two systems, the Anglo-Saxon and the late Norman, the sheriff not only presided in his court as its sole lay head, but also in a dual capacity. Dr. Stubbs, it is true, with his wonted caution, does but suggest it as probable that whilst the sheriff in his character of sheriff was competent to direct the customary business of the court, it was in that of justicia that he transacted special business under the king's writ. But Nice treats of him, under a separate heading, in his capacity of royal justiciary, I 142. It is from this dual position that there developed, by specialization of function, two distinct officers, the sheriff, vicecomes, and the justice, justicia. This is the development which, as yet, has been somewhat imperfectly apprehended. The centralizing policy of Henry I, operating through the Curia Regis, has, I need hardly observe, been admirably explained by Dr. Stubbs. He has shown how two methods were employed to attain the end in view, the one, to call up certain pleas from the local courts to the Curia, the other, to send down the officers of the Curia to sit in the local courts. In the latter case, the royal officer, justicia, appeared as the representative of the central power of which the Curia Regis was the exponent. Thus there were again for the county court two lay presidents, but they were now the sheriff as local authority and the justice who represented the central. Such an arrangement was, of course, a step in advance for the crown, which had thus secured for itself, through its justice, a footing in the local courts. But with this arrangement, neither side was able to rest satisfied. Broadly speaking, if I may be allowed the expression, the crown sought to centralize the sheriff and to exclude the local element. The feudatories would fain have localized the justice, and so have excluded the central. Thus, before the close of Henry's reign, he had actually employed on a large scale the officers of his curia as sheriffs of counties, and by these means, as Dr. Stubbs observes, the king and justiciar kept in their hands the reins of the entire judicial administration. I 392. The same policy was faithfully followed by his grandson, a generation later, on the occasion of the inquest of sheriffs, 1170, when, says Dr. Stubbs, the sheriffs removed from their offices were most of them local magnates, whose chances of oppression and whose inclination towards a feudal administration of justice were too great. In their place, Henry instituted officers of the exchequer, less closely connected with the counties by property, and more amenable to royal influence, as well as more skilled administrators. Another step towards the concentration of the provincial jurisdiction under the Curia Regis. This passage enables us to see how essentially contrary to the policy of the crown were the provisions of Geoffrey's charter. It not only feudalized the local shrievalty by placing it in the hands of a feudal magnate, and, further still, making it hereditary, but it seized upon the centralizing office of justice, and made it as purely local, nay, as feudal as the other. But let us return to the point from which we started, namely, the witness of Geoffrey's charter to the differentiation of the sheriff and the justice. It proves that the sheriff could no longer discharge the functions of a royal justiciary without a separate appointment to that distinct office. When we thus learn how Geoffrey became both sheriff and justice of Essex, we can approach in the light of that appointment the writ addressed Ricardo de Luci Justic et Vice Comedii de Essexa, on which Maddox relies for Richard's tenure of the post of chief justiciary. It may be that Richard's appointment corresponded with that of Geoffrey. But whatever uncertainty there may be on this point, there can be none on the parallel between Geoffrey's charter and that which Henry I granted to the citizens of London. Indeed, in all municipal charters of the fullest and best type, we find the functions of the sheriff and the justice dealt with in the same successive order. The striking thought to be drawn from this is that the feudatories and the towns, though their interests were opposed inter se, presented to the crown the same attitude and sought from it the same exemptions. In proof of this I here adduce three typical charters, arranged in chronological order. The first is an extract from that important charter which London obtained from Henry I. The second is taken from Geoffrey's charter, and the third from that of Richard I. To Colchester, which I quote because it contains the same word justicia, and also because it is, probably, little, if at all, known. Charter of Henry I, to London. Ipsi cives ponent vicecomitum qualum voluerant de si ipsis, et justiciarium qualum voluerant de si ipsis, ad custodiendum placida corni, me et idem placitanda. Et nullus alias erit, justiciarius super ipsos homines Londoniarum. Charter of the Empress to Geoffrey. Concedo I et heredibus sues, vice comitatum Essexi, et sit capitalis justitia, de placitus et foris factis que pertinuerant ad coronam meme, ita quod non mitem alium justitiam super eam incomitatu illo, etc. Charter of Richard I, to Colchester. Ipsi ponent de si ipsis balivos quascunc volerint et justitiam ad servanda placida corni nostri, et ad placitanda idem placida infraburgum suum et quod nullus alias sit, inde justitia nisi quem eligerent. Here we have the two offices similarly distinct throughout. We have also the balivy, representing to the town what the vicecomes represents to the shire, a point which it is necessary to bear in mind. The bailiff, so far as the town was concerned, stood in the sheriff's shoes. So also did the coroner, or coroners, in those of the justice. Indeed, at Colchester, two coroners represented the justice of the charter. I cannot find that Dr. Stubbs calls attention to the fact of this twin privilege, the fact that exemption from the sheriff and from the justice went, in these charters, hand in hand. Lastly, we should observe that though in these charters the clause relating to the sheriff precedes that which relates to the justice, yet conversely, in the enumeration of those to whom a charter is directed, justices are invariably, I believe, given the precedence of sheriffs. This, which would seem to have passed unnoticed, may have an important bearing. Ordericus, in a famous passage, Zitu describing Henry's ministers, tells us how the king favorabiliter illi obsequens to ignobili stirp illustravit, de pulver, ut ita dicam extulit datic multiplici facultate super consuls et illusters oppidanos exaltavit. Illos, rex, cum du infimo genera sent, nobilitivit, regali auctoritate de imo erexit, in festigio potestatum constituit, ipsis etiam spectabilibus regni principibus formidables effecit. Observe how vivid a light such a passage as this throws upon the clause in Geoffrey's charter. Non mitem alium justitiam super eam incomitatu illo, nisi ita sit quad aliquando mitem aliquam de paribus sues qui audiat, cum illo quod placida me just tractenter. The whole clause breathes the very spirit of feudalism. It betrays the hatred of Geoffrey and his class for those upstarts, as they deemed them, the royal justices who, clad in all the authority of the crown, intruded themselves into their local courts and checked them in the exercise of their power. Henceforth, in the courts of the favored earl, the representative of the crown was to make his appearance not regularly, but only now and then, aliquando. Moreover, when he came, he was to figure in court not as the superior, super eam, but as the colleague, cum illo, of the earl, and lastly, he was not to belong to the upstart ministerial class. He was to be one of his own class of his peers, de paribus sues. As an illustrative parallel to this clause, I am tempted to quote a remarkable charter, unnoticed, it would seem, not only by our historians, but even by Mr. Eighton himself. The Assize of Clarendon, a quarter of a century, 1166, after the date of our charter to Geoffrey, contained clauses specially aimed against such exemption as he sought. Referring to these clauses, Dr. Stubbs writes, "No franchise is to exclude the justices. In the article, which directs the admission of the justices into every franchise, may be detected one sign of the anti-feudal policy which the king had all his life to maintain. But the clauses in question, though their sweeping character fully justifies this description, contrast strangely with the humble, almost apologetic, charter in which Henry Roman II, immediately afterwards, announces that he is only sending his justitia into the patrimony of St. Cuthbert, by permission of the bishop, and as a quite exceptional measure, not to be taken again. It throws, perhaps, some new light on the character and methods of the king, when we find him thus stooping, in form, to gain his point in fact. Henricus rex angel et dux norman et aquitin et comes andigav. Justitiariis vice committibus et omnibus ministris sues de eboraxir et de Nordheimerlanda salutum. Cietis quad concilio baronum meorum et episcopi denalmensis licentia, mitto hac vice interim sancti Cuthberti justitiam meme, qui videt ut fiat justitia secundum assissum meme delatrinibus et murgatoribus et roboratoribus. Non quia velim ut trahater in consudidinem tempor meo vel heredum meorum, sed ad tempus hoc facio, pro predicta necessitate. Quia volo quad terra bidi Cuthberti suas habet libertates et antiquas consudidines, sicut unquam Melius habuit. T. Geoffrido archiepiscopo cant. Ric. Archpictev, Comite Goffredo Ricardo de Luci, apud Wodestock. The first charter of the Empress has now been sufficiently discussed. It was, of course, his possession of the tower that enabled Geoffrey to extort such terms, the command of that fortress being essential to the Empress, to overawe the disaffected citizens. Idac multi fuit moles Londoniensium animos per mulsir posse, ut, cum hic statum post pascha ut dixi, furent actitata, vix possis ante natividatum bedi Johannes debus imperatricem reciperant. p. 748. Galfredus de Mandeville firmavit turum Londoniensum, idibus mai albericus de ver Londoniae occiditor, M. Paris, Cron, Major, Roman 2, 174. Ibid. The Early History of Oxford cap. X. Ad ratingum infrogations veniens, suscipiter cum honoribus, hinc into principibus cum populis ad ejus imperium convolentibus. Kant. Flor. Whig. 130. Ad chart. Brit. Muse. 19,576. Arch. Journ. Roman 20. 289 Journ. BAA. Roman 31. 389. Reginaldo Comite Filio Regis. He had attested, as we have seen, an Oxford Charter circ. March 24 as Reginald Filius Regis simply. This would seem to fix his creation to circ. April 1141 CP 68. Roberto Frater Ejus. We obtain incidentally, in another quarter, unique evidence on this very point. There is printed in the Cartulary of Ramsay, Rolls Series, Volume Roman 2. p. 254. A precept from Nigel, Bishop of Ely, to William, Prior of Ely, and others, notifying the agreement he has made with Walter, Abbot of Ramsay. Siedes me at Walterum abbatum de Ramsia concilio, et ascensu domini nostri imperatricis et episcopi Winton appost, sedis legati alirum co-episcoporum meorum silicit link, Norwicensis, Sestrensis, Hereford, sancti Davidis et Roberti Comitis Gloucestri. Et Hugonis Comitis et Brienni et Milanus ad voluntatem meme concordatos esse. Quapropter mando et principio sicut me diligitis. Etc., etc. This precept in the printed cartulary is dated 1133-1144. These are absurdly wide limits, and a little research would surely have shown that it must belong to the period in which the Empress was triumphant and during which the legate was with her. This fixes it to March-June 1141. Independent of the great interest attaching to this document as representing a concordia in the court of the Empress during her brief triumph, it affords, in my opinion, proof of the personnel of her court at the time. 5 of the 7 bishops mentioned were, as observed in the text, in regular attendance at her court, and we may therefore, on the strength of this document, add those of Chester and Norwich as visiting it at least on this occasion. So with the laity. 3 of the 4 magnates named, of whom Miles had not yet received the earldom of Hereford, were her constant companions, so that we may safely rely on this evidence for the presence at her court on this occasion of Hugh, Earl of Norfolk. Journ, BAA, Roman 31, 389. Note that in this case Seffrid, Bishop of Chichester, appears as a witness, doubtless because he had been abbot of Glastonbury, to which abbey the charter was granted. See above, p. 66. Proficiter inde cum exultation magna et gaudio, et in monasterio sancti Albani, cum processionali suscipiter honor, et jubilo, Kant. Flor. Whig, 131. Apud sanctum Albanum, Duchy of Lancaster, Royal Charters No. 16, Journ, BAA Roman 31, 388. Adunt ibi cives multi ex Londonia, tractator ibi sermo multimodus de redenda civitate, Kant. Flor. Whig, 131. Imperatrix, ut prediximus, habito tractatu cum Londoniensibus, comitantibus secum presulibus multis et principibus, secura properavit ad urbum, et apud Westministerium cum processionali suscipiter honorificentia. Ibid. I.e. Hyde Park Corner as it now is. See, for this custom, the Chronicles of the Mayors of London, which record how, a century later, 1257, upon the king approaching Westminster, exerant mayor et cives, sicut mos est ad salutandum ipsum usque ad Newtebrig, p. 31. The continuator, p. 132, alludes to some such reception by the citizens, cum honor susceperant. Videns idac David rex multa competer in imperatricis neptis sui promotionum, post ascensionum domini ad eam in Suthinglium proftus est. Venit idac rex ad neptum suum, plurimosc ex principibus sibi acquiescens habuit ut ipsa promoveretur ad todius rigni fastigum. Sim. Dunn, Roman 2, 309. As he did not join her till after her election, I have taken this latter phrase as referring to her coronation, CP 80. Cf. P5 N5. Vix possus antinatavitatum bedi Johannes debus. Sives imperatricem favorabiliter susciperunt undecimo cal, mai. See the Liber de Antiquis Legibus, tandem a Londonensibus expulsa est in die sancti Johannes Bapt, so also Trivit. Ibec aliquantes debus, recedit, p. 131. Rem examinans, prescriptam factionum invenit, Fautoribusc ipsius digna animadversion interdixit, ni Wilhelmum in episcopum nisi canonica election, susciperant. Ipsi quoque Wilhelmo interdixit omnum ecclesiasticam communionum, si episcopatum susciperit nisi canonis primatus. Actum id in die est Johannes Baptisti. Pactus erat Wilhelmus ob imperatrix baculum et annulum reciper, et data hic iascent, nisi, facto a Londoniensibus dissension, cum omnibus suis deceterit ipso dia Londonia imperatrix. Continuatio Historiae Turgoti, Anglia Sacra, I 711. This passage further proves, though indeed there is no reason to doubt it, that the legate remained in London till the actual flight of the empress. It also illustrates their discordance. Litteras imperatrices directas ad capitulum, quorum summa hic erat, quod velit ecclesiam nostrum de pastor consultum esse, et nominatum duello quem Robertus Archidiaconus nominaret, et quod duello velit, et de alio omnino nolit. Quisitum est ergo quis hic esset, responsum est quod Wilhelmus, ibid. This has, of course, an important bearing on the question of episcopal election. Strong though the terms of her letter appear to have been, the empress here waives the right, on which her father and her son insisted, of having the election conducted in her presence and in her own chapel, and anticipated the later practice introduced by the Charter of John. Ad MSS 31,943, Fall, 97, so 2 Fall, 115. After June 24, 1141, when the Empress was received in London, before July 25, when Milo was created Earl of Hereford. Mandate to Sheriff of Essex in favor of William Fitz Otto, Journ. BAA, Roman 31, 387. It is possible that the Charter to Christ Church, London Ibid, p. 388, may also belong to this occasion, but even if so, it is of no importance. A charter to Roger de Valoines, see Appendix G. Journ BAA pp. 384-386. The portions which are wanting in the charter, and which are supplied from my transcript, will be found enclosed in brackets. Robert, Earl of Gloucester, and William the Chancellor are omitted altogether, and Ralph Lovell becomes Ralph de London. Dugdale has, of course, misled Mr. Birch. Appended as the degrees of England, to Gibson's well-known edition of the Britannia, 1772, volume IP 125. Second edition, p. 647. Appendix V, P1 ed., 1829. Page 164. Ego Matildis filia regis Henrici, et Anglorum domina duet concedo Goffredo de Mandeville, pro servicio suo et heredibus sues, post eam hereditabiliter ut sit, comes to Assexia. Et habet tertium denarium vice comitatus de placitus sicut, comes haber debit in comitatus suo, Camden. Mr. Birch reads tenuit bene, omitting the intervening words. Mr. Birch for eendum terram, rectius turum, conjectures illam. Mr. Birch conjectures Pretoria. Newport, the name hints at a market town, was ancient domain of the crown. It lay about 3 miles southwest of Saffron, Walden. There was still a toll bridge there in the last century. For table of tolls and exemptions, see Morant's Essex. Apparently, the high road on the left bank, and the way on the right bank of the Cam. Neither this market nor this fair are, it would seem, to be traced afterwards. Mr. Birch conjectures Vigilium. This was presumably a grant of the borough of Malden, i.e. the royal rights in that borough, though Peveril's fee in Malden was an escheat at the time. The proof of this is not only that it is here described as a borough, burgess, but also that its annual value was to be deducted from the sheriff's firm, which could only be the case if it formed part of the corpus comitatus, i.e. was crown domain. In Domesday, Peveril's fee in Malden was valued at £12 and the royal manor at £16 ad pondus, though it had been £24. It was probably the latter which Henry Roman II granted to his brother William as representing, pro, £22 numero, see pipe rolls. Dipden, 3 miles south of Walden. It had formed part, at the survey, of the fief of Randolph Peveril. Catledge, according to Morant. Mr. Birch conjectures, tenentibus ibidem pro. Bonhunt, now part of Wickham Bonhunt, adjoining Newport. It had been held by Caesalinus at the survey. In 1485, it was held of the honour of Lancaster. Mr. Birch conjectures ips habuit. This apparently refers to Dipden as forming part of Peveril's fief, which had been an escheat in the king's hands as early as 1130 rot. Pip 31 hen I. Hasculf de Taney was ancestor of the Essex family of Taney, of Stapleford Taney, Thaydon Boys, Elmstead, Great Stambridge, Latin, etc. He appears repeatedly in the pipe roll of 31 hen I. pp. 53, 56, 58, 60, 99, 152, when he was in litigation with William de Beauville and Rewallan Davranches. Graylingus is proved to be identical with Graylandus de Thania, the Essex tenanting capite of 1166, by Stephen's Second Charter, Christmas, 1141, which gives his holding as 7.5 fees, the very amount at which he returns it in his Carta, CP 142. But his contemporary, Grayland Fitz-Gilbert de Taney, on the pipe rolls of Henry Roman II, was probably so styled for distinction, being a son of Gilbert de Taney who figures on the Essex pipe roll of 1158. Compare the phrase superplus militum in Rot, Pip, 31 HIP 47. Predictis, I quad omnia, et sint in forciata, Mr. Birch. Bushy and Hertfordshire, part of Mandeville's Doomsday Fief. Mr. Birch reads pertinuant. Pertinuit, Mr. Birch's conjecture. Quod aliquando, Mr. Birch's conjecture. Mr. Birch reads placido hac tenit. Mr. Birch reads treme. Mr. Birch conjectures ponenter in placatum. Mr. Birch conjectures Balduino comite devoni. On Robert Arundel, see Yeatman's History of the House of Arundel, p. 49, where too early a date is suggested for this charter, and p. 105, where it is implied that he was a tenant of the Earl of Gloucester. He occurs repeatedly in the pipe roll of 31 hen I, and again in the Westminster Charters, 1136 of Stephen. See Appendix C. Robert Mallet also was a West Country baron. He figures in connection with Warminster in the pipe roll of 31 hen I, and is among the witnesses to the Westminster Charters, 1136, being their styled dapifer, see Appendix C. The Carta of the Abbot of Glastonbury, 1166, proves that he was the predecessor of William Mallet, dapifer to Henry Roman II. Another West Country baron, he was one of the rebels of 1138 when he held Castle Carey against the King Hen. Hunt, p. 261, Ord Vit, v. 310, Gesta p. 43. According to Mr. Yeatman, he was son of William Gowel de Percival, called Lovell, Lord of Ivry, History of the House of Arundel, p. 136. He is however wrongly termed by him Robert Sick Lovell on p. 268. He witnessed an early charter of the Empress to Glastonbury Journ. BAA Roman 31, 390. Ralph Paynell had instigated the Earl of Gloucester's raid on Nottingham the previous September. Cont. Flor. Whig, 128, and was one of the rebels in 1138 when he held Dudley against the King Ibid, 110. He was presumably identical with the Radpeen of 1130 Rot, Pip 31 hen I. He witnessed the charter to Roger de Valoines, CP 286, and 3 other charters of the Empress Journ. BAA Roman 31, 391, 395, 398, including the creation of the Earldom of Hereford, 25 July, 1141. Walchelin Maminot had been among the witnesses to the above Westminster Charters of Easter, 1136, but had held Dover against the king in 1138 Ord. Vit, v. 310, when Ordericus v. 111, 112 speaks of him as a son-in-law of Robert de Furs, Earl of Derby. He witnessed the charter to Roger de Valoines, CP 286, and 5 other charters of the Empress Journe. BAA Roman 31. 388, 391, 394 bis, 398, including the creation of the Earldom of Hereford, 25 July 1141, and he appears in the Pipe Rolls and other records under Henry Roman II. From 1155 to 1170. Robert, natural son of Henry I, by Edith, afterwards married to Robert D'Oyley of Oxford, and uterine brother, as Mr. Eighton observes Adel. MSS. 31943 Fall, 115, to Henry D'Oyley of Hook Norton. He appears in connection with Devonshire in the Pipe Roll of 31 Hen, I, and is probably identical with Robert, brother of Earl Reginald of Cornwall vidi ante, p. 82. He is mentioned as present as Robert Fitz Edith at the Siege of Winchester, a few weeks later Sim. Dunn, Roman II, 310, and he was among the witnesses to the Empress's charters Oxford, 1142 to the Earls of Oxford and of Essex, and to her charter devises to Geoffrey de Mandeville the Younger vidi post. He subsequently witnessed Henry Roman II, S. Charter, 1156, to Henry de Oxenford Cart. Ant. D. No. 42. See also Liber Niger. Working from misleading copies, Mr. Eighton wrongly identifies this Robert Filius Regis as a witness to 3 charters of the Empress, with a Robert Fitz Reg Inald de Dunstanville, History of Shropshire, Roman II, 271. Robert Fitzmartin occurs in the Pipe Roll of 31 Hen I, in connection with Dorset. Dugdale and Mr. Eighton Adel, MSS, 31943 Fall, 90 affiliate him as son of a Martin of Tours who had established himself in Wales. He witnessed 2 other charters of the Empress Journe, BAA Roman 31, 391, 395, both of them at Oxford. A son of his, Filius Roberti Filii Martini, held 5 knights' fees of Glastonbury Abbey in 1166. Robert Fitz Hildebrand witnessed the Empress's second charter to Geoffrey with that to the Earl of Oxford vidi post. See for his adultery, treason, and shocking death, 1143, Gesta Stephani, pp. 95-96, where he is described as verum plebium quidem, sed militari virtute approbatum. He is also spoken of as ver infimi generis, sed summi semper malitiae machinator, Ibid, p. 93. He is affiliated by the editors of Ordericus, Société de l'Histoire de France, as Robert Fils de Herbrand de Sackville, Roman 3, 45 Roman 4, 420, where also we learn that he had refused to embark upon the White Ship. He was perhaps a brother of Richard Fitz Hildebrand, who held 5 fees from the abbot of Sherborne and 5 from the bishop of Salisbury in 1166. As the closing names vary somewhat in the 2 transcripts, I give both versions. Dugdale MS. Radland et Rad Panel et W Maminot et Rob Phil. R et Rob Phil, Martin et Rob Phil Hildebrand, apud Westministerium. Ashmole MS. Rad Lovell et Rad Panel, et W Maminot, et Roberto Filio, R et Roberto Filio Martin Roberto Filio Hildebrandi, apud Oxford. The 3 last words are added in a different hand, and Oxford appears to have been substituted for Westmer by yet another hand. William de Mohun had attested Eonomen the charter to Glastonbury Journe, BAA Roman 31, 389, Adam de Domeram, which probably passed soon after the election of the Empress April 8 at Winchester, CP 83. He now attests among the earls as Comite Wilelmo de Moyen. This fixes his creation as April-June, 1141. Corthope gives no date for the creation and no authority but his foundation charter to Bruton, in which he styles himself cum summus atensis. Dr. Stubbs, following him, gives under dates and authorities for the Empress's earldoms, no date and no further authority const. Hist. I 362. Mr. Maxwell Light, in his learned and valuable monograph on Dunster and its lords, 1882, quotes the Gesta Stephani for the fact that at the Siege of Winchester in 1140, the Empress bestowed on William de Mohun the title of Earl of Dorset. P. 6. But Winchester was besieged in August-September 1141, not in 1140, and though the writer does speak of Wilhelmus de Mohun, quem comitem ibi statuit Dorsetii, p. 81, this charter proves that he postdates the creation, as he also does that of Hereford, which he assigns to the same siege, cf. pp. 125 n. 194. Mr. Doyle, with his usual painstaking care, places the creation on the same authority before September 1141, which happens, it will be seen, to be quite correct, and assigns his use of the above style, cum summus itensis, to 1142. See also on this point p. 277 infra. CP 143. The grant of the earldom of Hereford to Miles of Gloucester. Erecta est autem in superbium intolerabilum, et omnium fear cordo assi alienavit. Hen. Hunt, 275. Interpellavit dominam anglorum regina pro domino seu rejecapto et custodii ac vinculis mancipato. Interpellata quoque est pro idem causa et a majoribus seu primoribus Angliae, et a la non exaudivit eos. Kant. Flor. Whig. 132. All this, however, is subject to the assumption that this charter passed at Westminster. That assumption rests on Dugdale's transcript and his statement to that effect in his baronage. There is nothing in the charter, except, of course, the above difficulty inconsistent with this statement, which is strongly supported by the Valoines charter. But, unfortunately, the transcript I have quoted from gives Oxford as the place of testing. But then the word vidi supra appears to have been added in a later hand, and may have been inserted from confusion with the Empress's second charter to Geoffrey, which did pass at Oxford. Still, there is no actual reason why this charter may not have passed at Oxford, though its subject makes Westminster, perhaps, the more likely place of the two. Personally, I feel no doubt whatever that Westminster was the place. CP 42. See Appendix H, the Tertius Denarius. Const. Hist. I 362. This, however, raises the question of comital rights, on which CPP 143, 169, 269, and Appendix H. Cf. William of Malmesbury. Hi predia, hi casella, postremo quicunc semel colabuiset, Peter non veribanter. See also Mr. S. R. Bird's valuable essay on the Crown lands in volume Roman 13 of the Antiquary. He refers, p. 160, to the extensive alienations of these lands during the turbulent reign of Stephen, in order to enable that monarch to endow the new earldoms. Quod offeret de summa firma vicecomidatus quantum pertinerit ad meldonam et nuaport quae donavi. Select charters. Const. Hist. I 326, 327. Doomsday Studies, Volume I Longmans, 1887. It is in this case alone, in the Empress's charter, that we can compare the value with that in Doomsday. The charter grants it pro excel solides. In Doomsday we read tunc et post valuet excel solidos, modo LV, Roman 2, 93. See an illustration of this principle, some years later, in the Chronicle of Ramsay, p. 287. Siedes me concessus abati de Ramsia, ut ad firmum habet hundredum de hiestinton redendo, inde quoque anno quatuor marcas argenti. Quicunc sit viscums ida ni viscums, plus ob eo requirat. Diqua dedi manerium illud comedi Theobaldo. Westminster Abbey Charters, Maddox's Baronia, p. 232, note. Const. Hist. I 260. See my articles on the introduction of night service into England in English Historical Review, July and October, 1891, January, 1892. See also Addenda, p. 439. The lands were granted, pro tanto quantum inde redi solbat, and the night service of Grauland detainee, pro tanto service quantum defido illo debent, which amount is given in Stephen's charter as 7.5 nights service, as also in the Liber Niger. Et si quid defurit ad si libratas perficiendas, perficium I in loco competenti in Essexia out in Hertford Sierra, out in Cantabrig Sierra. Et totum superplus, istorum Roman 20. Militum I perficium in praenominatis tribus comitatibus. Dr. Stubbs writes, from the reign of Henry I, we have distinct traces of a judicial system, a supreme court of justice, called the Curia Regis, presided over by the king or justiciary, and containing other judges also called justiciars, the chief being occasionally distinguished by the title of summus, magnus, or capitalis, const. Hist. I 377. But in another place, he points out, of the great justiciar, Roger of Salisbury, that several other ministers receive the same name even during the time at which he was actually in office. Even the title of capitalis justitiarius is given to officers of the Curia Regis who were acting in subordination to him. I 350. Of this, he gives instances in point I 389. On the whole, it is safest, perhaps, to hold, as Dr. Stubbs suggested, that the style capitalis was not reserved to the great justiciar alone till the reign of Henry Roman II. I 350. Const. Hist. I 389 note. See Appendix I. I cannot quite understand Neist's view that a better spirit is infused into this portion of the legal administration by the severance of the farm interest, firma, from the judicial functions, which was effected by the appointment of royal justiciarii in the place of the vicecomes. The reservation of the royal right of interference now develops into a periodical delegation of matters to criminal judges. I 180. It is probable that this eminent jurist has a right conception of the change, and that, if it is obscured, it is only by his mode of expression. But when arguing from the laws of Cnut and of Henry as to please infirma, he might, if one may venture to say so, have added the higher evidence of doomsday. There are several passages in the Great Survey bearing upon this subject, of which the most noteworthy is, I think, this, which is found in the passage on Shrewsbury. Siquis pacem regis monopropria datum scienter infringibat ut legis febet. Qui viro pacem regis a vicekomite datum infringibat, si solidos emendabat, et tantundum dabat qui forestal vel heinfair facebat. Has Roman 3 forest facturas, he bet in dominio rex e in omni Anglia extra firmas. I 152. See Appendix I, Vicecomites and Custods. Select Charters, 141. Foss's Judges, I 145. Const. Hist. I 470. Nulli sint in civitate vel burgo vel casello, vel extra, nec in honor etiam de Walensford, qui vetent vicecomites intrura in terram suum vel sacem suum. Strictly speaking, this refers to sheriffs, but a fortiori it would apply to the king's justitia. The assize of Clarendon describes itself as passed, de concilio omnium baronum suorum. Notice the justitia, qui videt, as answering to the aliquis, qui audiat in Geoffrey's charter. These are the words of the assize itself, which deals throughout with row-betters, murderators, and latrons. This charter is limited, by the names of the witnesses, to 1163-1166. It can only, therefore, refer to the assize of Clarendon, which conclusion is confirmed by its language. It must consequently have been granted immediately after it, before the king left England in March. Observe that the two last witnesses are the very justices who were entrusted with the execution of the assize, and that Earl Geoffrey, by the irony of fate, was no other than the son and successor of Geoffrey de Mandeville himself. Chapter 5, The Lost Charter of the Queen. It was at the very hour when the Empress seemed to have attained the height of her triumph that her hopes were dashed to the ground. The disaster, as is well known, was due to her own behavior. As Dr. Stubbs has well observed, she, too, was on the crest of the wave and had her little day. She had not learned wisdom or conciliation and threw away opportunities as recklessly as her rival. Indeed, even William of Malmesbury hints that the fault was hers. The Queen, having pleaded in vain for her husband, resolved to appeal to arms. Advancing on Southwark at the head of the forces which she had raised from Kent, and probably from Boulogne, she ravaged the lands of the citizens with fire and sword before their eyes. The citizens, who had received the Empress but grudgingly, and were already alarmed by her haughty conduct, were now reduced to desperation. They decided on rising against their new mistress and joining the Queen in her struggle for the restoration of the king. There is a stirring picture in the gesta of the sudden sounding of the tocsin, and of the citizens pouring forth from the gates amidst the clanging of the bells. The Empress was taken so completely by surprise that she seems to have been at table at the time, and she and her followers, mounting in haste, had scarcely galloped clear of the suburbs when the mob streamed into her quarters and rifled them of all that they contained. So great, we are told, was the panic of the fugitives that they scattered in all directions, regardless of the Empress and her fate. Although the geste is a hostile source, the evidence of its author is here confirmed by that of the continuator of Florence. William of Malmesbury, however, writing as a partisan, will not allow that the Empress and her brother were thus ignominiously expelled, but asserts that they withdrew in military array. The Empress herself fled to Oxford, and, afraid to remain even there, pushed on to Gloucester. The king, it is true, was still her prisoner, but her followers were almost all dispersed, and the legate, who had secured her triumph, was alienated already from her cause. Expelled from the capital and resisted in arms by no small portion of the kingdom, her prestige had received a fatal blow, and the moment for her coronation had passed away, never to return. Here we may pause to glance for a moment at a charter of singular interest, for its mention of the citizens of London and their faithful devotion to the king. Hugo de Gratia Rothamagensis Archiepiscopus Senatoribus Inclitus Civibus Honoratis, et omnibus commune London concordi Gratiam, salutum aeternam. Dio et vobis agimus gratias, pro vestra fidelitate stabili, et certa domino nostro, regi Stefano jugitor impensa. Inde per regionis noti vestra nobilitas virtus et potestas. It is tempting to see in this charter, unknown, it would seem, to the historians of London, a mention of the famous communa, the tumor plebis timor regni, of 1191. But the term here is more probably employed, as in the Communa Liberorum Hominum of the Assize of Arms 1181 and the Communa Totius Ter of the Great Charter 1215. At the same time, there are two expressions which occur at this very epoch and which might support the former view. One is conjuratio, which, as we have seen, the continuator applies to the action of the Londoners in 1141, and which Richard of Devizes similarly applies to the Commune of 1191. The other is communio, which William of Malmesbury applies to their government in the previous April, and which the keen eye of Dr. Stubbs noted as a description of municipal unity, which suggests that the communal idea was already in existence as a basis of civil organization. But he failed, it would seem, to observe the passage which follows, and which speaks of omnes barons, qui in aerum communionum jam judum recepti furent. For in this allusion we recognize a distinctive practice of the sworn commune, from that of Le Mans, 1073, to that of London, 1191, in quam universi regni magnates et ipsi etiam ipsius provincii episcopi jurer cogantur. Meanwhile, what of Geoffrey de Mandeville? A tale is told of him by Dugdale, and accepted without question by Mr. Clarke, which, so far as I can find, must be traced to the following passage in Trivet. Igiter in nativitatis precursoris Domini, obsessituri, fugitur imperatrix de Londonia. Turim autem Galfridus de Magnavilla potenter defendit, et egressu facto, Robertum civitatis episcopum, parties adversi fautorum, cepit apud maenerium de Fulham. It is quite certain that this tale is untrustworthy as it stands. We have seen above that Trivet's date for the arrival of the Empress at London is similarly, beyond doubt, erroneous. That the citizens, when they suddenly rose against the Empress, may also have blockaded Geoffrey in his tower, not only as her ally, but as their own natural enemy, is possible, nay, even probable. But that he ventured forth through their ranks to Fulham when thus blockaded is improbable, and that he captured the bishop as an enemy of the Empress is impossible, for the Empress herself had just installed him, and we find him at her court a month later. At the same time, Trivet, we must assume, cannot have invented all this. His story must preserve a confused version of the facts as told in some chronicle now lost, or, at least, unknown. On this assumption, it may, perhaps, be suggested that Geoffrey was indeed blockaded in the tower, but that when he accepted the Queen's offers, and thus made, as we shall see, common cause with the citizens, he signalized his defection from the cause of the Empress by seizing her adherent the bishop, and holding him a prisoner till, as Holinshed implies, he purchased his freedom, and so became free to join the Empress at Oxford. And now let us come to the subject of this chapter, the lost charter of the Queen. That this charter was granted is an historical fact hitherto absolutely unknown. No chronicler mentions the fact, nor is there a trace of any such document or even of a transcript of its contents. And yet the existence of this charter, like that of the planet Neptune, can be established, in the words of Sir John Herschel, with a certainty hardly inferior to ocular demonstration. The discovery, indeed, of that planet was effected, magnes componer parva, by strangely similar means. For as the perturbations of Uranus pointed to the existence of Neptune, so the perturbations of Geoffrey de Mandeville point to the existence of this charter. We know that the departure of the Empress was followed by the arrival of the Queen, with the result that Geoffrey was again in a position to demand his own terms. Had he continued to hold the tower in the name of the Empress, he would have made it a thorn in the side of the citizens now that they had declared for her rival. We hear, moreover, at this crisis, of offers by the Queen to all those whom bribes or concessions could allure to her side. We have therefore the strongest presumption that Geoffrey would be among the first to whom offers were made, but it is not on presumption that we depend. Stephen, we shall find, 6 months later, refers distinctly to this lost charter, Carta Regini, and the Empress in turn in the following year refers to the charters of the King and of the Queen, quas rex Stephanus et Matildes Regina ideterunt, sicut habet into Cartas il orum. Thus its existence is beyond question. And that it passed about this time may be inferred, not only from the circumstances of the case, but also from the most significant fact that, a few weeks later, at the siege of Winchester, we find Geoffrey supporting the Queen in active concert with the citizens. What were the terms of the charter by which he was thus regained to his allegiance we cannot now tell. To judge, however, from that of Stephen, which was mainly a confirmation of its terms, it probably represented a distinct advance on the concessions he had wrung from the Empress. It is an interesting fact, and one which probably is known to few, if any, that there is still preserved in the Public Record Office a solitary charter of the Queen, granted, I cannot but think, at this very crisis. As it is not long, I shall here quote it as a unique and instructive record. M. Regina, Angel omnibus fidelibus sues, Francis et Angli salutum. Sietes quad dedi Gervasio justiciario delond ex marcatas, terri, in villa de Gamelingea pro servicio suo, donic persilvem debitum quad idebio, ut infra illum terminum habet proficuaque exhibunt de villa predicta. Testibus com sim et Ric de Ballon et sim de Gerard Mott et Warren de Lizer. Apud Land. The first of the witnesses, Earl Simon, of Northampton, is known to have been one of the 3 earls who adhered to the Queen during the King's captivity. Richard of Boulogne was possibly a brother of her Nepos, Faramis of Boulogne, who is also known to have been with her. Combining the fact of the charter being the Queen's with that of its subject matter, and that of its place of testing, we obtain the strongest possible presumption that it passed at this crisis, a presumption confirmed, as we have seen, by the name of the leading witness. The endeavor to fix the date of this charter is well worth the making, for it is not merely of interest as a record unique of its kind. If it is indeed of the date suggested, it is, to all appearance, the sole survivor of all those charters, such as that to Geoffrey, by which the Queen, in her hour of need, must have purchased support for the royal cause. We see her, like the Queen of Henry Roman III, like the Queen of Charles I, straining every nerve to succor her husband and to raise men and means. And as Henrietta Maria pledged her jewels as security for the loans she raised, so Matilda is here shown as pledging a portion of her ancestral honor to raise the sinews of war. But this charter, if the date I have assigned to it be right, does more for us than this. It gives us, for an instant, a precious glimpse of that of which we know so little, and would fain know so much, I mean the government of London. We learn from it that London had then a justiciary, and further that his name was Gervase. Nor is even this all. The Gamlingay entry in the Testa de Neville and Liber Niger enables us to advance a step further, and to establish the identity of this Gervase with no other than Gervase of Cornhill. The importance of this identification will be shown in a special appendix. Among those whom the Queen strove hard to gain was her husband's brother, the legate. He had headed, as we have seen, the witnesses to Geoffrey's charter, but he was deeply injured at the failure of his appeal on behalf of his family to the Empress, and was even thought to have secretly encouraged the rising of the citizens of London. He now kept aloof from the court of the Empress, and having held an interview with the Queen at Guildford, resolved to devote himself, heart and soul, to setting his brother free. Ex dum ipsa puterator omni Anglia statum posse potiri, mutata omnia. Will. Moms, p. 749. Early Plantagenets p. 22, const. Hist. I. 330. Satisc constat quod si ejus, i.e. comitus, moderationi et sapientiae assues esset creditum, non tam sinistrum postea sensissent ali casuum, p. 749. Regina quad pris non valuit, armies impetrare confidens, splendidissimum militantium decus ante Londonias, ex altera fluvii Regiani, transmissit, ut raptu, et incendio violentia, et gladio in comitici surumque prospectu, ardentissime circa civitatem deceverant precipit. Gesta Stephani, p. 78. These expressions appear to imply that she not only wasted the southern bank, but sent over transmissit, her troops to plunder round the walls of the city itself, circa civitatem. Mr. Pearson strangely assigns this action not to the Queen, but to the Empress. Matilda brought up troops and cut off the trade of the citizens and wasted their lands to punish their disaffection, p. 478. The Annals of Plimpton, ed. Lieberman, p. 20, imply that the city was divided on the subject. In mens junio facta est seditio in civitate Londoniensi, a civibus, sed tamen pars sanior vices imperatrices agebat, pars viro quedam eam opignabat. Facta conjuration adversus eam quam cum honor susceperant, cum dedicor apprehendir statuerunt. Et illa aquatum civium premunita, ignominiosum cum sues fugem eripuit omni sua suorumque supelectili post tergum relicta. Sensum sine tumultu quadam militari disciplina urb cesserunt. This is clearly intended to rebut the story of their hurried flight. See also p. 132, infra. See Appendix J, the Great Seal of the Empress. Harl, Ms. 1708, Fo. 113. Conjuration facta. In indulta sibi conjuration, quanta quip mala ex conjuration pruveniunt, ed. Howlett, p. 416. Const. Hist. I. 407. Facta conspiration quam communionum vocabant, sees omnes peritor sacramentis ad stringunt, et ejustum regionis prosers quamvis invitos, sacramentis sui conspirationis obligari compellant. Richard of Devizes, ed. Howlett, p. 416. Medieval Military Architecture, Roman II, 254. Trivets Annals eng hist. Soc. p. 13. CP 84. Primo quaedam quad decuit, sancti Dei ecclesiae, juxta bonorum concilium, consular procuravit. Dedit idac Londoniensis ecclesiae presulatum cuitum redingency, menacho viro venerabili present, et jubent reverendo abate seu Edwardo, Cont. Flor. Whig. 131. CP 123. We have indeed a glimpse of this incident in the Liber de Antiquis Legibus Fall. 35, where we read, Anno predicto, statum in alia state, obsessa est turris Londoniarum a Londoniensibus, quam Williamus sic, de Magnavilla tenebat et firmaverat. The city, it must be remembered, lay between him and Fulham, so that, obviously, he is more likely to have made this raid when the city was no longer in arms against him. We have a hint that the bishop was disliked by the citizens in the Historia Pontificalis, p. 532, where we learn, in 1148, that they had disobeyed the papal authority. Quando episcopus bone memori Robertus expulsus est, cui hanc exhibura devotionum ut omni diligentia procurerent ni patria exulenti in aliquo prodecent. Regina autem a Londoniensibus suscepta, sexusque fragilitatis feminiac malati oblita, viriliter sees et virtuos continer, invictos ubique coadjutors pre sibi et pretio elisir, regis conjurados ubi per Anglium furent dispersi, ad dominum suum secum repascendum constanter solicitor. Gesta Stephani 80. Regina omnibus supplicavit, omnis pro eruption mariti sue precibis, promissis et obsequiis solicitavit, sim. Done. Roman II, 310. CP 143. CP 167. Geoffrey de Mandeville, qui jam itrum auxilio aerum cesserat antia enim, post captionem regis imperatris fidelitatem juraverat, et Londoniensibus maxime anatentibus, nihilque omnino quod possent pretermittentibus quo imperatricem contrasterant. Will. Moms, p. 752. Royal Charters, Duchy of Lancaster, number 22, N.B. The above is merely an extract from the charter. Waleran of Meulan, William of Warenne, and Simon of Northampton, Ord. Vit. v. 130. CP 147. Gamlingay, in Cambridgeshire, had come to the Queen as belonging to the honour of Boulogne. Gamnigea Valet XXX Lee, in detenent, Hereds Gervas de Cornhill X Lee. Liber Niger 395, Testa pp. 274-275. This entry also proves that the loan 1141 to the Queen was not repaid and the property therefore not redeemed. See Appendix K, Gervais de Cornhill. Nunc quidem Wintoniensum episcopum, totius Anglii legatum, ut fraternis compatiens vinculis ad eam liberandum intenderit, ut sibi meritum, plebi regem, rigno patronum, toto secum nissu adquirerit, viriliter supplicare. Gesta 80. Gesta 79. Will Moms, p. 750 Cont. Floor, Wig 132, Gesta 80 Annals of Winchester. Chapter 6, The Rout of Winchester. The Empress, it will be remembered, in the panic of her escape on the sudden revolt of the citizens, had fled to the strongholds of her cause in the west and sought refuge in Gloucester. Most of her followers were scattered abroad, but the faithful Miles of Gloucester was found, as ever, by her side. As soon as she recovered from her first alarm, she retraced her steps to Oxford, acting upon his advice, and made that fortress her headquarters, to which her adherents might rally. To her stay at Oxford on this occasion, we may assign a charter to Hammond Abbey, tested inter alios by the King of Scots. But of far more importance is the well-known charter by which she granted the earldom of Hereford to her devoted follower, Miles of Gloucester. With singular unanimity, the rival chroniclers testify to the faithful service of which this grant was the reward. It is an important fact that this charter contains a record of its date, which makes it a fixed point of great value for our story. This circumstance is the more welcome from the long list of witnesses, which enables us to give with absolute certainty the personnel of Matilda's court on the day this charter passed. July 25, 1141, evidence confirmed by another charter omitted from the fasciculus of Mr. Birch. From a comparison of the dates, we can assign these documents to the very close of her stay at Oxford, by which time her scattered followers had again rallied to her standard. It is also noteworthy that the date is in harmony with the narrative of the continuator of Florence. This has a bearing on the chronology of that writer, to which we have now in the main to trust. William of Malmesbury, who on the doings of his patron is likely to be well informed, tells us that the rumors of the legate's defection led the Earl of Gloucester to visit Winchester in the hope of regaining him to his sister's cause. Disappointed in this, he rejoined her at Oxford. It must have been on his return that he witnessed the charter to Miles of Gloucester. The Empress, on hearing her brother's report, decided to march on Winchester with the forces she had now assembled. The names of her leading followers can be recovered from the various accounts of the siege. The continuator states that she reached Winchester shortly before the 1st of August. He also speaks of the siege having lasted 7 weeks on the 13th of September. If he means by this, as he implies, the siege by the Queen's forces, he is clearly wrong, but if he was thinking of the arrival of the Empress, this would place that event not later than the 27th of July. We know from the date of the Oxford Charter that it cannot well have been earlier. The Hyde Cartulary, Stowe MSS, is more exact and indeed gives us the day of her arrival, Thursday, July 31, pretty cal. Augusti. According to the Annals of Waverley, the Empress besieged the bishop the next day. Of the struggle which now took place, we have several independent accounts. Of these, the fullest are those given by the continuator, who here writes with a bitter feeling against the legate, and by the author of the Gesta, whose sympathies were, of course, on the other side. John of Hexham, William of Malmesbury, and Henry of Huntingdon have accounts which should be carefully consulted, and some information is also to be gleaned from the Hyde Cartulary, Stowe MSS. It is John of Hexham alone who mentions that the bishop himself had commenced operations by besieging the royal castle, which was held by a garrison of the Empress. It was in this castle, says the continuator that she took up her quarters on her arrival. She at once summoned the legate to her presence, but he, dreading that she would seize his person, returned a temporizing answer, and eventually rode forth from the city, it would seem, by the east gate just as the Empress entered it in state. Though the continuator asserts that the Empress, on her arrival, found the city opposed to her, William of Malmesbury, whose sympathies were the same, asserts, on the contrary, that the citizens were for her. Possibly, the former may only have meant that she had found the gates of the city closed against her by the legate. In any case, she now established herself, together with her followers, within the walls, and laid siege to the episcopal palace, which was defended by the legate's garrison. The usual consequence followed. From the summit of the keep, its reckless defenders rained down fire upon the town, and a monastery, a nunnery, more than 40 churches, and the greater part of the houses within the walls are said to have been reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, the legate had summoned to his aid the Queen and all the royal party. His summons was promptly obeyed, even the Earl of Chester, who, says Dr. Stubbs, was uniformly opposed to Stephen, but who no doubt fought for himself far more than for the Empress, joined, on this occasion, the royal forces, perhaps to maintain the balance of power. But his assistance, naturally enough, was viewed with such deep suspicion that he soon went over to the Empress, to whom, however, his tardy help was of little or no value. From London, the Queen received a well-armed contingent, nearly 1,000 strong, but Henry of Huntingdon appears to imply that their arrival, although it turned the scale, did not take place till late in the siege. The position of the opposing forces became a very strange one. The Empress and her followers from the castle besieged the bishop's palace and were in turn themselves besieged by the Queen and her host without. It was the aim of the latter to cut off the Empress from her base of operations in the west. With this object, they burnt Andover and harassed so successfully the enemy's convoys that famine was imminent in the city. The Empress, moreover, was clearly outnumbered by the forces of the Queen and legate. It is agreed on all hands that the actual crisis was connected with an affair at Wherwell, but John of Hexham and the author of the Gesta are not entirely in accord as to the details. According to the latter, who can hardly be mistaken in a statement so precise, the besieged, now in dire straits, dispatched a small force along the old Eichnild Way to fortify Wherwell and its nunnery, commanding the passage of the Test in order to secure their line of communication. John of Hexham, on the contrary, describing, it would seem, the same incident, represents it as merely the dispatch of an escort, under John the Marshal and Robert Fitz-Edith, to meet an expected convoy. In any case, it is clear that William of Ypres, probably the Queen's best soldier, burst upon the convoy close to Wherwell and slew or captured all but those who sought refuge within the nunnery walls. Nor are the two accounts gravely inconsistent. On the other hand, the continuator of Florence appears at first sight to imply that the Marshal and his followers took refuge at Wherwell in the course of the general flight, and this version is in harmony with the Histoire de Guillaume le Maréchal. But putting aside William of Malmesbury, whose testimony is ambiguous on the point, I consider the balance to be clearly in favor of the Gesta and John of Hexham, whose detailed accounts must be wholly rejected if we embrace the other version, whereas the continuator's words can be harmonized, and indeed better understood, if we take ad monasterium Wherwellense fugitum as referring to John taking refuge in the nunnery, as described in the other versions, when surprised with his convoy. Moreover, the evidence, vidi infra, as to the Empress leaving Winchester by the west instead of the north gate, appears to me to clinch the matter. As to the Marshal poem, on such a point its evidence is of little weight. Composed at a later period, and based on family tradition, its incidents, as M. Mayer has shown, are thrown together in wrong order, and its obvious errors not a few. I may add that the Marshal's position is unduly exalted in the poem, and that Brian Fitz-Count, though it is true that he accompanied the Empress in her flight, would never have taken his orders from John the Marshal. Its narrative cannot be explained away, but it is the one that we are most justified in selecting for rejection. To expel the fugitives from their place of safety, William and his troopers fired the nunnery. A furious struggle followed in the church, amidst the shrieks of the nuns and the roar of the flames. The sanctuary itself streamed with blood, but John the Marshal stood his ground and refused to surrender to his foes. "Silence, or I will slay thee with mine own hands," the undaunted man is said to have exclaimed, as his last remaining comrade implored him to save their lives. On receiving intelligence of this disaster, the besieged were seized with panic and resolved on immediate retreat. William of Malmesbury, as before, is anxious to deny the panic, and the continuator accuses the legate of treachery. The account, however, in the Gesta appears thoroughly trustworthy. According to this, the Empress and her forces sallied forth from the gates in good order, but were quickly surrounded and put to flight. All order was soon at an end. Bishops, nobles, barons, troopers fled in headlong rout. With her faithful squire by her side, the Empress rode for her life. The Earl of Gloucester, with the rear guard, covered his sister's retreat, but in so doing was himself made prisoner, while holding, at Stockbridge, the passage of the Test. The mention of Stockbridge proves that the besieged must have fled by the Salisbury road, their line of retreat by Andover being now barred at Wherwell. After crossing the Test, the fugitive Empress must have turned northwards and made her way, by country lanes, over Longstock Hills to Ludgeshall. So great was the dread of her victorious foes, now in full pursuit, that though she had ridden more than 20 miles and was overwhelmed with anxiety and fatigue, she was unable to rest even here, and remounting, rode for Devizes across the Wiltshire Downs. It was not, we should notice, thought safe for her to make straight for Gloucester, through Marlborough and Cirencester, so she again set her face due west, as if making for Bristol. Thus fleeing from fortress to fortress, she came to her castle at Devizes. So great, however, was now her terror that even in this celebrated stronghold she would not, she feared, be safe. She had already ridden some 40 miles, mainly over bad country, and what with grief, terror, and fatigue, the erst haughty Empress was now more dead than alive, pene exanimus. It was out of the question that she should mount again. A litter was hurriedly slung between two horses, and, strapped to this, the unfortunate lady was conveyed in sorry guise, sat ignominious, to her faithful city of Gloucester. On a misunderstanding, as I deem it, of the passage, and especially of the word feratrum, writers have successively, for 3 centuries, represented the continuator as stating that the Empress, to elude the vigilance of her pursuers, was laid out as a corpse. Lingard, indeed, while following suit, gravely doubts if the fact be true, as it is recorded by the continuator alone. But Professor Pearson improves upon the story and holds that the versatile lady was in turn a trooper and a corpse. On the 1st of November, the king was released, and a few days later the Earl of Gloucester, for whom he had been exchanged, reached Bristol. Shortly after, it would seem, there were assembled together at Bristol the Earl, the Empress, and their loyal adherents, Miles, now Earl of Hereford, Brian Fitz-Count, and Robert Fitz-Martin. Por effugiens domina per Oxenifordiem venit ad Glavornium, ubi cum Milone ex constabulario concilio inito statum cum eadem ad Oxenifordensum revertitur urbum, ibi priestilatera su recuperatera suum dispersum militarum numerum. Cont. Flor. Whig. 132. The other witnesses were Robert, Bishop of London, Alexander, Bishop of Lincoln, William the Chancellor, R. de Belmays, Archdeacon G. Archdeacon Reginald, Earl of Cornwall, William Fitz-Alan and Walter his brother, Alan de Dunstanville Harl. Ms. 2188 Fall. 123. The 2 bishops and the King of Scots also witnessed the charter to Miles. Fodera, N.E. I-14. Et quia adjustum Milanus precipiu frubeter concilio, et fovebater auxilio, utpot qui etenus nec unius die victim nec mensi ipsius apparatum aliund quam ex ipsius munificentia, sive providentia exceperat sicut ex ipsius Milanus or audivimus, ut eam suo arctius vincert ministerio, comitatum I herefordensum tunc ibi posita pro magni remunerationis consulit premio. Cont. Flor. Whig. 133. Comp. Gesta 81. Milo Gleornensis, quem ibi cum gratia et favor omnium comitum preficit herefordii. See Appendix L, Charter of the Empress to William de Beauchamp. Ad hos modus, see possit, componendos comes glossistrensis non adio denso comitato Wintonium contendit, sed, re infecta, ad Oxenford rediit, ubi sorer stativa mansion jam judum si continuerat. P. 751. The jam judum should be noticed, as a hint towards the chronology. Ipsa idac, et ex his qui continue audibat, et a frater tunc cognivit nihil legatum mal, ad suas parts cogiter intelligens, Wintonium cum quanto potuit apparatu venit. Ibid. They were her uncle, the King of Scots, *her 3 brothers, the Earls of Gloucester and of Cornwall, and Robert Fitz-Edith, the Earls of Warwick and Devon, Exeter, with their newly created fellows, the Earls of Dorset or Somerset and Hereford, Humphrey de Bohun, John the Marshal, Brian Fitz-Count, Geoffrey Botrel his relative, William Fitz-Alan, William of Salisbury, Roger Doyley, Roger de Nunant, etc. The primate was also of the company. N.B. Those marked with an asterisk attested the above charter to Miles de Gloucester. Inde jam militum virtut roborata et numo appropinquante festivitate sancti Petri, qui dissiter ad vincula, August 1, Cont. Flor. Whig. 133. Septem igitur septimanes and obsidiani transactes, Ibid. Die calendarum Augusti, Anne, Mon, Roman 2, 229. Imperatrix, collectis viribus sues, cum reges Scotiae et Rodberto comite ascendit in Wintonium, audiens milit suos inclusos in regia munition expignari a militibus legati qui erant in monibus alias. Sim. Dunn, Roman 2. 310. Ignorante frater suo, comite Brixtoensi, i.e. Earl Robert, Wintoniansum venit ad urbum, sedem a si jam alienatum inveniens, in casello suscepitispidium, p. 133. It seems impossible to understand what can be meant by the expression ignorante frater suo. So too will, moms, intra casellum regium sine cunctation recepta. Will, moms, p. 751, gesta p. 80, Cont. Flor. Whig. 133. The gesta alone represents the empress as hoping to surprise the legate, which is scarcely probable. Wintonienses por ovel tecido I favebant judicio, memors fidae quam I pacti furent, cum invidi perpimatum ob episcopo ad hoc adacti assent. p. 752. There is some confusion as to what the empress actually besieged. The gesta says it was 1. Casellum episcopi, quad venistissimo constructum schemate in civitatis medio locerat, sed et 2. Domum Elias, quam ad instar Caselli fortiter et inexpugnabiliter firmarat. We learn from the Annals of Winchester, p. 51, that in 1138 the bishop fecit edificare domum quaes I palladium cum turi fortissima in Wintonia, which would seem to be Wolvesey, with its keep, at the southeast angle of the city. Again, Giraldus has a story, Romans 7. 46, that the bishop built himself a residence from the materials of the conqueror's palace. Domos regios apud Wintonium ecclesi ipsius atrio nimis enormiter imminens. Fundidus in brevi raptum et subito, digessit, et ex durutis edificiis et abstractis domos episcopales egregias sibi in edum urb construxit. On the other hand, the Hyde Cartulary assigns the destruction of the palace to the siege, vide infra. Interi exter pontificis jaculatum incendium in domos burgensium, qui, ut dixi, proniers erant imperatrices felicitati, comprehendit et combussit abatium totem sanctimonialium intra urbum, simul cenobium quad dissiter ad hitum extra. Will. Moms. p. 752. Qui in tus recludabanter ignibus foras emissus majorum civitatis, partum sed et duas abatias in favillas penitus redigerant, gesta, p. 83. Siquitum secundo dimensis Augusti ignis civitati emissus, monasterium sanctimonialium cum sues edificiis, ecclesias plus excel cum majorisu meleri part civitatis, postremo cenobium monacorum dio et sancto Grimbaldo famulantium, cum sues edibus redigit in sinners. Cont. Flor. Whig. p. 133. It is from this last writer that we get the date, August 2, which we should never have gathered from William of Malmesbury, who mentions this fire in conjunction with the burning of Wherwell Abbey at the close of the siege, or from the Gesta. M. Paris, Cron. Madge, Roman 2. 174, assigns the fire, like William of Malmesbury, to the end of the siege, but his version, Destructa est Wintonia, Roman 18 cal. Oct. Et captus est arcums gloverni die exultationis sanct crucis, is self-stultifying, the two dates being one and the same. The continuator's date is confirmed by the independent evidence of the Hyde Cartulary among the Stowe MSS, which states that on Saturday, the 2nd of August, Sabato non Augusti, the city was burned by the bishop's forces, et eadem didicta civitas Wintoni capta est et spoliata. From this source we further obtain the interesting fact that the conqueror's palace in the city, totum palladium cum alla sua, perished on this occasion. Allusion is made to this fact in the same cartulary's account of a council held by Henry of Winchester in the cathedral in November 1150, where the parish of St. Lawrence is assigned the site, super quam allum suum et palacium edificari fecit, rex Wilhelmus, which palace in adventu Roberti comitus glossestri combustum fuit. The continuator, morsuo, assigns the fire to the cruelty of the bishop, but it was the ordinary practice in such cases, as from the Tower of Le Mans in 1099, Ord. Vit. As from the Tower of Hereford Cathedral but a few years before this, Gesta Stephani, so now at Winchester the firebrands flew, and so again at Lewes in far later days, 1264, where on the evening of the great battle there blazed forth from the defeated royalists, sheltered on the castle height, a mad shower of fire. Statum propter omnes missit quos regifaceros cibet, venerant ergo fear omnes comites Angliae, erant enim juvens et leaves, et qui malent equitationem discursus quam pacem. Will, Moms, p. 751, cf. Hen, Hunt, p. 275 and Gesta pp. 81-82. Early Plantagenets, p. 25. Compare Const. Hist. I. 329. The Earl of Chester, although, whenever he prevailed on himself to act, he took part against Stephen, fought rather on his own account than on Matilda's. Sim. Dun. Roman 2. 310. Rianulphus enim cum sestri tard et inutiliter advenit. Will, Malms, p. 751. Invicta Londoniensium caterva, qui firmil cum galles et lorisis ornatisime instructi convenerant. Gesta, p. 82. Venit tandem exercitus Londoniensis, et octi numeros qui contra imperatricem contendebant, fugere eam compulerunt. p. 275. Gesta, p. 82. The Annals of Winchester, p. 52, strangely reverse the respective positions of the two. Imperatrix cum suis castellum tenuit regium et orientalem, sic, partum Wintoni et Burgenses cum legatus cum sues castrum suum cum part occidentali, sic. Will, Moms, p. 752. Ibid, Gesta, p. 83. Pravissum estigitur, et communi concilio pravissae, ut sibi videbatter, statutum, quatinus pens abatium virulensum, qui eventa civitate Roman 6. Miliariis distabet, trecentes sic, ibi destinatis militibus, castellum construerent, ut silicet into et regales facilius arcerenter, et suborum subsidia competentius in urb dirigerenter. p. 83. Emissi sunt autem ducenti, sic milits, cum Rodberto filio edi et Henrisi regis natho et Johann Mariscaldo, ut conducerent in urbum ios qui comportabant victualia in ministerium imperatricis et aerum qui obsessi furent. Sim. Dun. Roman 2. 310. Quos persecuti Wilhelmus dipper et pars exercitus usque ad vervella, ubi est congregatio sanctimonialium, et milits et omnem apparatum, qui erat copiasis abjuxerunt ibid. Subito et insperite, cum intolerabili multitudine vervellam advenerunt, fortiterque in ius undique irventes captis et interremptis plurimis, sedir tandem reliquos et in templum si reciper compulerunt. Gesta, p. 83. Vidi infra. Since the above was written, Mr. Howlett, in his edition of the Gesta, p. 82, note, has noted the contradiction in the narrative, but seems to lean to the latter version as being supported by the martial poem. As has been duly pointed out by its accomplished editor, M. Paul Mayer, Romania, Volume Z, who will shortly, it may be hoped, publish the entire poem. Lee Marshall's de son affaire ni saut qua dire ni qua faire, any vit riscos ni confort. A. Brian de Wailing Goffort commanda mener la dame, edist, sur le peril de salmi quen null lunias ersticent, pour null besoing qua il iacint, en bon vanian mail de si qua lothagerzel e sil tost, e hastivement, en fist tot sun commandment. Lines 225-36. Cumque vice caselli ad si defendendos templo uterenter, alii facibus undique injectis, semiustralatos ius e templo prodaer, et ad vadum suum si sibi subdir coegerunt. Erat quidem horrendum, etc. Gesta, p. 83. Johannum etiam, fautorum aerum, ad monasterium verulens fugintem milits episcopi persequens, cum exind nullo modo expeller valuiscent, in ipsa die festivitatis exultationis sancti crucis, immisso in ipsum ecclesiam sancti crucis cum sanctimonialium rebus et domibus cremaverunt, predictum tamen Johannem nec capper nec expeller poterunt. Kant. Flor. Wig. p. 135. So also will. Moms. p. 752. Combusta est etiam abatia sanctimonialium de vervella, aquatum Wilhelmo de Ibrahami nefando, qui nec dio nec hominibus reverentium observerit, quod in quidem imperatricis fauters si contutati essent. Li merches algiae essestet, e sun poer les contrastet. Tut elas sur liu discarcha qui si dermit lecharcha quaeni pontnate plus durer, trop lui fui forta endurer, eins en body en unmostier enant o lui caeun sol cheveler. Quant li real les apricurant quel mostier en badu si furent, or ca li fuse, funt ill, or sa li traders ni li gera. Quant li fuse el moster si prist, en la vistillator si mist. Li chevaliers li dist. Bo sire, or ardrum si I grant martyr, si sira pecis e damages, rendum nos si ferumque sages. Sil respundi molt cruelment, en parlor ja gel ti defent, qui sn decize plus ni mains gt oxeratimis mains. Por la grant fuqui fuentor digitally plunstelator si quesor levis li chai, dunt ladement li meshi, que undeces els I out perdu dunt molt si tinta spurdu mais, mercedia any murust pa. Ili real nes la pass por mort e por ars la quadrant, a vincester sn returnerant, mais any fu ni mors ni estants. Lines 237-69. Ubi lacrimabulum profati in fortunae audicent eventum de obsidiani diudius ingerenda ex toto desperati, fugique maturae enier presidium sibi consulura. Gesta, pp. 83-84. Qui jam non in concertation sed in fuga spem salutis gerens egressi sunt, ni forte victors cum Wilhelmo diperad socios regressi, sumpta fiducia ex quotidianis successibus, aliquid subitem in ius excogiterant. Sim. Dun. Roman 2. 310. Sedendum tempori ratus, compositus ordinibus decessionum paravit, p. 753. p. 134. His strong bias against the legate makes this somewhat confused charge unworthy of credit. La fis tantast, meter la voitat dreda logersale. Ni perent suffrir ni atender sil, quio el emperoris erent al, miscael purent sn allurent poignant seque rigne any tinderant esc sas vers valvindrant. Mes formant les desavantia el emperoris, qui shavachicum fem fate, en sint ni sembla pabuin ni sint al merchel. Anses lidist. Dame, cm8 Jessichrist, lm ni puit pa u sint poinder. Les jams vos coviant disjoinder e meter par en sun el arcan. El la fist, valsist ale onon, cur lor enemis la greviant qui de trop pries les herdient. Lines 198, 199, 208-24. The quaint detail here given is confirmed, as M. Mayer notes, by the continuator's phrase, vidi infra, note 2. In loco qui stalabrix dicitor a flammensibus cum comite warrenensi captus. Kant. Flor. Wig. p. 135. Cf. p. 134 and Will Malms. pp. 753, 758, 759, Gesta p. 84, Sim. Dun. Roman 2, 311, Hen. Hunt. p. 275. As in Matilda's flight from London, so in her flight from Winchester, the author of the Gesta appears to advantage with his descriptive and spirited account. Hic audiens domina, vehementer exturita ac turbata, ad caselum quo tendebat deledcarashala tristis ac dolens advenit, sed ibi locum tutum quiescendi, propter medum episcopi non invenit. Unda hortentibus sues, equo itrum usu masculino supposita, atc ad divisis producta, Kant. Flor. Wig. p. 134. Caselum quod vocatur devise, quo non erat aliud splendidius intrafines Europi? Hen. Hunt. p. 265. Caselum multis et vix numerabilibus sumptibus, non ut ips presel dictabat ad ornamentum sed ut si re veritas habet, ad ecclesiae detrimentum, edificatum, will. Moms, pp. 717, 718. It had been raised by the Bishop of Salisbury, and it passed at his fall into Stephen's hands. It is then described by the author of the Gesta, p. 66, as Caselum regis, quod divisa dispeter, ornanter et inexpugnabiliter muratum. It was subsequently surprised by Robert Fitzhubert, who held it for his own hand till his capture, when the Earl of Gloucester tried hard to extort its surrender from him. In this, however, he failed. Robert was hanged, and soon after his garrison sold it to Stephen, by whom it was entrusted to Hervé of Brittany, whom he seems to have made Earl of Wilts. But on Stephen's capture, the peasantry rose and extorted its surrender from Hervé. Thenceforth, it was a stronghold of the Empress. See for this the continuator and the gesta. Cum nec ibi secure si tutari posse, ob in sequens, formiderit jam pene exanimus feretro invecta, et funibus quaes a cadaver legata equis deferentibus, sat ignominios ad civitatem deportator Gleornensum. Kant. Flor. Whig. 134. The author of the Gesta, p. 85, mentions her flight to Devizes, Brino tantum cum possus comite, ad divises confugit, and incidentally observes, p. 87, that she was ex wintoniensi dispersion quasi nimis, et usque ad defectum pene defatigata, i.e. tired to death, cf. Supra. John of Hexham merely says, et imperatrix quidem non sine magno conflictu et plurima difficultate erepta est. Sim. Dunn, Roman 2, 310. Camden, in his Britannia, gives the story, but Knighton de Eventibus Angliae, lib Roman 2, in Scriptures X, seems to be the chief offender. Dugdale follows with the assertion that she was necessitated, for her more security to be put into a coffin, as a dead corps, to escape their hands, I 537b. According to Milner, History of Winchester, p. 162, she was enclosed like a corpse in a sheet of lead, and was thus suffered to pass in a horse litter as if carried out for interment, through the army of her besiegers, a truce having been granted for this purpose. Even Edwards, in his introduction to the Liber de Haida, p. Roman 48, speaks of the raising of the siege, a raising precipitated, if we accept the accounts of Knighton and some other chroniclers who accord with him, by the strange escape of the Empress Maud from Winchester Castle, concealed in a leaden coffin. Sic crescit Yundo. Will Moms, p. 754. See donation of Miles, Monastican Roman 6. 137, stated to have been made in their presence, and in the year 1141, in which he speaks of himself as apud Bristolium positus, jamp consulatus honorum adeptus. Brian had escorted the Empress in her flight, but Miles, intercepted by the enemy, had barely escaped with his life. De sola vita lidus ad Gleornam cum dedicor fugindo pervenit lacius, solus, et pene nudis. Kant. Flor. Whig. T. 135. Chapter 7. The Second Charter of the King. The liberation of the king from his captivity was hailed with joy by his adherents, and not least, we may be sure, in his loyal city of London. The greatness of the event is seen, perhaps, in the fact that it is even mentioned in a private London deed of the time, executed anno Maxley. Id est in exitu regis Stephani de caption Roberti filii regis Henrici. In spite of his faults, we may fairly assume that the king's imprisonment had aroused a popular reaction in his favor, as it did in the case of Charles I. 5 centuries later, the experiences also of the summer had been greatly in his favor. For, however unfit he may have been to fill the throne himself, he was able now to point to the fact that his rival had been tried and found wanting. He would now be eager to efface the stain inflicted on his regal dignity, to show in the sight of all men that he was again their king, and then to execute vengeance on those whose captive he had been. The first step to be taken was to assemble a council of the realm that should undo the work of the April Council at Winchester, and formally recognize in him the rightful possessor of the throne. This council met on the 7th of December at Westminster, the king himself being present. The ingenious legate was now as ready to prove that his brother, and not the empress, should rightly fill the throne, as we saw, he was in April to prove the exact reverse. The 2 grounds on which he based his renunciation were first, that the empress had failed to fulfill her pledges to the church. Second, that her failure implied the condemnation of God. A solemn coronation might naturally follow, to set, as it were, the seal to the work of this assembly. Perhaps the nearest parallel to this second coronation is to be found in that of Richard I, in 1194, after his captivity and humiliation. I think we have evidence that Stephen himself looked on this as a second coronation, and as no mere crown-wearing, in a precept in favor of the monks of Abingdon, in which he alludes incidentally to the day of his first coronation. This clearly implies a second coronation since. And as the precept is attested by Richard de Lucy, it is presumably subsequent to that second coronation, to which we now come. It cannot be wondered that this event has been unnoticed by historians, for it is only recorded in a single copy of the works of a single chronicler. We are indebted to Dr. Stubbs and his scholarly edition of the writings of Gervase of Canterbury for our knowledge of the fact that in one, and that comparatively imperfect, of the 3 manuscripts on which his text is based, we read of a coronation of Stephen at Canterbury, placed under 1142. We learn from him that in this MS, it is probably inserted in a wrong place, as indeed is evident from the fact that at Christmas, 1142, Stephen was at Oxford. Here is the passage in question. Deigned rex Stephanus una, cum regina et nobilitate prosrum, ad natal domini gradiosus adveniens, in ipsa solemnitate in ecclesia Christi, a venerabili Theobaldo adjustum ecclesiae archiepiscopo coronatus est. Ipsa etiam regina, cum eo ibidum coronam aureum gestabat in capite. Gervase, I 123. It should perhaps be noticed that, while the queen is merely said to have worn her crown, Stephen is distinctly stated to have been crowned. I cannot but think that this must imply a distinction between them, and supports the view that this coronation was due to the captivity of the king. My contention is that the date of this event was Christmas, 1141, and that the choice, for its scene, of the Kentish capital was a graceful compliment to that county, which, in the darkest hour of the king's fortunes, had remained faithful to his cause, and to the support of which his restoration had been so largely due. I further hold that the second charter granted to Geoffrey de Mandeville was executed on this occasion, and that in its witnesses we have the list of that nobilitas prosrum, by which, according to Gervase, this coronation was attended. This charter, when rightly dated, is indeed the keystone of my story, for without it, we could not form that series on which the sequence of events is based. It is admittedly subsequent to the king's liberation, for it refers to the Battle of Lincoln. It must also be previous to Geoffrey's death in 1144. These are the obvious limits given in the official calendar, but it must further be previous to Geoffrey's fall in 1143. Lastly, it must be previous to the Oxford, or second charter of the Empress, in which we shall find it is referred to. As that charter cannot be later than the summer of 1142, our limit is again narrowed. Now the charter is tested at Canterbury. Stephen cannot, it seems, have been there in the course of 1142. This accordingly leaves us, as the only possible date, the close of 1141, and this is the very date of the king's coronation at Canterbury. When we add to this train of reasoning the fact that the number of earls by whom the charter is witnessed clearly points to some great state ceremonial, we cannot feel the slightest doubt that the charter must, as I observed, have passed on this occasion. With this conclusion, its character will be found in complete accordance, for it plainly represents the price for which the traitor earl consented to change sides again, and to place at the disposal of his outraged king that Tower of London, its citadel and its dread, the possession of which once more enabled him to dictate his own terms. Those terms were that, in the first place, he should forfeit nothing for his treason in having joined the cause of the Empress, and should be confirmed in his possession of all that he held before the king's capture. But his demands far exceeded the mere status quo ante. Just as he had sold his support to the Empress when she gave him an advance on Stephen's terms, so the Queen must have brought him back by offering terms, at the crisis of the struggle, in excess even of those which he had just wrung from the Empress. He would now insist that these great concessions should be confirmed by the king himself. Such is the explanation of the strange character of this Canterbury Charter. Charter of the King to Geoffrey de Mandeville, Christmas, 1141. Es rex angel archiepiscopis, episcopis abitibus comitibus justic vicecomitibus baronibus, et omnibus ministris, et fidelibus suis Francis, et Anglis todius Angli salutum. Siedes me redditus et firmiter concessus, goffer comedi de essexa omnia sua tenimenta quae tenuit, de quacunc alla tenerit, diquam peditus fui apud link et captus. Et praeter hoc dedi, I et concessi ccc libratas, terri silis et meldenam, et nuiport et depedinam et banhunt, et ingam et fingrium et chatelim cum omnibus sues appendices pro si libris, et rightlim pro vixx libris, et hadfeld pro quater, Roman 20 libris cum omnibus appendices allorum manieriorum. Et praeter hec dedi iet concessi infido et hereditate demi et demes heredibus sibi, et suis heredibus si libratus terri de terras excatis, silicet totem terram Roberti de Bintona, quam tenuit in Essexa, vidlicit renehem et Hoylandum, et amdenam et wodhem et Eiston, quam Picardus de Danfront tenuit. Et icalentanam cum omnibus aerum appendices pro si libris. Et praeterea dedi I et firmiter concessi, infido et hereditate si libratas terri, ad opus Ernulfi de Mandeville de ipso comite Geoffrido tenendas, silicit anarchium, et breaking, et hamem cum omnibus aerum appendices. Et si solidatas terri in hadfeld ad profatas, si libratas terri perficient. Et praeterea dedi I et concessi custodium turris land, cum casello quad I subist habend et tenendum sibi, et sues heredibus demi et demes heredibus, cum omnibus rebus et libertatibus, et consuetudinibus prefate turri pertinentibus. Et justitias et vicecommit et de land, et de Middlesexa infido et hereditate idem firma qua Goffredus de Mandeville avis sus eis tenuit, silicit pro ccc libris. Et justitias et vicecommit et de Essexa et de Hertford de Sierra, idem firma qua avis adjus eis tenuit. Ida tamen quad dominica quae de predictis comitatibus, data sunt ipsi comedi Goffredo, aut aliqui alii, affirma profata subtrahanter, et iliet heredibus sues, ad scacarium combutibunter. Et praeterea firmiter I concessi ut possit, firmer quadam caselum ubicunc volerit, in terra suet quad stare possit. Et praeterea dedi idem comedi Goffer et firmiter concessi, infido et hereditate sibi, et heredibus sues demi et demes heredibus, lex millates feudatos. De quibus Ernulfus de Mandeville, tenebit ex infido et hereditate de pater seu. Silicet servicium Gralandi detania pro Roman 7 militibus, et dimitio et servicium Wilhelmi filii, Roberti pro Roman 7 militibus, et servicium Brint filii Radolfi pro v militibus, et servicium Roberti filii, Geroldi pro, ze militibus et servicium Radolfi filii Geroldi pro I milite, et servicium Wilhelmi de Trescas pro Roman 6 militibus, et servicium Morisi de Chic, pro v militibus, et servicium Radolfi, mailed pro Roman 2. Militibus et servicium Goisp, doing pro I milite, et servicium Wilhelmi filii Heru pro Roman 3 militibus et servicium Wilhelmi de Acco pro J milite, et dimitio et servicium Wilhelmi de Bisvilla pro Roman 2 militibus et servicium Mathi, por pro iage militibus et servicium, adet assumi de fido de Almadona, pro iage militibus et servicium, ran Britain pro I milite. Et praeterea quicquid carta, regin testator I dedi et concessi. Omnia autem hec predicta tenimenta, silicet in terris et dominiis et services militum, et in custodia turris non et caselli quad turri subist, et in justices et vicecomititibus, et omnibus predictis rebus et consuetudinibus et libertatibus. Dedi I et firmiter concessi comedi, Goffredo, infido et hereditate demi et demes heredibus sibi, et heredibus sues pro servicio seu. Quer volo et firmiter percipio, quad ips et hereds, sue post eam habent et tenint omnia, illa tenimenta et concessions, adio liber et quiet et honorifice sicut aliquis, omnium comitum todius Anglii aliquad, suum tenimentum tenet, vel tenuit liberius et honorificentius, et quietius et plenius. T.M. Regina et H. Epo wint et W. Com Wern et Com Gissel de Pembroke et Com Gissel de Heortford, et W. Com de Albarm, et Com Sim et Comite Will de Sudsex, et Com Allen et Com Rob de Furs, et Will de IP et Will Mart et Bald Phil Gissel, et Rob de V et Ferrum et Rick de Luce, et Turg de Abrincis et Ada de Balum. Apud Cantuar. It will at once be seen that this charter is one of extraordinary interest. The first point to strike one, on examining the list of witnesses, is the presence of no less than 8 earls and of no more than 1 bishop. To these, indeed, we may add perhaps, though by no means of necessity, the Earl of Essex himself. Though the evidence is, of course, merely negative, it is probable, to judge from similar cases, that had other bishops been present, they would appear among the witnesses to the charter. The absence of their names, therefore, is somewhat difficult to explain, unless, if present, they were at enmity with Geoffrey. Another point deserving of notice is that this great gathering of earls enables us to draw some important conclusions as to the origin and development of their titles. We may, for instance, safely infer that when a Christian name was borne by one earl alone, he used for his style that name with the addition of comes either as a prefix or as a suffix. Thus we have in this instance, comes Alanus and comes Simon. When two or more earls bore the same Christian name, they had to be distinguished by some addition. Thus we have comes Gislibertus de Pembroke and comes Gislibertus de Hertford, or comes Robertus de Ferrers, as distinguished from Earl Robert of Gloucester. The addition of de Essex to Earl Geoffrey himself, which is found in this and other charters CPP 158-183, can only, it would seem, be intended to distinguish him from Count Geoffrey of Anjou. But here the striking case is that of Wilelmo Comite Warrena, Wilelmo Comite de Albemarle, and Comite Wilelmo de Sudsexe. These examples show us how perfectly immaterial was the source from which the description was taken. Warrena is used as if a surname, Albemarle is Aumil, a local name, and Sudsexe needs no comment. The same noble who here attests as Earl of Albemarle elsewhere attests as Earl of York, while the Earl of Sussex is elsewhere a witness as Earl of Chichester or of Arundel. In short, the comes really belongs to the Christian name alone. The descriptive suffix is distinct and immaterial. But the important inference which I draw from the conclusion arrived at above is that, where we find such descriptive suffix employed, we may gather that there was in existence at the time some other earl or count with the same Christian name. Among the earls we look at once, but we look in vain for the name of Waleran of Meulan. But his half-brother, William de Warren, one, like himself, of the faithful three, duly figures at the head of the list. He is followed by their brother-in-law, the Earl of Pembroke, whose nephew and namesake, the Earl of Hertford, and brother, Baldwin Fitz-Gilbert, are also found among the witnesses. With them is another of the faithful three, Earl Simon of Northampton. There too is Earl Allen of Richmond, and the fortunate William of Albany, now Earl William of Sussex. Robert of Ferrers and William of Aumil, both of them heroes of the Battle of the Standard, complete the list of earls. It would alone be sufficient to make this charter of importance that it affords the earliest record evidence of the existence of two famous earldoms, that of Hertford or Clare, and that of Arundel or Sussex. Indeed, I know of no earlier mention in any contemporary chronicler. We further learn from it that William of Ypres was not an earl at the time, as has been persistently stated. Nor have I ever found a record in which he is so styled. Lastly, we have here a noteworthy appearance of one afterwards famous as Richard de Lucy the Loyal, who was destined to play so great a part as a faithful and trusted minister for nearly 40 years to come. His appearance as an attesting witness, at least as early as this Christmas, 1141, is a fact more especially deserving of notice, because it must affect the date of many other charters. Mr. Eighton thought that his earliest attestation yet proved is 1146, and hence found his name a difficulty, at times, as a witness. William Martle was another official in constant attendance on Stephen. He is described in the Gesta, p. 92, as ver illustris, fide quoque et amicitia podissimum regiconexis. At the affair of Wilton, with its disgraceful surprise and rout of the royal forces, he was made prisoner and forced to give Sherborne Castle as the price of his liberty, Ibid. By his wife, Albreda, he was father of a son and heir, Geoffrey. Of the remaining witnesses, Faramus Fitz-William de Boulogne was Nepos of the Queen. In 1130 he was indebted £20 to the Exchequer, pro placitus ter su et at habet terram suumquem noverca sua tenet. Rot. Pip. 31 hen. I. p. 50. In the present year, 1141, he had been in joint charge of the king's familia during his captivity. Rixit autem familiam regis Stephani Wilhelmus Dipper, homo Flandrensis et Faramus Nepos Regini Matildis, et ist Bononiensis. Sim. Dun, Roman 2, 310. His ravages, per destructionem Faramusi, are referred to in the Pipe Roll of 1156 p15, but he retained favor under Henry Roman II, receiving £60 annually from the royal dues in Wendover and Eton. In May 1157, he attested, at Colchester, the charter of Henry Roman II. To Feversham Abbey, Stephen's foundation. He held 6 fees of the honour of Boulogne. His grandfather, Geoffrey, is described as a nepos of Eustace of Boulogne. With his daughter and heiress Sybil, his lands passed to the family of Fiennes. Robert de Ville would be naturally taken for the younger brother of Aubrey the Chamberlain, slain in 1141. This might seem so obvious that to question it may appear strange. Yet there is reason to believe that his identity was wholly different. I take him to be Robert Fitzbernard de Vere, who is presumably the Robert de Vere who figures as an Essex landowner in the Pipe Roll of 1130, for he is certainly the Robert de Vere who is entered in that same role as acquiring lands in Kent with his wife, for whom he had paid the crown £210, at that time a large sum. She was an heiress, sister of Robert and daughter of Hugh de Montfort, a considerable landowner in Kent and in the eastern counties. With her, he founded, on her Kentish estate, the Cluniac Priory of Monk's Horton, and in the charters relating to that priory, he is spoken of as a royal constable. As such, he attested the Charter of Liberties issued by Stephen at Oxford in 1136. I am therefore of opinion that he is the witness who attests this Canterbury Charter, the Oxford Charter of about a year later, and some others in the course of this reign. He had also witnessed some charters towards the close of the preceding reign, and would seem to be the Robert de Vere who was among those who took charge of the body of Henry I. At his death, Baldwin Fitz-Gilbert occurs repeatedly in the Pipe Roll of 31 Hen. He was a younger son of Gilbert de Clare, a brother of Gilbert, afterwards Earl of Pembroke, and uncle of Gilbert, Earl of Hertford. He appears as early as January 1136 in attendance on Stephen at Reading, where he witnessed one of the charters to Miles of Gloucester. He was then sent by the king into Wales to avenge the death of his brother Richard de Clare, but on reaching Brecknock, turned back in fear, Gesta, p. 12. At the Battle of Lincoln, February 2, 1141, he acted as spokesman on the king's behalf and was captured by the forces of the Empress after he had been covered with wounds. Turgis of Avranches, the namesake of its bishop, we have met with as a witness to Stephen's former charter to Geoffrey. He seems to have been placed, on Geoffrey's fall 1143, in charge of his castle of Walden, and apparently of the whole property. Though Stephen had raised him, it was said, from the ranks and loaded him with favors, he ended by offering him resistance, but was surprised by him in the forest when hunting and forced to surrender Gesta, p. 110. Passing now from the witnesses to the subject matter of the charter, we have first the clause replacing Geoffrey in the same position as he was before the Battle of Lincoln, in despite of his treason to the king's cause. The next clause illustrates the system of advancing bids. Whereas the Empress had granted Geoffrey £100 a year, charged on certain manors of royal domain in Essex, Stephen now increased that grant to £300 a year, by adding the manors of Riddle, £120, and Hatfield £80. He further granted him another £100 a year payable from lands which had escheated to the crown. And lastly, he granted to his son Ernulf £100 a year, likewise charged on land. The next clause grants him, precisely as in the Charter of the Empress, the constableship of the Tower of London and of its appendant castle, with the exception that the Empress uses the term concedo where Stephen has dedi et concessi. The latter expression is somewhat strange in view of the fact that Geoffrey had been in full possession of the tower before the struggle had begun, and, indeed, by hereditary right. We then return to what I have termed the system of advancing bids. For where the Empress had granted Geoffrey the office of Justice and Sheriff of Essex alone, Stephen makes him Justice and Sheriff, not merely of Essex, but of Herts and of London and Middlesex to boot. Nor is even this all, for, whereas the Empress had allowed him to hold Essex to farm for the same annual sum which it had paid at her father's death, Stephen now leases it to him at the annual rent which his grandfather had paid. The fact that in the second charter of the Empress she adopts, we shall find, the original rental, instead of, as before, that which was paid at the time of her father's death, proves that, in this Canterbury Charter, Stephen had outbid her, and further proves that Henry I. had increased, after his wont, the sum at which the sheriff held Essex of the crown. This, indeed, is clear from the Pipe Roll of 1130, which records a firma far in excess of the £300 which, according to these charters, Geoffrey's grandfather had paid. It may be noted that while Stephen's charter gives in actual figures the firm, which had been paid by Geoffrey's grandfather, and which Geoffrey himself was now to pay for London and Middlesex. It merely provides, in the case of Essex and Hertfordshire, that he was to pay what his grandfather had paid, without mentioning what that sum was. Happily, we obtain the information in the subsequent charter of the Empress, and we are tempted to infer from the silence of this earlier charter on the point that while the ancient firma of London and Middlesex was a sum familiar to men, that of Essex and Herts could only be ascertained by research, pending which the Crown declined to commit itself to the sum. It is scarcely necessary that I should insist on the extraordinary value of this statement and formal admission by the Crown that London and Middlesex had been held to farm by the elder Geoffrey de Mandeville. That is, towards the close of the 11th century, or, at latest, in the beginning of the 12th, and that the amount of the firma was £300 a year. One cannot understand how such a fact, of which the historical student cannot fail to grasp the importance, can have been overlooked so long, when it has virtually figured in Dugdale's baronage for more than 2 centuries. The only writer, so far as I know, who has ventured on an estimate of the annual render from London at the time of Domesday arrives at the conclusion that we can hardly be wrong in putting the returns at about £850 a year. We have seen that, on the contrary, the rental, even later than Doomsday, was £300 a year, and this not for London only, but for London and Middlesex together. Nothing, indeed, could show more plainly the necessity for such a work as I have here undertaken, and the new light which the evidence of these charters throws upon the history of the time, than a comparison of the results here obtained with the statements in Mr. Lofty's work, published under the editorship of Professor Freeman, which, though far less inaccurate than his earlier and larger work, contains such passages as this. Matilda had one chance of conciliating the citizens, and she threw it away. The immemorial liberties which had been enjoyed for generations, and confirmed by William and Henry, were taken from the city, which for the first and last time in its history was put in domain. The Earl of Essex, Geoffrey de Mandeville, whose father is said by Stowe to have been Portreeve, was given Middlesex in farm, with the Tower for his castle, and no person could hold pleas either in city or county without his permission. The feelings of the Londoners were fully roused. Though Stephen was actually a prisoner, and Matilda's fortunes never seemed brighter, her cause was lost. The citizens soon saw that her putting them in domain was no mistake committed in a hasty moment in times of confusion, but was part of a settled policy. This decided the Wavras and doubled the party of Stephen. Stephen was exchanged for the Earl of Gloucester, the Tower was surrendered, the Dominion was removed, and London had its liberty once more. But after such an experience, it is not wonderful that the citizens held loyally to Stephen during the short remainder of his life. pp. 36-37. A more complete travesty of history it would not be possible to conceive. The immemorial liberties were no older than the charter wrung from Henry a few years before, and so far from the city being put in domain. Whatever may be meant by this expression, for the first and last time in its history, the Empress, had she done what is here charged to her, would have merely placed Geoffrey in the shoes of his grandfather and namesake. But the strange thing is that she did nothing of the kind, and that the facts in Mr. Lofty's narrative are turned topsy-turvy. It was not by Matilda in June, but by Stephen in December, that London and Middlesex were placed in Geoffrey's power. The Empress did not do that which she is stated to have done, and Stephen did do what he is said to have undone. The result of his return to power, so far as London was concerned, was that the Tower was not surrendered, but on the contrary confirmed to Geoffrey, and that so far from the Dominion, an unintelligible expression being removed, or London regaining its liberty, it was now deprived of its liberty by being placed, as even the Empress had refrained from placing it, beneath the yoke of Geoffrey. Thus it was certainly not due to his conduct on this occasion that the citizens of London held loyally to Stephen during the short remainder of his life. Nor, it may be added, is it possible to understand what is meant by that short remainder, for these events happened early in Stephen's reign, not a third of which had elapsed at the time. But the important point is this. Here was Stephen anxious on the one hand to reward the Londoners for their allegiance, and, on the other, to punish Geoffrey for his repeated offences against himself, and yet compelled by the force of circumstances actually to reward Geoffrey at the cost of the Londoners themselves. we need no more striking illustration of the commanding position and overwhelming power, which the ambitious Earl had now obtained by taking advantage of the rival claims, and skillfully holding the balance between the two parties, as was done by a later kingmaker in the strife of Lancaster and York. Passing over for the present the remarkable expressions which illustrate my theory of the differentiation of the offices of justice and sheriff, I would invite attention to Geoffrey's claim to be placed in the shoes of his grandfather, as an instance of the tendency, in this reign, of the magnates to advance quasi-hereditary claims, often involving, as it were, the undoing of the work of Henry I. William de Beauchamp was anxious to be placed in the shoes of Robert le Despencer, the Beaumont Earl of Leicester in those of William Fitz-Osbern, the Earl of Oxford in those of William of Avranches, and Geoffrey himself, we shall find, in those of Eudo d'Apifer. A point of great importance awaits us in the reference which, in this charter, is made to the Exchequer. I expressed a doubt, when dealing with the first charter of the Empress, as to the supposed total extinction of the working of the Exchequer under Stephen. The author of the Dialogus, though anxious to emphasize its re-establishment under Henry Roman II, goes no further than to speak of its system being pene prorsus abolitam in the terrible time of the Anarchy, I Roman VIII. Now here, in 1141, at the very height, one might say, of the Anarchy, we not only find the Exchequer spoken of as in full existence, but, which is most important to observe, we have the precise Exchequer formulae which we find under Henry Roman II. The terri data, or alienated crown domains, are represented here by the dominia quae de predictis comitatabis data sunt, and the provision that they should be subtracted from the fixed firm, a firma subtrahanter, is a formula found in use subsequently, as is, even more, the phrase ad scacarium computabunter. The next clause deals with castles, that great feature of the time. Here again the accepted view as to Stephen's laxity on the subject is greatly modified by this evidence that even Geoffrey de Mandeville, great as was his power, deemed it needful to secure the royal permission before erecting a castle, and that this permission was limited to a single fortress. In the next clause we return to the system of counterbids. As the king had trebled the grants of crown domain made to Geoffrey by the Empress, and trebled also the counties which had been placed in his charge by her, so now he trebled the number of enfeoffed knights, milites feudados. The Empress had granted 20, Stephen grants 60. Of these 60, 10 were to be held of Geoffrey by his son Ernulf. Here, as before, the question arises, what was the nature of the benefits thus conferred on the grantee? They were, I think, of two kinds. In the first place, Geoffrey became entitled to what may be termed the feudal profits, such as reliefs, accruing from these 60 fees. In the second, he secured 60 knights to serve beneath his banner in war. This, in a normal state of affairs, would have been of no consequence, as he would only have led them to serve the crown. But in the then abnormal condition of affairs, and utter weakness of the crown, such a grant would be equivalent to strengthening pro tanto the power of the earl as arbiter between the two rivals for the throne. Independently, however, of its bearing at the time, this grant has a special interest, as placing at our disposal a list of 60 knights' fees, a quarter of a century older than the Cardi of the Liber Niger. At the close of all these specified grants comes a general confirmation of the lost charter of the Queen, Carta Regin. Our ignorance of the actual contents of that charter renders it difficult to speak positively as to whether Geoffrey obtained from Stephen all the concessions he had wrung from the Empress, or had to content himself, on some points, with less, while on most he secured infinitely more. Thus, in the matter of the third penny, which was specially granted him by the Empress, we find this charter of Stephen as silent as had been the former. And the omission of a clause authorizing the earl to deduct it from the firm of the county virtually implies that he did not receive it. He gained, however, infinitely more by the great reduction in the total firm. The grant by the Empress of a market at Bushey, and her permission that the market at Newport should be transferred to his castle at Walden, are not repeated in this charter. Nor does the king, as his rival had done, grant the earl permission to fortify the tower at his will, or to retain and strengthen the castles he already possessed. On the other hand, he allowed him, by a fresh concession, to raise an additional stronghold. It may also be mentioned, to complete the comparison, that the curious reference to a peal of treason is not found in the king's charter. We will now turn from this charter to the movements by which it was followed. At the close of the invaluable passage from Gervase, alluded to above, we read, Rex Stephanus a cantuaria recedens, vires suas reparer studuit, quo severius et acrius imperatricem, et omnes ipsius complices debelleret. His first step in this direction was to make a progress through his realm, or at least through that portion over which he reigned supreme. William of Malmesbury writes of his movements after Christmas. Utrique parts imperatrices et regis, si cum quietis modestia, egerunt a natal usque ad quadragesimum. Magis sua custodier quam aliena incurser students. Rex in superiors regions abscissit nescio qui compositoris. p. 763. This scrupulous reluctance of the writer to relate events of which he had no personal knowledge is evidently meant to confirm his assurance, just above, that he had the greatest horror of so misleading posterity. The thread of the narrative, however, which he drops is taken up by John of Hexham, who tells us that, after Easter, April 19, the king and queen arrived at York, put a stop to a projected tournament between the two great Yorkshire earls, and endeavored to complete the preparations for the king's revenge upon his foes. Before proceeding, I would call attention to two charters which must, it seems, have passed between the king's visit to Canterbury, Christmas, 1141, and his appearance with the queen in Yorkshire, Easter, 1142. I do so, firstly, because their witnesses ought to be compared with those by whom the Canterbury Charter was attested. Secondly, because one of them is a further instance of how, as in the case of the Canterbury Charter, chronicles and charters may be made to confirm and explain each other. The first of these charters is the confirmation by Stephen of the Foundation, by his constable Robert de Vere, of Monk's Horton Priory, Kent. If we eliminate from its 11 witnesses those whose attendance was due to the special contents of the charter, namely, the Count of EU and 2 Kentish barons, there remain 8 names, every one of which appears in the Canterbury Charter, 1 as grantee and 7 as witnesses. Here is the list. Testibus comite Goffredo de Essex et Wilelmo comite de Warenne, et comite Giliberto de Pembroke et Wilelmo de Ypres et Wilelmo Mart et Turgisio de Abrincis et Ricardo de Luce et Adam de Bellew, apud Gypswick. Here then we have what might be described as King Stephen's Restoration Court, or at least the greater portion of its leading members, and this charter is therefore evidence that Stephen must have visited the eastern counties early in 1142. It is also evidence that Earl Geoffrey was with him on that occasion, and thus throws a gleam of light on the Earl's movements at the time. The other charter is known to us only from a transcript in the Great Coucher, volume Roman II. Fall, 445, and is strangely assigned in the official calendar to 1130-537. The grantee is William, Earl of Lincoln, and the list of witnesses is as follows. Tecom, Ran et com, Gissel, de Pembroke et com, Gissel de Hertf et com, Sim et com, R de Warwick et com, R de Fair, et W Mart, et Bald, Phil, Gissel, et W Phil, Gissel, et Rick, de Camville et Rick, Phil, Ursi et E Phil, John et Rad de Heo et Hwack et W de Coluilapud Stanf. Of these 15 witnesses, at least 5 are local men, and of the remaining 10, no fewer than 7, here distinguished by an asterisk, had attested the Canterbury Charter. But further evidence of the close connection, in date, between these two charters is found in yet another quarter. This is the English Chronicle. We there read that after the release of Stephen from his captivity, the king and Earl Randolph agreed at Stamford and swore oaths and plighted troth that neither of them should prove traitor to the other. For this is the earliest occasion to which that passage can refer. Stephen would pass through Stamford on his northward progress to York, and here, clearly, at his entrance into Lincolnshire, he was met by the 2 local magnates, William, Earl of Lincoln, and Randolph, Earl of Chester. Their revolt at Lincoln, at the close of 1140, had led directly to his fall, but it was absolutely needful for the schemes he had in view that he should now secure their support and overlook their past treason. He therefore came to terms with the 2 brother earls, and, further, bestowed on the Earl of Lincoln the manor of Curtin and Lindsay, Churchedon, and confirmed him in possession of his castle of Gainsborough and his bridge over Trent. Liber et quiet tenendum omnibus liberis consuetudinibus, cum quibus aliquis comes angli tenet casella sua. A formula well deserving attention as bearing on the two peculiar features of this unhappy time, its earls and its castles. Lastly, we should observe the family relationship between the grantee and the witnesses of this charter. The first witness was his half-brother, Earl Randolph of Chester, who was uncle of Earl Gilbert of Hertford, who was nephew of Earl Gilbert of Pembroke, who was brother of W. Alter, Fitz-Gilbert and Baldwin Fitz-Gilbert, of whom the latter's daughter married H. Ugg, Wack, Wake. Of the other witnesses, Ralph de Hay was of the family which then, and Richard de Camville of that which afterwards, held the constableship of Lincoln Castle. Earl R. Oger of Warwick, a supporter of the Empress, should be noticed as an addition to the Canterbury list of earls, and the descriptive style de Warwicka may perhaps be explained as inserted here to distinguish him from Earl R. Obert. De Furs. Gervase of Canterbury and John of Hexham alike lay stress on the fact that the king, eager for revenge, was bent on renewing the strife. William of Malmesbury echoes the statement, but tells us that the king was struck down just as he was about, we gather, to march south. As it was at Northampton that this took place, he must have been following the very same road as he had done at this same time of year in 1138. Nor can we doubt that his objective was Oxford, now again the headquarters of his foe. So alarming was his illness that his death was rumored, and the forces he had gathered were dismissed to their homes. But meanwhile, where was Earl Geoffrey? We have seen that early in the year he was present with Stephen at Ipswich. If we turn to the Ely history, printed in Wharton's Anglia Sacra, we shall find evidence that he was, shortly after, dispatched with Earl Gilbert of Pembroke, who had been with him at Ipswich, to Ely. When Stephen had successfully attacked Ely 2 years before, 1140, the bishop had fled with 3 companions to the Empress at Gloucester. His scattered followers had now reassembled, and it was to expel them from their stronghold in the Isle that Stephen dispatched the 2 earls. Geoffrey soon put them to flight, doubtless at Aldrich, and setting his prisoners on horseback, with their feet tied together, led them in triumph to Ely. To the monks, who came forth to meet him with their crosses and reliquaries, he threatened plunder and death, and their possessions were at once seized into the king's hands. But meanwhile, their bishop's envoy to the Pope, a man skilled in the use of Latin, French, and English, had returned from Rome with letters to the primates of England and Normandy, insisting that Nigel should be restored to his see. The monks also had approached Stephen and obtained from him a reversal of Geoffrey's violent action. Nigel therefore returned to Ely, to the joy, we are told, of his monks and people, and the 2 earls delivered into his hands the Isle and Aldrich, its key. The point to insist upon, for our own purpose, is that the Earls Geoffrey and Gilbert were both concerned in this business, and that their names will again be found in conjunction in the records of that intrigue with the Empress which is the subject of the next chapter. 9th Report Hist. MSS. App. IP 62b. Regem ipsum in concilium intrius. Will. Moms. 755. Ipsum quicunc pepigerat ad ecclesiarum jus pertinentia obstinate fregis. Ibid. Diem pro sua clementia, secus quam ipsa speris et virtus negotia. Ibid. Dr. Stubbs well observes of this coronation of Richard. His second coronation was understood to have an important significance. He had, by his captivity in Germany, impaired or compromised his dignity as a crowned king. The Winchester coronation was not intended to be a reconsecration, but a solemn assertion that the royal dignity had undergone no diminution. Const. Hist. I 504. Die qua primum coronatus fui, Cartulary of Abingdon Roman II, 181. Cantia quam solem casus non flexerat regius. Will. Newburgh I 41. 31st Report of Deputy Keeper, P3, based on the late Sir William Hardy's register of these charters. Mr. Birch, in his learned paper on the seals of King Stephen, also assigns these limits to the charter. Meldona, this manor, and those which follow are the same, with the addition of Inga and Fingria, as had been granted Geoffrey by the Empress to make up his £100 a year. Thus these 2 manors represent the si quid defurit ad si libratas perficiendas of the Empress's charters. Malden itself had, we saw p. 102, been held by Stephen's brother Theobald, forfeited by the Empress on her triumph, and granted by her to Geoffrey. Theobald's possession is further proved by a writ among the archives of Westminster, printed in Maddox's Baronia Anglica p. 232, in which Stephen distinctly states, 1139, that he had given it him. Thus, in giving it to Geoffrey, he had to despoil his own brother. The Fenge and Inga of Domesday Roman II, 71b, 72a, which were part of the fief of Randolph Peveril, of London. Riddle was ancient domain of the Crown, Piperoll, 31 hen I. Its reditus at the survey was si libras ad pondis et si solidos de jursuma. Hatfield Broadoak alias Hatfield Regis. This also was ancient demesne, its reditus at the survey being lxxx libras et si solidos de jursuma. Here the Domesday reditus remained unchanged, an important point to notice. Robert de Bintona was Lord of Bampton, co-Devon. He occurs in the Piperoll of 31 hen I. p. 153-154. He is identical with the Robert de Bathentona, whose rebellion against Stephen is narrated at some length in the Gesta. His lands were forfeited for that rebellion, and consequently appear here as an escheat. See my note on him in English Historical Review, October, 1890. Rainham on the Thames, in South Essex. It had formed part of the Domesday D.B. Roman II. 91 barony of Walter de Douai, to whose Domesday fief Robert de Bintona had succeeded. Great Holland, in Essex, adjacent to Clacton-on-Sea. It had similarly formed part of the Domesday barony of Walter de Douai. Amberden, in Dipden, with which it had been held by Randolph Peveril at the survey. Woodham Mortimer, Essex. This also had been part of the fief of Randolph Peveril. Easton, Essex. Geoffrey de Mandeville had held land at the survey in Little Easton. Picard de Domfront occurs in the Piperoll of 31 hen I, as a landowner in Wilts in Essex, pp. 2253. Ickleton, Cambridgeshire on the borders of Essex, the Icklintone of Domesday in which it figures was Terra Regis. In the Liber Niger Special Inquisition, however p. 394, it appears as part of the honour of Boulogne. Anstey Herts, the Anasteig of Domesday, part of the honour of Boulogne. Brawing Herts, the Brackenges of Domesday, also part of the honour of Boulogne. Possibly that portion of Ham East and West Ham, Essex, which formed part of the fief of Randolph Peveril. On Gralland de Taney, CP 91. Brian Fitz Ralph may have been a son of the Ralph Fitz Brian who appears in Domesday as an under-tenant of Randolph Peveril. According to the Inquisition on the honour of Peveril, assigned to 13th John, Brian Filius Radolfi held 5 fees of the honour, the very number here given. William de Trescas appears in the Piperoll of 31 hen I, as a landowner in Essex, where the family held tolishant tregas of the honour of Peveril and elsewhere. He was then firmer of the honour of Peveril. In the above Inquisition, William de Trescas holds 6 fees of the honour. William de Beauvilla, sic, appears in the same role as a landowner in Essex, pp. 5360, and William de Beausville, sic, is found in Hearn's Liber Niger, p. 229, as a tenant of the Earl of Essex, 1/2 fees de vet. Fef. But what is here granted is the manor of Springfield Hall, which William de Beausville held of the honour of Peveril of London, by the service of 2 knights. Matthew Peveril, the Trescas family, and the Mauduits were all tenants of the same honour. Matthew Peveril similarly appears in the Piperoll of 31 hen I, as holding land in Essex and Norfolk. In the above Inquisition, William Peveril holds 5 fees of the honour. Elmdon, Essex, had been held of Eustace of Boulogne at the survey by Roger de Sumry, ancestor of the family of that name seated there. Stephen was of course entitled to their servicium in right of his wife. Adam de Summery held 7 fees of the Earl of Essex in 1166. Possibly the Ralph Brito who appears in the Piperolls of Hen, Roman II, as holding Terry data in Chatlaga, and who also figures as Ralph Lebret under Essex in the Liber Niger, p. 242, and as Radolphus Brito, a tenant of Robert de Hellion Ibid, p. 240. Duchy of Lancaster, Royal Charters, No. 18. This same principle is well illustrated by 2 cardi which follow one another in the pages of the Liber Niger. They are those of Wilhelmus filius Johannes de Herpetru, and Wilhelmus filius Johannes de Westona. Here the suffix, which in such cases is rather a crux to genealogists, clearly distinguishes the two Williams, and is not the appellation of their respective fathers, as it sometimes is. This leads us to such styles as Beauchamp de Somerset and Beauchamp de Warwick, Willoughby de Respy and Willoughby de Biquet. Many similar instances are to be found in writs of summons, and, applying the above principle, we see that, in all cases, the suffix must originally have been added for the sake of distinction only. CP 120. Of the absentees, the Earl of Chester and his half-brother the Earl of Lincoln will be found accounted for below, as will also the Earl of Warwick. The Earl of Leicester was absent, like his brother the Count of Meulan, but he generally, as here, held aloof. The Earls of Gloucester, Cornwall, Devon, and Hereford were of course with the Empress. Thus, with the 9 mentioned in the Charter, we account for some 18 earls. See Appendix M, on the latter earldom. CP 49, N4. Add MSS, 31,943, fall, 85 doors. Colchester Cartulary, Stowe MSS, see also P406. As by Mr. Eighton Addle. MSS, 31,943, fall, 96. The said Robert appears in the latter part of this reign as Robertus filius Alberus de Ver, report on MSS. Of Wells Cathedral, P 133, and sent in his carta in 1166 as Robertus filius Alberus Camerae, not as Robert de Vere. Abingdon Cartulary, Roman II, 179. See Appendix N, on Robert de Vere. See Ord, Vit, V52, where the French editors affiliate him wrongly. Tunc quia rex Stephanus festiva cerbet voce, Balduino filio Giliberti, magni nobilitatis viro et militi fortissimo, sermo exhortatorius ad universum coetum injunctus est. Capiter etiam Baldwinus qui orationem fecerat persuasorium, multis confassus vulneribus, multis contradis aectibus, ubi egregi resistendo gloriam promrut sempiternam. Hen. Hunt, pp. 271-274. See Appendix O, Tower and Castle. Redendo mihi rectem firmam quaenda redi solbet diqua rex Henricus pater, mus fuit vivis et mortus. Perhaps this indefinite phrase was due to the fact that Essex and Herts had a joint firma at the time, see Rot. Pip, 31 hen, I. Idem firma quavis adjus, tenuit. Pro ccc libris sicut, idem Goffredus avis adjus tenuit. The firma of Essex with Herts in 1130 was 423 s-pounds. Ad pensum, plus 26 pounds 17 s. Numo, plus 86 19 s-pounds, 9 d-pounds. Blancas, whereas Geoffrey secured the two for 360 pounds. The difference between this sum and the joint firma of 1130 curiously approximates that at London see Appendix, p. 366 n. Pearson's History of England during the Early and Middle Ages I. 664, County Rentals in Doomsday. See Appendix P, The Early Administration of London. Historic Towns, London 1887. The two omitted portions amount to but a few lines. There is, however, an error in each. The first implies that the charter to Geoffrey was granted before the Empress reached, or was even invited to London. The second contains the erroneous statement that the Empress, on her flight from London, withdrew towards Winchester, and that her brother was captured by the Londoners in pursuit, whereas he was not captured till after the siege of Winchester, later in the year, and under different circumstances. It looks much as if Mr. Lofty had here again attempted to separate London from Middlesex, and to treat the former as granted in demesne, and the latter in farm. Such a conception is quite erroneous. It was his grandfather, and not, as Mr. Lofty writes, his father, who is said by Stowe to have been Portreeve. CP 99. Et computabiliter tibi ad scacarium is the regular form found in the precepts of Henry Roman II. Dialogus Roman II. 8. See also for Stephen's attitude towards the adulteran castles, the Justa Stephani, p. 66. Plurima adulterina casella, alia sola adventus sua fama vacuata, alia viribus virtuos et hibitus conquisita subvertit. Omnesque circumjacents provincias, quas casella inhabitantes intolerabili infestation degravabint, purgavit tunc omnino, et quietissima reddidit. 1140. CP 103. Note here the figures 60, 20, 10, as confirming the theory advanced by me in the English Historical Review, October 1891, as to night service being grouped in multiples of 10, the constabularia. See Appendix A. Gervase of Canterbury, I 123. Semper quip horrori habui aliquid ad posteros transmittendum stylo committer, quod nescium solida veritate subsister. E paro, qui de presenti anno dicenda, hoc habebunt principium. Post Pascha Stephanus, prosquent eam regina sua Mathilda, venit eboricum militaris nundinas a Wilhelmo comite eboris, et alano comite dericament adversus alterutrum conductus solvit. Habuic in vodis pristinas suas injurias ultim ire, et regnum ad antiquem dignitatem et integritatem reformer. Sim. Dunn, Roman 2. 312. Notice that John of Hexham always speaks of Alan as Earl of Richmond and William as Earl of York. He is probably the first writer to speak of an Earl of Richmond, and this early appearance of the title was clearly unknown to the Lords' Committee when they drew up their elaborate account of its origin and descent, third report on the dignity of a peers. If, as I believe, no county could at this period have two earls, it follows that either Alan Comes did not hold an English earldom and was merely described as of Richmond because that was his seat, or that Richmondshire was, at that time, treated as a county of itself. One or other of these alternatives must, I think, be adopted. But see also p. 290 and 2. Harl, Ms. 2044 Fall, 55b, Adel, MSS, 5516, No. 9, p. 7, printed in Archaeologia Cantiana, X 272, but not in Dugdale's Monastigan. Robert de Crevecoeur and William de Eynsford. The Count of EU was a benefactor to the priory. 31st Report of Deputy Keeper, p. 2. He held a council at Northampton on his way south in Easter week, 1138. William of Malmesbury writes, In ipsis patialibus viris regem quidem, ut eant, dura meditantem gravis incomodum morbi apud northam tunum detinuit, adio ut in tot approprimatum Anglia sicut mortus conclameretur, p. 763. There is a discrepancy of date between this statement and that of John of Hexham, who states that Stephen did not reach York till post-Pascha. William's chronology seems the more probable. Preventus viro infirmitate copias militum quas contraseret remissit ad propria. Sim. Dunn, Roman 2, 312. Supra, p. 158. Dirigitor enim in ili a reges Stefano cum militari manu in armis strenus comes Goffredus de Mandeville, associant I comite Jalberto, ut homines episcopi, qui tunc latenter effugerant, inde abigerit aut gladiis truncurit. Anglia Sacra, I 621. Earl Gilbert was uncle to Earl Geoffrey's wife. Qui festinus adveniens, hostilum turbam fugavit, milits viro teneri jussit, et equis impositos pedis aerum sub equis legatos spectante populo usque in ili perjuxit. Ibid. See Appendix C, Bishop Nigel at Rome. Chapter 8, the Second Charter of the Empress. We left, it may be remembered, the Empress and her supporters assembled at Bristol, apparently towards the close of the year 1141. Their movements are now somewhat obscure, and the hopes of the Empress had been so rudely shattered that for a time her party were stunned by the blow. We gather, however, from William of Malmesbury that Oxford became her headquarters, and it was at Oxford that she granted the charter which forms the subject of this chapter. From internal evidence, it is absolutely certain that this charter is subsequent to that dealt with in the last chapter. That is to say, it must be dated subsequent to Christmas, 1141. But it is also certain, from the fact that the Earl of Gloucester is a witness, that it must have passed previous to his departure from England at the end of June, 1142. It may, at first sight, excite surprise that, after having extorted such concessions from Stephen, Geoffrey should so quickly turn to his rival, more especially when Stephen appeared triumphant, and the chances of his rival desperate. But on the one hand, in accordance with his persistent policy, he hoped, by the offer of a fresh treason, to secure from the Empress an even higher bid than that which he had wrung from Stephen, and on the other, the very weakness of the Empress, he must have seen, would place her more completely at his mercy. In short, he now virtually aspired to the role of the kingmaker himself. Even he, however, strong though he was, could scarcely have attempted to stem the tide, while the flood of reaction was at its height. He watched, no doubt, for the first signs of an ebb in Stephen's triumph. It was not long before this ebb came in the form of that illness by which the king, as we saw, was struck down about the end of April, on his way south, at Northampton. The dismissal of the host he had so eagerly collected was followed by a rumor of his death. No one, it would seem, has ever noticed the strange parallel between this illness and that of 1136. In each case, it was about the end of April that the king was thus seized, and in each case, his seizure gave rise to a widespread rumor of his death. On the previous occasion, that rumor had been followed by an outburst of treason and revolt, and it is surely, to say the least, not improbable that it now gave the sign for which Geoffrey was watching, and led to the extraordinary charter with which we have here to deal. The movements of the Empress have also to be considered in their bearing on the date of the charter. We learn from William of Malmesbury that she held 2 councils at Devizes, one about the 1st of April, mid-Lent, and one at Whitsuntide, 7-14 June. The latter council was held on the return of the envoys who had been dispatched, after the former one, to request Geoffrey of Anjou to come to his wife's assistance. Geoffrey had replied that the Earl of Gloucester must first come over to him, and the Earl accordingly sailed from Wareham about the end of June. It is most probable that he went there straight from Devizes, in which case he was not at Oxford after the beginning of June. In this case, that is the latest date at which the charter can have passed. Although the original of this charter cannot, like its predecessor of the previous year, be traced down to this very day, we have the independent authorities of Dugdale and of another transcriber for the fact that it was duly recorded in the Great Coucher of the Duchy. If the missing volume, or volumes, of that work should come to light, I cannot entertain the slightest doubt that this charter will be found there entered. Collateral evidence in its favor is forthcoming from another quarter, for the record with which, as I shall show, it is so closely connected that the two form parts of one whole, has its existence proved by cumulative independent evidence. I have taken for my text, in this instance, the fine transcript from the Great Coucher in Lanced, Ms. 229 Fall, 109, with which I have collated Dugdale's transcript among his MSS. At Oxford L19, ex magno registro in officio jucetus Lancastri. I have also collated another transcript which is among the Dodsworth MSS. XXX, 113, and which was made in 1649. It is, unfortunately, incomplete. Yet another transcriber began to copy the charter, but stopped almost at once. I have given in the notes the variants, which are slight, in the Dodsworth and Dugdale transcripts. Carta M. Imperatricis, facta com Goffredo essexi de pluribus terris, et libertatibus. M. Imperatrix. H. Regis Filia et Anglorum Domina, Archiepiscopes, Episcopes, Abbotibus, Comitibus, Baronibus, Justiciariis, Vicecomitibus, Ministris, et omnibus fidelibus sues Francis et Anglis Todius Anglii et Normanii salutum. Ciedes me redditus et concessus comedi goffer essex omnia tenimenta sua, sicut Goffredus avus aut Wilhelmus pater sus, aut ipsem et postiumquem Melius vel liberius tenerit aliquo tempor infido et hereditate sibi et heredibus sues, ad tenendum demi et de heredibus meis. Videlicet in terris et turibus, in casellis et bailiis. Et nominatum turum lund, cum casello quod subtus est, ad firmandum et effortiendum ad voluntatem suam. Et vice-comitatum lund, et Middlesex per ccc libsicut, Goffredus ois ius tenuit. Et vice-comitatum Essex per ccc libsicut, idem Goffredus ois ius tenuit. Et vice-comitatum de Hertford Sierra per elex libris sicut, avis ius tenuit. Et praetor hoc, duet concedo idem Goffredo quod habet hereditabiliter justitia lund, et Middlesex et Essex et de Hertford Sierra. Ida quod nulla alia justitia, placitet in his superdictis vice-comititibus nisi perais. Et concedo illi, ut habet alas si libratas terri quas dedi illi, et servicium allorum Roman 20 militum sicut, illud, I dedi et per alium cardum meme confirmavi. Et alas si libratas terri quas rex Stephanus, et Matildis Regina I dederunt. Et alas si libratas terri deteris escidis quas, idem rex et Regina I dederunt, et servicium militum quad I dederunt, sicut habet in cartas allorum. et dui totem terram qui fuit udinis dapiferi in Normania et depiferatum ipsius. Et hic redo I ut rectum suum ut habet et tenit hereditabiliter, ida ni ponator indun placidum versus aliquum. Et si dominus mus comes undigavi et ego valerimus, comes Goffredus accipiat pro dominiis, et terras quas habet escides, et pro servicio militum quad, habet totem terram qui, fuit udinis dapiferi in Anglia sicut tenuit, idae qua fuit et vivis et mortus. Quia hoc est rectum suum, praeter alas libratas terri quas ego dedi, I et praeter servicium, Roman 20 militum quad, I dedi. Et praeter terram Arnulfi de Mandeville sicut, eam tenet decamite Goffredo, ex servicio ex militum, et si patero perquere erga, episcopum lund et erga ecclesiam sancti Pauli Castellum distortford, per escambium ad gradum suum tunc, duet concedo alud, I et heredibus sues in fido et hereditate tenendum de me et heredibus meis. Quod si facere non patero tunc, I conventiono quad facium alud prosterner, et ex toto cadir. Et concedo quad Arnulf de Mandeville tenit, alas si libratas terri quas I dedi. Et servicium ex militum decamite Goffredo pater suo. Et praeter hoc duet concedo idem Arnulfo, si libratas terri de terras escides, et servicium ex militum ad tenendum de domino meo comite andigau, et de me in capite hereditary sibi, et heredibus sues de nobis, et de heredibus nostris fidelis et, Christicellum et benitis pro quanto valent. Et superplus perficium, I per considerationum comitis Goffredi. Et conventio, idem Goffredo comedi essex, quad dominus mus, comes andigue veligo vel filiae nostri, nullum pacem aut concordium, cum burgensibus lund facimus. Nici concessu et assensu predicti comitis, Goffredi quia inimici ia sunt mortals. Concedo etiam idem Goffredo quad, novum Castellum quad, firmavit super elvium stet, et remanet, ad effortiendum ad voluntatem suum. Concedo etiam I quad firmit, unum Castellum ubicunc volerit in terra sua sicut, I per alium cardam meme concessi. Et quad stet et remanet. Concedo etiam idem Goffredo quad ips, et omnes homines sui habent, et lucrenter omnia essarta sua libera, et quieta de omnibus placitis facta usc, ad diem qua servicio domini me comitis andigavi, ac meo adhessit. Hic autem omnia superdicta tenimenta in omnibus rebus, concedo, I tenenda hereditary sibi, et heredibus sues de me, et heredibus meis. Quer volo et firmiter principio, quad ips, Goffredus comes et hereds, sui tenit hic omnia superdicta tenimenta, ida beni et in pace et liber, et quiet et honorifice, et plenri sicut unquem aliquis, comitum meorum todius Anglii Emilius vel liberius tenuit vel tenet, et praeter hoc dedi Wilhelmo filio otu, el tilde fratri adjustum comitis, Goffredi si libratas terri de terras escides, tenendis de me et de heredibus meis, in feudo et hereditate. Pro servicio suo, et pro amore fratris sui comitis Goffredi. Concedo etiam quad Wilhelmus deci habet omnes terras, et tenimenta qui furunt patris sui, et ips et hered sui, et quad Wilhelmus cap. Habet terram patris sui, sine placido, et ips et hered sui. Concedo etiam idem comedi Goffredo quad Wilhelmus filius Walteri, et hered sui habent custodium Castelli de Windesch. Et omnia sua tenimenta sicut, ips Wilhelmus et antecessors, sui eam habuerant de rege h pater meo, et antecessoribus ipsius. Et quad Matthias de Rumili habet terram patris, sui quam Goffredus de Turevel tenet. Et Wilhelmus de Occo habet Londanum sicut, rectum suum hereditary. Concedo etiam idem comedi Goffredo quad omnes homines sui tenint terras, et tenimenta sua de quacunc tenint, sine placido, et sine pecuni donation, et ut rectum eis teniter de aerum calumniges, sine pecuni donation, et quad osp octad habet alas Roman 20 libratas, terri quas, I dedi et confirmoi per cardam meme. Hanc autem conventionum et donationum tenendum affidavi manu me propria in manu ipsius comitis Goffredi. Et hugis fiduci sunt obsides per fidem et testes Robertus comes gloc, et Milo com hirf, et Brianus filius comitis, et Rob fil reg, et Rob de Kirk dap, et Jos filius gisliberti, et Milo de Belloc, et Rad paganal, et Rob de oili canest, et Rob fil Hildebrand. Et conventionavi idem comedi Goffredo pro posse me quad, comes andigavi dominus mus assecurabit, I manu sua propria alud idem tenendum, et Henricus filius mus similiter. Et quad rex Francii erit inda obses si facere patero. Et si non patero, facium quod ips rex capiat in manu alud tenendum. Et de hoc debent esse obsides per fidem, Juhul de Maduana, et Robertus de Sablil et Wido de Sablil et Pagan de Clairvaux, et Goffredus de Clairvaux, et Andreas de Luya, et Pippinus de Turan, et Absalon Rumark, et Reginaldus comes Cornubii, et Baldwinus comes Devon, et Gislibertus comes de Penber, et comes Hugo de Norf, et comes Albericus, et Henricus de Essex, et Petrus de Valon. Et aliae barons maquos haber valerit, et ego haber patero, erunt into abside similiter. Et quod exraionitas Anglii qui est in potstate, mi capiat in manu istem superdictum conventionum, tenendum idem comedi Goffredo, et heredibus sues de me et de heredibus meis. Apud Oxenford. Sub magno sigillo dicti, Matildes imperatrices. Let us now, in accordance with the guiding principle on which I have throughout insisted, compare this charter seriatim with those by which it was preceded, with a view to ascertaining what further concessions the unscrupulous Earl had won by this last change of front. We shall find that, as we might expect, it marks a distinct advance. The earlier clauses do little more than specifically confirm the privileges and possessions that he had inherited from his father, or had already wrung from the eager rivals for the crown. This was by no means needless so far as the Empress was concerned, for his desertion of her cause since her previous charter involved, as an act of treason, his forfeiture at her hands. These are followed by a new grant, namely, totem terram qui fuit udinus dapiferi in Normania et dapiferatum ipsius, with a conditional proposal that Geoffrey should also, in exchange for the grants he had already received, obtain that portion of the dapifer's fief which lay in England. The large estate which this successful minister had accumulated in the service of the conqueror, and his sons had escheated to the crown at his death, and is entered accordingly in the pipe roll of 31 hen. This has an important bearing on the noteworthy admission in the charter that Geoffrey is to receive the dapifer's fief not as a gift, but as his right, rectum suum. This expression is referred to by Mr. Eighton in his MSS as placing beyond doubt the received statement that Geoffrey was maternally a grandson of the dapifer, whose daughter and heiress Margaret had married his father William. But this statement is taken from Dugdale, who derived it solely from the Historia Fundationis of St. John's Abbey, Colchester, a notoriously inaccurate and untrustworthy document printed in the Monastican. The fact that this fief escheated to the crown, instead of passing to the Mandevilles with the dapifer's alleged daughter, is directly opposed to a story which has no foundation of its own. The next clause to be noticed is that which refers to Bishop Stortford. It implies a peculiar antipathy to this castle on the part of Earl Geoffrey, an antipathy explained by the fact of its position, lying as it did on the main road from London to Saffron Walden, and thus cutting communications between his two strongholds. We have a curious allusion to this episcopal castle a few years before, 1137, when Abbot Anselm of St. Edmunds, who claimed to have been elected to the see, seized and held it. The next additional grant made in this charter is that of C. Libratas terri de terris escides et servicium ex militum to the Earl's son Ernulf. This is followed by what is certainly the most striking clause in the whole charter, that which binds the Empress and her husband to make no peace and come to no terms with the burgesses, of London, without the permission and assent of the said Earl Geoffrey, because they are his mortal foes. Comment on the character of such a pledge on the part of one who claimed the crown, or on the light it throws on Geoffrey's doings, is surely needless. The clauses relating to Geoffrey's castles are deserving of special attention on account of the important part which the castle played in this great struggle. The erection of unlicensed, adulteran, castles and their rapid multiplication throughout the land is one of the most notorious features of the strife, and one for which Stephen's weakness has been always held responsible. It is evident, however, from these charters that the crown struggled hard against the abdication of its right to control the building of castles, and that even when reduced to sore straits, both Stephen and the Empress made this privilege the subject of special and limited grant. By this charter, the Earl secures the license of the Empress for a new castle which he had erected on the Lee. He may have built it to secure for himself the passage of the river, it being for him a vital necessity to maintain communication between the Tower of London and his ancestral stronghold in Essex. But the remainder of the passage involves a doubt. The Empress professes to repeat the permission in her former charter that he may construct one permanent castle, in addition to those he has already, anywhere within his fief. Yet a careful comparison of this permission with that contained in her former charter, and that which was granted by Stephen in his charter between the two, proves that she was really confirming what he, not she, had granted. Mod 1141. Et praeterea concedo, iliut casella suaque habet stent, iet remanent ad enforciendum, ad voluntatem suum. Stephen. Et praeterea firmiter, I concessi ut possit firmare quadam casellum ubicunc volurit in terra sua, et quad stare possit. Mod 1142. Concedo etiam I quad firmit unum casellum ubicunc volurit in terra sua, sicut I per alium cardem meme concessi, et quad stet et remanet. As we can trace, in every other instance, the relation of the various charters without difficulty or question, it would seem that we have here to do with an error, whether or not intentional. We then come to the clauses in favor of Geoffrey's relatives and friends. This is a novel feature which we cannot afford to overlook. It is directly connected with the question of that important De Vere charter to which we shall shortly come. Lastly, there is the remarkable arrangement for securing the validity of the charter. Let us look at this closely. We should first notice that the Empress describes it, not as a charter, but as a conventio et donatio. Now this conventio is a striking term, for it virtually denotes a treaty between two contracting powers. This conception of treaty relations between the crown and its subjects is one of the marked peculiarities of this singular reign. It is clearly foreshadowed in those noteworthy charters, which the powerful Miles of Gloucester secured from Stephen at his accession, and it meets us again in the negotiations between the youthful Henry of Anjou, posing as the heir to the crown, and the great nobles, towards the close of the same reign. It is in strict accordance with this idea that we here find the Empress naming those who were to be her sureties for her observance of this conventio, precisely as was done in the case of a treaty between sovereign powers. The exact part which the King of France was to play in this transaction is not as clear as could be wished, but the expression capere in manu is of course equivalent to his becoming her manucaptor, and tenor is here used in the sense of to hold good. The closing words in which the Lady of England declared that all the Church of Christ then beneath her sway shall undertake to be responsible for her keeping faith present a striking picture. But yet more vivid in its dramatic intensity is that of the undaunted Empress, the would-be Queen of the English, standing in her water-girdled citadel, surrounded by her faithful followers, and playing, as it were, her last card as she placed her hand, in token of her faith, in the grip of the Iron Earl. It was only, indeed, the collapse to all appearance of her fortunes that could have tempted Geoffrey to demand, or have induced the Empress to concede, terms so preposterously high. The fact that she was hoping, at this moment, to allure her husband to her side, that he might join her in a crowning effort, explains her eagerness to secure allies at the cost of whatever sacrifice, and also, in consequence, the anxiety of those allies to bind her to her promises hard and fast. It further throws light on the constant reference, throughout this charter, to Geoffrey of Anjou and his son. Turning to the names of her proposed sureties, we find among them 5 earls, of whom the Earls of Norfolk and of Pembroke invite special notice. The former had played a shifty part from the very beginning of the reign. He appears to have really fought for his own hand alone, and we find him, the year after this, joining the Earl of Essex in his wild outburst of revolt. With Pembroke, the case was different. He had been among the nobles who, the Christmas before, had assembled at Stephen's court, and had attested the charter there granted to the Earl of Essex. He may, in the interval, have quarreled with Stephen and joined the party of the Empress, but I think the occurrence of his name may be referred, with more probability, to another cause, that of his family ties. It is, indeed, to family ties that we must now turn our attention. The Earl of Essex had included, as we have seen in his demands on this occasion, provisions in favor of certain of his relatives, including apparently his sister's husbands. But these by no means exhausted the concessions he had resolved to exact. He had come prepared to offer the Empress the support, not only of himself, but of a powerful kinsman and ally. This was his wife's brother, Aubrey de Vere. It will be better to relegate to an appendix the relationship of these two families, without a clear understanding of which it is impossible to grasp Geoffrey's scheme, or to interpret aright these charters in their relation to one another, and in their bearing as parts of a connected whole. Unfortunately, the errors of past genealogists have rendered it a task of some difficulty to ascertain the correct pedigree. When the fact has been established on a sure footing that Aubrey stood in the relation of wife's brother to Geoffrey, we may turn to the charter upon which my narrative is here founded. This is a charter of the Empress to Aubrey at Oxford. Mr. Eighton had, of course, devoted his attention to this, as to the other charters, in his special studies on the subject, but his fatal mistake in assigning both this and the above charter to Geoffrey to the year 1140 deprives his conclusions of all value. We may note, however, that he argued from the mention, in the charter granted to Geoffrey of Earl Aubrey, that it must in any case be subsequent to the charter by which Aubrey was created an earl. He therefore dated the latter as circ. July 1141, and the former circ. August 1141, or between July 25 and Aug. 15, 1141. This reasoning could at once be disposed of by pointing out that the Empress accepted her new ally and supporter as Earl Aubrey already. Of this, however, more below. But the true answer is to be found in the fact, which Mr. Eighton failed to perceive, that these two charters were not only granted simultaneously, but formed the two complements of one connected whole. In the light of this discovery, the whole episode is clear. It is now time to give the charter with the grounds for believing in its existence and authenticity. We have two independent transcripts to work from. One of them was taken from the Vere Register by Vincent in 1622 and printed by him in his curious discovery of Brooke's errors. The other was taken, apparently, in 1621 and was used by Dugdale for his baronage. Vincent's original transcript is preserved at the College of Arms, and this I have used for the text. But we have, fortunately, strong external testimony to the existence of the actual document. There is printed in Reimer's Foedera, Roman 13. 251, a confirmation by Henry Roman 8. May 6, 1509 of this very charter, in which he is careful to state that it was duly exhibited before him. Thus, from an unexpected source we obtain the evidence we want. It must further be remembered that our knowledge of these twin charters comes from two different and unconnected quarters, one being recorded in the Duchy Coucher, CP 165, while the other was found among the muniments of the heir of the original grantee, CP 183. If, then, these two independent documents confirm and explain one another, there is every reason to believe that their contents are wholly authentic. Charter of the Empress to Aubrey de Vere, 1142. M. Impatrix H. Regis Filia, et Anglorum Domina Archiepiscopes, Episcopes Abbotibus Comitibus Baronibus Justitiariis, Vice Comitibus Ministris, et Omnibus Fidelibus Sues Francis, et Anglis Todius Anglii Salutum. Siedes me redditus et concessus comedi alberico omnis terras et tenimenta sua, sicut pater ius albericus de Vere tenuit, diqua fuit vivis et mordus, videlicet in terris, in fides, in fiamis, in ministeriis, in vadiis, in emptionibus, et hereditibus. Et nominatum Camerarium Anglii sicut albericus de Vere pater, ius vel Robertus mallet, vel aliquis antecessorum, suorum melius vel liberius tenuit, cum omnibus consuetudinibus et libertatibus qui, ad e pertinent sicut alia carta, mi quam inde habuit testator. Et duet concedo, itotem terram Wilhelmi de Albrensis, sine placido pro servicio suo, simul cum hereditate, et ear quad clamet ex part uxoris susicut umquam Wilhelmus darchis Emilius tenuit. Et turum et castellum de Colcester, sine placido finaliter, et sine escampa quam sitius I deliberer patero. Et omnes tenuras suas de quacunc is tenit, in omnibus rebus sicut carta sua alia quam, inde habuit testator. Et praeter hoc duae et concedo quod sit comes de Cantabrigescur, et habet inde tertium denarium sicut comes debit haber, ida dico si rex Scotii non habet illum comitatum. Et si rex haburit perquaram illum I ad posse meum per escambium. Et si non patero tunc duae et concedo quod sit comes de qualibit quatuor comitatium subscriptorum, videlicet oxeneford sira, Burke sira, Wilta sira. Et dorsit sira per concilium et considerationum comitus Gloucestri, fratris me et comitus Geoffridi et comitus gisliberti, et tenit comitatum, suum cum omnibus illis rebus, quad comitatum suum pertinit ita beni, et in pace et liber, et quiet et honorifice, et plenary sicut unquam aliquis, comes melius vel liberius tenuit, vel tenit comitatum suum. Concedo etiam I infido, et hereditate servicium Wilhelmi de Helion, videlis et decem militum, ut ips Wilhelmus tenit de comite alberico, et ips comes facit in de mihi servicium, et mihi et heredibus meis. Concedo etiam I et heredibus sues decrimento, de hamque fuit Rogeri de remis, rectum nepotum ipsius comitus alberici. Videlis et filium Rogeri de remis. Et similiter concedo, I et heredibus sues turac que fuit Wilhelmi puerelli denoting. Et terram Salomonus presbyteri de Tiliberia. Concedo etiam idem alberico comedi quad ips, et omnes homines sui habent, et lucrenter omnia essarta sua libera et quieta de omnibus placitis, que fesserent usque ad diem, qua servicio domini me comitus andigavi, et mio, et hiserunt. Hec omnia superdicta tenimenta, concedo I tenenda hereditary, in omnibus rebus sibi, et heredibus suis, de me et de heredibus meis. Quer volo et firmiter principio quad ips albericus comes et heredes, sui tenint omnia tenimenta, suida beni, et in pace et liber, et quiet et honorifice, et plenary sicut unquam aliquis, comitum meorum melius vel liberius tenuit vel tenet, et praeter hoc duet concedo Galfrido dever totem terram, que fuit Galfridi tailbot in dominiis in militibus, si I warrantazare patero. Et si non patero, escambium I in dabo ad Valentium, per considerationem comitus Galfridi Essex, et comitus gisliberti, et comitus alberici fratris sui. Et praeter hoc concedo Roberto dever, unum baronium ad Valentium honoris, Galfridi dever infra annum, quo potestatiu furo regni Anglii. Vel alium terram ad Valentium Elias terri. Et praeter hoc, duet concedo idem comedi alberico cancellarium, ad opus Wilhelmi dever fratris sui, ex quo deliberata furit de Wilhelmo cancellario, frater Johannes filiae gisliberti qui modo habet. Hanc autem conventionem, et donationem tenendum affidoi, manu me propria in manu Galfridi comitus Essex. Et hugis fiducii sunt absides per fidem et testes. Robertus comes gloc, et Milo comes hirf, et Brianus filius comitus, et Robertus filius regis et Robertus de cursi dap, et Johannes filius gisleb, et Milo de Belloc, et Radolfus Paganal, et Robertus filius Heldebrandi, et Robertus de Oilio Constabularius. Et conventionoi idem comedi alberico quad pro posse meo, comes andigavi dominus mus assecurabit, I manu sua propria alud idem tenendum, et Henricus filius mus similiter. Et quad rex F. Franci erit mihi obses si facer patero, et si non patero, facium quad rex capiet in manu alud idem tenendum. Et de hoc debent es subsides per fidem Juhul de Meduana, et Rob de Sablil et Wido de Sablil et Paganus de Clarival. Et Goffredus de Clarival, et Andreas de Alvia et Pepinus de Tursin. Et Absalon de Ruinard, et Reginaldus comes Cornubii, et Baldwinus comes Duoni, et comes Gislibertus de Pembroke, et comes Hugo de Norfolk, et comes de Essex Goffredus et Patricius, sic, de Valoines. Et aliae barons me quos haber valerit, et ego haber patero, erunt, indo absides similiter et quad Christianitas Anglii qui in potstate, me est capiat, in manu superdictam conventionem tenendum, idem comedi alberico, et heredibus suis de me et heredibus meis apud oxen. The first point to which I would call attention is the identity of expression in the two charters, proving, as I urged above, their close and essential connection. It may be as well to place the passages to which I refer side by side. Charter to Geoffrey. Hanc autem conventionem et donationem tenendum affidavi manu me propria in manu ipsius comitus Goffredi. Et hugis fiducii sunt absides per fidem et testes, Robertus etc. Et conventionavi idem comedi Goffredo pro posse, me quad, comes andigavi dominus mus assecurabit, I manu sua propria alud idem tenendum et Henricus filius mus similiter. Etc., etc. Charter to Aubrey. Hanc autem conventionem et donationem tenendum affidavi manu me propria in manu Galfredi comitus Essex. Et hugis fiducii sunt absides per fidem et testes, Robertus, etc. Et conventionavi idem comedi alberico quad pro posse meo, comes andigavi dominus muse assecurabit, imanu sua propria alud idem tenendum, et Henricus filius muse similiter. Etc., etc. Putting together these passages with the fact that the witnesses also are the same in both charters, we see plainly that these two documents, while differing from all others of the kind, correspond precisely with each other. Above all, we note that it was to Geoffrey, not to Aubrey, that the Empress pledged her faith for the fulfillment of Aubrey's charter. This shows, as I observed, that Aubrey obtained this charter as Geoffrey's relative and ally, just as Geoffrey's less important kinsmen were provided for in his own charter. Here we may pause for a moment, before examining this record in detail, to glance at another which forms its corollary and complement. It will have been noticed that in both these charters, the Empress undertook to obtain their confirmation by her husband and her son. We know not whether the charter to Geoffrey was so confirmed, but presumably it was. For, happily, in the case of its sister charter, the confirmation by the youthful Henry was preserved. And there is every reason to believe that when this was confirmed, the other would be confirmed also. The confirmation by the future King Henry Roman II of his mother's charter to Aubrey de Vere may be assigned to July-November 1142. His uncle Robert crossed to Normandy shortly after witnessing the original charter and returned to England, accompanied by his nephew, about the end of December. We may assume that no time was lost in obtaining the confirmation by the youthful heir. And though the names of the witnesses and the place of testing are, unluckily, omitted in the transcript, the fact that a Hugh de Juga acted as Geoffrey's proxy for the occasion supports the hypothesis that the confirmation took place overseas. That we have a confirmation by Henry, but not by his father, is doubtless due to Geoffrey of Anjou refusing, on this occasion, to come to his wife's assistance, and virtually by sending his son in his stead, abdicating in his favor whatever pretensions he had to the English throne. As Henry's charter is printed at the foot of his mother's by Vincent, I shall content myself with quoting its distinctive features, for the subject matter is the same except for some verbal differences. There is some confusion as to the authority for its text. Vincent transcribed it, like that of the Empress, from the Hedingham Castle Register. Dugdale, in his baronage, mixes it up with the charter granted by Henry when king, so that his marginal reference would seem to apply to the latter. In his MSS, however, he gives as his authority Autographum in Custodia Johies, Tyndall Unius Magrer, Curie Cancellari Temp. Reg. Eliz. If the original charter itself was in existence so late as this, there is just a hope that it may yet be found in some unexplored collection. From time to time such finds are made, and few discoveries would be more welcome than that of the earliest charter of one of the greatest sovereigns who have ever ruled these realms, the first Plantagenet king. Charter of Henry of Anjou to Aubrey de Vere, July-November, 1142. Henricus filius filii regis Henrici rectus heres angel. Et Norman, et cetera Cieties quad sicut domina me vis, mater me imperatrix reddit et concessit, ita redo et concedo? Hanc autumn conventionum tenendum, affidavi manu me propria in manu Huguenus de Juga, sicut mater me imperatrix affidavit in manu comitus Goffer. Testibus, etc. Henry, Fitz Empress, was at this time only 9.5 years old. The claim he is here made to advance as rightful heir of England, and Normandy sounds the keynote of the coming struggle. Not only till he had obtained the crown, but also after he had obtained it, he steadily dwelt on his right to the throne, of which Stephen had wrongfully deprived him. We should also note that he claims to be heir of England and Normandy, but not of Anjou. I take this to imply that he posed as no mere heir expectant, but as one who ought, by right, to be in actual possession of his realm. He could not, in the lifetime of his father, assume this attitude to Anjou. Hence its omission. As for his mother, he seems from the first to have claimed her inheritance as he eventually obtained it, not for her, but for himself. Let us now return to the charter of the Empress. It will be best to discuss its successive clauses seriatim. The opening portion, from Cieties me redditus to sicut alia carta me quam into habuit testator, is merely a confirmation of her previous charter, granted, as we learn from this, for the purpose of securing him in the possession of his father's fief and office of royal chamberlain. His father, who is said to have been slain in May 1141, had been granted the chamberlainship by Henry I. In 1133, the charter being printed by Maddox from Dugdale's transcript. This confirmation repeats its terms. The next portion extends from the words et du et concedo to sic ut carta sua aliaquam and habet testator. About this there is some obscurity. The word is do, not red do, and the expression carta sua replaces carta me. The clause clearly refers to grants made to Aubrey himself since his father's death, but whether by the king or by the empress is not so clear as could be wished. The point need not be discussed at length, but the former seems the more probable. Fortunately, there is no such doubt about the clauses of creation. Here the question of the formula becomes all-important. The case stands thus. There are only 2 instances in the course of this reign in which we can be quite certain that we are dealing with creations de novo. The one is that by which the king made Geoffrey Earl of Essex, the other, that by which the empress made Miles Earl of Hereford. We know that neither grantee had been created an earl before, and we find that the sovereign in each instance speaks of having made Fessus him an earl. So, again, in the only instance of a counterpart of creation, of which we can be quite certain, namely, that by which the empress recognized Geoffrey as Earl of Essex after he had received that title from Stephen, the formula used is do et concedo ut sit comes. The 2 are essentially distinct. Now, applying this principle to the present charter, we find the latter of the 2 formulae employed on this occasion. The words are, do I et concedo ut sit comes. We infer, therefore, if my view be right, that Aubrey was already in enjoyment of comital rank when he received this charter. It might be, and indeed has been, supposed that he was so by virtue of a creation by Stephen. I have noted an instance in which he attests a charter of Stephen, at the siege of Wallingford, as a comes, and it is not likely that Stephen would allow him this title in virtue of a creation by the empress. On the other hand, in this charter the empress treats him as already a comes, which she does not do in the case of Geoffrey, who had been created a comes by Stephen. The difference between the 2 cases is accounted for by the fact that Aubrey was comes not by a creation of Stephen, but in right of his wife Beatrice, heiress of the Comte of Guisnes. This has been clearly explained by Mr. Stapleton in his paper on the barony of William of Arques, although he is mistaken in his dates. He wrongly thought, like others, that Aubrey's father, the Chamberlain, was killed in May 1140 instead of May 1141, and like Mr. Eighton, he wrongly assigned this charter of the Empress to 1141 instead of 1142. His able identification of Albericus Aper with Aubrey de Vere may be supplemented by a reference to the fact that the blue boar was the badge of the family through a pun on the Latin vers. Aubrey was already the husband of Beatrice, the heiress of Guisnes, at the death of her grandfather Count Manasses, 1139. He thereupon went to Flanders and became, says Lambert Dards, Count of Guisnes. Returning to England, he sought and obtained from Stephen his wife's English inheritance and executed, as Mr. Stapleton observes, in his father's lifetime, i.e. before May 1141, the charter printed in Morant's Essex, Roman II. 506. Aubrey was divorced from Beatrice a few years later, when she married, between 1144 and 1146, thinks Mr. Stapleton, Baldwin Darters, the claimant of Guisnes. Thus did Aubrey come to be for a time Count of Guisnes, as recorded, according to Weaver, on his tomb at Colney Priory. Mr. Stapleton was unable to produce any English record or chronicle in which Aubrey is given the style of Count of Guisnes. It is, therefore, with much satisfaction that I print, from the original charter, the following record, conclusively establishing that he actually had that style. Cot Chart Roman 21, 6. Ordingus de gratia abbas ecclesi sancti, id mundi omnibus hominibus suis, et amicis et fidelibus Francis, et Anglis salutum. Siedes me concessus alberico comedi gisnensi, per concessum todius conventus totum, feudum, et servitium Rogeri de ver, onculi sui sicut tenet de honor sancti id mundi joidlicit per cerudium unius melitus, et dimide, et totum feudum, et cerudium alani filii fraudinis sicut tenet de honor sancti id mundi joidlicit per cerudium Roman 3 militum. Et in super singulis annis centum solidos, ad pascha de camera me. Hec omnia illi concedo in feudo et hereditate, ipsi et heredibus sues de ecclesia sancti, id mundi et de mes successoribus. Querulo et fermiter principio quad idem albericus, cum gisnensis et heredes sui jure hereditario tenint to ecclesia sancti, id mundi beni, et honorifice, hec superdicta omnia per serudium quad superdiximus. Huius donationis sunt testes, ex part, me Wilhelmus prior Radulfus sacrista Gotzelinus, et Eudo Menaci, Mauritius Dapifer, Gilbertus Blundus Adam de Cosif, Radulfus de Laden Wilhelmus filius Aelb. Helias de Melef Goffredus Frater Ius. Ex part Comitus, Goffredus de Ver Robertus filius, Humfridi Robertus filius Ailer, Garinus filius Geroldi Hugo de Jing. Albericus de Capella, Radulfus filius Adam Garinus Frater Ius Radulfus de Gisnes, Goffredus filius Humfridi Goffredus Arzic Rodbertus de Cosif, Radulfus Carbonal, et Hugo filius Ius et plurs alii. But to return to Maud's charter, the point which I am anxious to emphasize is that of the formula she employs, namely, do et concedo, as against the siedes me fessis of an original creation. I trace this distinction in later years, when her son, who had already, as we have seen, confirmed this charter to Aubrey, again confirmed it when King 1156, employing for that purpose the same formula. Siedes me dedis et concessus comedi alberico. Conversely, in the case of Hugh Bigod, he employs the formula. Siedes me fessis Hugonum bigot comidum de Norfolca, 1155, this being an earldom of Stephen's creation, and so far as we know, of his alone. This is a view which should be accepted with caution, but which has, if correct, an important bearing. The very remarkable shifting clause as to the county of which the grantee should be earl requires separate notice. The axiom from which I start is this. When a feudatory was created an earl, he took if he could for his comitatus the county in which was situated the chief seat of his power, his caput baroniae. If this county had an earl already, he then took the nearest county that remained available. Thus Norfolk fell to Bigod, Essex to Manville, Sussex to Albini, Derby to Furrers, and so on. De Clare, the seat of whose power was in Suffolk, though closely adjoining Essex, took Herts, probably for the reason that Manville had already obtained Essex, while Bigod's province, being in truth the old earldom of the East Angles, comes de Estangle, as Henry of Huntingdon terms him, took in Suffolk. So now, Aubrey de Vere probably selected Cambridgeshire as the nearest available county to his stronghold at Castle Hedingham. But the Empress, we see, promised it only on the strange condition that her uncle was not already in possession. I say, the strange condition, for one would surely have thought that she knew whether he was or not. Moreover, the dignity was then held not by her uncle, but by his son, and is described as the earldom of Huntingdon, never as the earldom of Cambridge. The first of these difficulties is explained by the fact that the King of Scots had, early in the reign, made over the earldom to his son Henry, to avoid becoming himself the man of the King of England. The second requires special notice. We are taken back by this provision to the days before the Conquest. Mr. Freeman, in his erudite essay on the great earldoms under Edward, has traced the shifting relations of the counties of Northamptonshire, Huntingdonshire, Cambridgeshire, and Northumberland. The point, however, which concerns us here is that, under William, Earl Waltheof, besides his great Northumbrian government was certainly Earl of Northamptonshire Ord. Vit. 522c, and of Huntingdonshire Will. Gem. Roman 8:37. His daughter Matilda married twice, and between the heirs of these two marriages the contest for her father's inheritance was obstinate and long. Restricting ourselves to his southern province, with which alone we have here to deal, its western half, the county of Northampton, had at this time passed to Simon of St. Liz as the heir of the first marriage, while Huntingdon had conferred an earldom on Henry, the heir of her marriage with the Scottish king. The House of St. Liz, however, claimed the whole inheritance, and as the Earl of Huntingdon, of course, sided with his cousin, the Empress, Earl Simon of Northampton, was the steadfast supporter, even in their darkest hours, of Stephen and his queen. Now, the question that arises is this: was not Earl Henry's province Huntingdonshire with Cambridgeshire? Mr. Freeman writes of Huntingdonshire that, in 1051 we find it, together with Cambridgeshire, a shire still so closely connected with it as to have a common sheriff, detached altogether from Mercia. Etc. It is true that when the former county became an outlying portion of the earldom of Northumberland, it does not, he observes, appear that Cambridgeshire followed it in this last migration. But when we compare this earlier connection with that in the Pipe Roll of 1130, and with the fact that under another David of Scotland, this earldom, some 70 years later, appears as that of Huntingdon and Cambridge, we shall find in this charter a connecting link, which favors the view that the two counties had, for comital purposes, formed one throughout. We have a notable parallel in the adjacent counties of Norfolk and Suffolk, which still formed one, the East Anglian earldom. Dorset and Somerset, too, which were under one sheriff, may have been also intended to form one earldom, for the Lord of Dunster is found both as Earl of Dorset and of Somerset. I suspect also that the Firs earldom was, in truth, that of the joint shrievalty of Derbyshire and Notts, and that this is why the latter county was never made a separate earldom till the days of Richard Roman II. The doubt of the Empress must therefore be attributed to her anxiety not to invade the comital rights of her cousin, in case he should deem that her creation of an earldom of Cambridgeshire would constitute such invasion. It is evident, we shall find that he did so. The accepted view is, it would appear, that Aubrey, by virtue of this charter, became Earl of Cambridge. Mr. Doyle, indeed, in his great work, goes so far as to state that he was Cr. Earl of Cambridge by the Empress Maud, after March 2, 1141, Cr. Earl of Oxford in exchange, 1155. But in Cole's unpublished transcript of the Colney Cartulary Falls, 34-37, we have a charter of this Aubrey, pro anima patris mei Albericii de Vere, which must have passed between 1141 and 1147, for it is attested by Robert, Bishop of London, appointed 1141, and Hugh, Abbot of Colchester, who died in 1147. In this charter his style is Albericus comes Oxenford. Here, then, we have evidence that in this reign he was already Earl of Oxford, not Earl of Cambridge. Before quitting the subject of Aubrey's creation, we may note the bearing of the shifting clause on the creation of the earldom of Wiltshire. It implies that Patrick of Salisbury had not yet received his earldom. This conclusion is confirmed by a charter of the Empress tested at Devizes, which he witnesses merely as Patricio de Sarum Conestibulo. The choice of Dorset is somewhat singular, as it suggests an intrusion on the Mohun earldom. But this rather shadowy dignity appears, during its brief existence, as an earldom of Somerset rather than of Dorset. The specific grant of the tertius denarius, as in the creation charters of the earldoms of Essex and of Hereford, should also be noticed. The Earl Gilbert, who is repeatedly mentioned in the course of this charter, is Earl Gilbert of Pembroke, maternal uncle to Aubrey. It is this relationship that perhaps accounts for the part he here plays. Of the remaining features of interest in the record, attention may be directed to the phrase concerning the knight's fees of William de Hellion. Ut ips Wilhelmus tenit de comite Albrico, et ips comes facit inde mici servitium. Also to the implied forfeiture of William Peveril of Nottingham, he having been made prisoner at Lincoln, fighting on Stephen's side. Lastly, the promise to the Earl of the Chancellorship for his brother William becomes full of interest when we know that this was the canon of St. Osyth, and that he was to be thus rewarded as being the clerical member of his house. It enables us further to identify in William, the existing chancellor, the brother of John Fitz-Gilbert the Marshal. We have now examined these two charters, parts, I would again insist, of one connected negotiation. What was its object? Nothing less, in my opinion, than a combined revolt in the eastern counties which should take Stephen in the rear, as soon as the arrival from Normandy of Geoffrey of Anjou and his son should give the signal for a renewal of the struggle, and a fresh advance upon London by the forces of the West Country. Earl Geoffrey himself was now at the height of his power. If he were supported by Aubrey de Vere and by Henry of Essex with Peter de Valence, who are specially named in Geoffrey's charter, he would be virtually master of Essex. And if the restless Earl of the East Angles, P. 178 Supra, would also join him, as eventually he did, while Bishop Nigel held Ely, Stephen would indeed be placed between two fires. I cannot but think that it is to the rumor of some such scheme as this that Stephen's panegyrist refers, when he tells us, the following year, that Geoffrey had arranged to betray the realm into the hands of the Countess of Anjou, and that his intention to do so had been matter of common knowledge. I would urge that in the charters I have given above we find the key to this illusion, and that they, in their turn, are explained, and at the same time confirmed, by the existence of this concerted plot. We have now to trace the failure of the scheme and to learn how it was that all came to naught. Stephen's illness, to which, it may be remembered, I had attributed in part the inception of the scheme, only lasted till the middle of June. By the time that Robert of Gloucester had set forth to cross the Channel, Stephen was restored to health and ready and eager for action. Swift to seize on such an opportunity as he had never before obtained, he burst into the heart of the enemy's country and marched straight on Wareham. He found its defenders off their guard, the town was sacked and burnt, and the castle was quickly his. The precautions of the Earl of Gloucester had thus been taken in vain, and the port he had secured for his return was now garrisoned by the king. The effect of this brilliant stroke was to paralyze the party of the Empress. Her brother, who had left her with great reluctance, dreading the fickleness of the nobles, had made her assembled supporters swear that they would defend her in his absence, and had further taken with him hostages for their faithful behavior. He had also so strengthened her defenses at Oxford that the city seemed almost impregnable. Lastly, a series of outlying posts secured the communications of its defenders, with the districts friendly to their cause. But Stephen, in the words of his panegyrist, had awaked as one out of sleep. Summoning to his standard his friends and supporters, he marched on Gloucestershire itself and appeared unexpectedly at Cirencester on the line of the enemy's communications. Its castle, taken by surprise, was burnt and razed to the ground. Then, completing the isolation of the Empress, by storming, as he advanced, other of her posts, he arrived before the walls of Oxford on the 26th of September. The forces of the Empress at once deployed on the left bank of the river. The action which followed was a curious anticipation of the struggle at Boyne Water, 1690. The king, informed of the existence of a ford, boldly plunged into the water, and half fording, half swimming, was one of the first to reach the shore. Instantly charging the enemy's line, he forced the portion opposed to him back towards the walls of the city, and when the bulk of his forces had followed him across, the whole line was put to flight, his victorious troops entering the gates pell-mell with the routed fugitives. The torch was as familiar as the sword to the soldier of the Norman age, and Oxford was quickly buried in a sheet of smoke and fire. The castle, then of great strength, alone held out. From the summit of its mound, the Empress must have witnessed the rout of her followers. Within its walls, she was now destined to stand a weary siege. It is probable that Stephen's success at Oxford was in part owing to the desertion of the Empress by those who had sworn to defend her. For we read that they were led by shame to talk of advancing to her relief. The project, however, came to nothing, and Earl Robert, hearing of the critical state of affairs, became eager to return to the assistance of his sister and her beleaguered followers. Geoffrey of Anjou had, on various pretenses, detained the Earl in Normandy, instead of accepting his invitation and returning with him to England. But Robert's patience was now exhausted, and bringing with him, instead of Geoffrey, the youthful Henry, Fitz-Empress, he sailed for England with a fleet of more than 50 ships. Such was the first visit to this land of the future Henry Roman II, being then 9 years and a half, not, as stated by Dr. Stubbs, 8 years old. The Earl made it a point of honor to recapture Wareham as his first step. He also hoped to create a diversion which might draw off the king from Oxford. This was not bad strategy, for Stephen was deemed to be stronger behind the walls of Oxford than he would be in the open country. The position of affairs resembled, in fact, that at Winchester, the year before. But the two sides had changed places. As the Empress in Winchester had besieged Wolvesey, so now in Oxford, Stephen did the same. It would, therefore, have been necessary to besiege him in turn, as the Empress was besieged the year before. Well aware of the advantage he enjoyed, Stephen refused to be decoyed away, and allowed the castle of Wareham to fall into Robert's hands. The other posts in the neighborhood were also secured by the Earl, who then advanced to Cirencester, where he had summoned his friends to meet him. Thus strengthened, he was already marching to the relief of Oxford, when he received the news of his sister's perilous escape and flight. A close siege of 3 months had brought her to the extremity of want, and Stephen was pressing the attack with all the artillery of the time. A few days before Christmas, in a long and hard frost, when the snow was thick upon the ground, she was let down by ropes from the grim Norman tower, which commanded the approach to the castle on the side of the river. Clad in white from head to foot, and escorted by only 3 knights, she succeeded under cover of the darkness of night, and by the connivance of one of the besiegers' sentries, in passing through their lines undetected and crossing the frozen river. After journeying on foot for 6 miles, she reached the spot where horses were in waiting and rode for Wallingford Castle, her still unconquered stronghold. On receiving the news of this event, Robert changed his course and proceeded to join his sister. In her joy at the return of her brother and the safe arrival of her son, the Empress forgot all her troubles. She was also in safety now, herself, behind the walls of Wallingford, the support of that town and its fidelity to her cause being gratefully acknowledged by her son on his eventual accession to the throne. But her husband had declined to come to her help. Her city of Oxford was lost. Her prestige had suffered a final blow. The great combination scheme was at an end. He states that the Earl of Gloucester, on his release, circa Germanam sedulo apud Oxenford mansitabit, quo loco, ut prefatus sum, illas sedum sibi constituens, curium fecerat, p. 754. He set sail aliquanto post festum sancti Johannes, Will Malms, p. 765. See the dazzling description of his power given by the author of the Gesta, who speaks of him as one qui omnes regni, primates, et diviciarum potentia, et dignitatis excedibat opulentia. Turum quoque Londonirum in mano, sed et casella inexpugnabilis fortitudinis circa civitatem constructa habet, omnem regni partum, qui si regi subditorat, ut ubique per regnum regis vices adamplens, et in rebus agendis, rege avidius exauditor, et in preceptis inungendis, plus aequam regi obtemporarator, p. 101. William of Newburgh, in the same spirit, speaks of him as regi terribilis, I 44. CP 160. In tota prepomatum Anglia sicut, mortus conclamorator, ibid. William of Malmesbury, ut supra, is the authority for 1142, and Henry of Huntingdon for 1136. Ad rogations viro divulgatum est, regem mortuum esse, p. 259. Jam ergo coepit rebis predicta normanorum, perjurio et perdition pullulare, ibid. It would seem to have been entered immediately after that charter to Miles of Gloucester, which I have printed on p. 11, and which precedes it in the transcripts. Lansdowne Ms. 259, Fall, 66. Archiepiscopes, etc., Doug. Sues omitted Doug. Ijus, Doug. Tenerent Doug, Dodds. Subjectum, Dodds. Londonii et Middlesexi, Doug. Et tenuit, Essex Shrievalty omitted by Dugdale, and consequently in his baronage also. Dodsworth transcript closes here. Illy omitted by Dugdale. Qui fuit omitted by Dugdale. Per servicium militare, wrongly Doug. Et omitted by Dugdale. Centum libratas, Doug. Creshaw alias Christhal, Essex, part of the honour of Boulogne, was held by Count Eustace at the survey in Domain. Stephen granted it to his own son William, who gave it to Richard de Lusa. Bendish Hall in Radwinter, Essex, part of the honour of Boulogne, it was given by Stephen's son William to Faversham Abbey, Kent. This word is illegible. It baffled the transcriber in Lanced. MS 259, Dugdale has Weam. The right reading is Lewum, the River Lee being meant, as is proved by the pipe roll of 14 Hen, Roman 2. William Fitz Otwell, Earl Geoffrey's brother, is referred to by Earl William Geoffrey's son as his uncle, Avunculus, in a charter confirming his grant of lands, 33 acres, in Abbey at Torsby to Greenfield Nunnery, Lincolnshire Harl, Cart, 53 c. 50. He is also a witness as Patrus Muse to a charter of Earl Geoffrey the Younger, Sloane Cart, Roman 32. 64, early in the reign of Henry Roman II. He was clearly a uterine brother of Earl Geoffrey the Elder, so that his father must have married William de Mandeville's widow, a fact unknown to genealogists. William de Sy had married Beatrice, sister, and, in her issue heiress of the Earl, by whom he was ancestor of the second line of Mandeville, Earl of Essex. In the following year, he joined the Earl in his furious revolt against the king. This was William Capra, shaver, whose family gave its name to the manor of Chevers in Mountnessing, County Essex. He was probably another brother-in-law of the Earl, for I have seen a charter of Alice Adelaide Capra, in which she speaks of Geoffrey's son, Earl William, as her nephew, Nepos. There is also a charter of a Geoffrey Capra and Maislina, sick his wife, which suggests that the name of Geoffrey may have come to the family from the Earl. Thoby Priory, Essex, was founded 1141–1151 by Michael Capra, Rosia his wife, and William, their son. The founder speaks of Roger Fitz Richard, ex cujus munificentia mihi idem fundus pervenit, who was the second husband, as I have elsewhere explained, of Alice of Essex, née de Vere, the sister of Earl Geoffrey's wife. A Michael Capra and a William Capra, holding respectively 4 and 4.5 knights' fees, were feudal tenants of Walter Fitz Robert, the Lord of Dunmow, in 1166. William, son of Walter, Fitz other de Windsor, Castellan of Windsor. In the Pipe Roll of 31 Hen, he appears as in charge of Windsor Forest, for which he renders his account. It is probably to this charter rather than to any separate grant that Dugdale refers in his account of the family. This is an unusual name. As William de Say is mentioned just before, it may be noted that his son, Earl Geoffrey's nephew, promised, in 1150–1160, to grant to Ramsey Abbey marketem redditus ex quo ad episci potrit quadragenta marcatas de hereditate sua, silicet de terra Roberti de Rumel, Cron. Ram, p. 305. Matthew de Romley, according to Dugdale, was the son of Robert de Romley, Lord of Skipton, by Cecily his wife. A Matthew de Romley with Alan his son occur in a plea of 1236–7, Bracton's Notebook, ed. Maitland Roman 3, 189. Geoffrey de Tourville appears in 1130 as holding land in 4 counties, Rot, Pip, 31 Hen, William de Occo, or EU, is returned in the Carta of the Earl of Essex, 1166, as holding 4 fees of him. See Appendix Q on Ospertus Octogenerae. Dodsworth's transcript begins again here, and is continued down to Belloc. Comes here 40, Doug. So also Dodsworth, but Dugdale wrongly extends, Robertus Filius Reginaldi, CP 94 and 4. Robert de Courcy of Stoke Courcy, Somerset. He figures in the Pipe Roll of 31 Hen, As Robert de Courcy, he witnessed the Empress's charter creating the Earldom of Hereford July 25, 1141, and as Robert de Courcy Dapifer, her confirmation of the Earl of Devon's gift, Mon Og. V 106, Jern. BAA Roman 31. 391, both of them passing at Oxford, the latter probably in 1142, subsequent to the above charter. He was slain at Council, 1157. John Fitz Gilbert, Marshal to the Empress and brother as the succeeding charter proves to William her Chancellor. With his father Gilbert the Marshal Mariscalis, he was unsuccessfully implemented under Henry I, by Robert de Venoys and William de Hastings for the office of Marshal Rot, Cart, 1 John, and in 1130 as John the Marshal Mariscalis, he appears as charged with his relief in Wiltshire for his father's lands and office, Rot. Pip, 31 Hen. He is mentioned among the barons on the side of the Empress at the siege of Winchester, Gesta Stephani, and he was, with Robert de Courcy, witness to her Oxford charter, which I assign in the last note to later in this year, as he also had been to her charter creating the Earldom of Hereford, July 25, 1141. Subsequently, he witnessed the charter to the son of the Earl of Essex, vidi post. He played some part in the next reign from his official connection with the Becket quarrel. See also p. 131. Miles de Beauchamp, son of Robert de Beauchamp and nephew to Simon de Beauchamp, hereditary castellan of Bedford. In 1130 he appears in connection with beds and bucks. Rot, Pip, 31 Hen with his brother Salop Cartulary, Payne de Beauchamp, who afterwards married Rohaise, the widow of this Geoffrey de Mandeville. He had held Bedford Castle against the king for 5 weeks from Christmas, 1137, as heir male to his uncle, whose daughter and heir with the Bedford barony, Stephen had conferred on Hugh Popper, brother of his favourite, the Count of Meulan Ord. Vit. Gesta Steph. Dugdale's account is singularly inaccurate. Simon, the uncle, must have been living in the spring of 1136, for he then witnessed, as a royal dapifer, Stephen's great Oxford charter. CP 94 and 2. Robert de Oily II, Castellan of Oxford and Constable, founder of Osney Priory. He appears in the Pipe Roll of 31 Hen, and had witnessed as a royal constabularius Stephen's great Oxford charter of 1136, but had embraced the cause of the Empress in 1141 CP 66. He witnessed 5 others of the Empress's charters, all of which passed at Oxford Jern. BAA Roman 31. 391, 392, 396, 397. CP 95, Note 1. Dodsworth's transcript recommences and is continued to the end. Ibitum Dodds, wrongly. Adam Dodds, wrongly. Meduana Doug, rightly. Johellis de Meduana, Juhul of Mayenne figures in the pipe roll of 31 Hen, I, as holding land in Devonshire. At the commencement of Stephen's reign, Geoffrey of Anjou had entrusted him with 3 of the castles he had captured in Normandy, on condition of receiving his support R of Torigny. Guy de Sablé had accompanied the Empress to England in the autumn of 1139 Ord. Vit, v. 121. Clairvaux was a castle in Anjou. Payne de Clairvaux de Claris Valibus had in 1130 and for some time previously been firmer of Hastings in Sussex Rot, Pip 31 Hen, I p. 42. Later on, in Stephen's reign, he appears at Caen, witnessing a charter of Geoffrey, Duke of Normandy, Bayeux Liber Niger. Alvius Doug. Or Rumard, Dugdale has Rumard. Valoines Doug. Peter de Valence. The occurrence of this great Hertfordshire baron is of special interest because we have seen the Empress granting a charter to his father, Roger, in 1141. It is probable, therefore, that Roger had died in the interval. Peter himself died before 1166, when his younger brother, Robert, had succeeded him. His widow, Gundred de Warenne, was then living. Comedi, Mays. Dodsworth has only com etc. Cum sigillo, Dodds. The clause certainly favors the belief that a relationship existed, but it was probably collateral instead of lineal. Possessions omnes ad ecclesiam pertinens, Castellum quoque de Stortford in sua domination recepit, Rad de Disto, I 250. This negotiation between the Empress and Geoffrey should be compared with that between her and the legate in the spring of the preceding year. Each illustrates the other. In the latter case, the expression used is juravit et affidavit imperatrix episcopo quad, etc. In the former, the Empress is made to say, Hanc autem conventionum et donationum tenendum affidevi, etc., but the striking point of resemblance is that in each case, her leading followers are made to take part in the pledge of performance. At Winchester, we read in William of Malmesbury, Idem juraverunt cum e, et affidaverunt pro e, Robertus Frater ejus comes de Gloucestra, et Brianus filius comitus Martio de Walensford, et Milo de Gloucestria, postia comes de Hereford, et non nulli alii. CP 58. At Oxford, we read in these charters, et hugis fiducii sunt obsides per fidem et testes, Robertus comes Gloucestri, et Milo comes Herefordi, et Brianus filius comitus etc. So close a parallel further confirms the genuineness of these charters. Another remarkable document illustrative of this negotiation is the alliance, Confederatio Amoris, between the Earls of Hereford and Gloucester, see Appendix S. Each earl there affidavit et juravit to the other, and each named certain of his followers as his obsides per fidem, the very phrase here used. See also p. 385, n3. That these securities were modeled on the practice of contracting sovereign powers is seen on comparing them with the treaty between Henry I and the Count of Flanders, see Appendix S. But most to the point is the treaty between King Stephen and Duke Henry, where the clause for securing the conventions runs, Archiepiscopi viro, et episcopi ob utrac part in manu separant quad si, quis nostrum a predictis conventionibus receterit, tam diu eam ecclesiastica justitia coercibunt, quausque errata corrigat, et ad predictum pactionem observandum redit. Mater etiam ducis et ejus uxor, et fraters ipsius ducis et omnes sui quos ad hoc applicare potrit, hic assecurabunt. We may perhaps compare the oath taken by the French king some years before to secure the charter, cura, granted to St. Omer by William, Count of Flanders, April 14, 1127. Hanc igiter communionum tenendum, has superdictas consuetudines et conventions esse observandas fide promiserunt, et sacramento confirmaverunt Ludovicus Rex Francorum, Guilhelmus comes Flandrii, etc., etc. See Appendix T, on a Fidatio and Mono. See Appendix U, the families of Mandeville and de Vere. Ad MSS, 31,943, Falls, 86b, 99, 116b. It is headed Pro Comite Auxonii Carta Madaldi Imperatricis Confirmata, and it confirms the grants made by her prout per cartem illam, i.e. Madaldi, Plinius Lice. See Appendix V on William of Arcs, i.e. Escambio. Of Hellions in Bumstead Hellion, Essex, the other portion of the parish, viz., Bumstead Hall being, at and from the survey, a portion of the De Vere fief. These his 10 fees duly figure in the Liber Niger. Dedham, Essex. They were named, I presume, from the Castle of Rams, adjoining the forest of Lillibon. This would seem to imply that Roger de Ramis had married a sister of Aubrey de Vere. See Appendix X, Roger de Ramis. Gray's Thurrock in South Essex, being that portion of it which had been held by William Peveril at the survey. Query the Salomon Clericus de Sudwick, northance of the Pipe Roll of 31 Hen I, p. 85. This was not Tilbury on the Thames, but Tilbury, Essex, near Clare, as is proved by Liber Niger p. 393, where this land of Salomon proves to be part of the honour of Boulogne, held as a fifth of a knight's fee. See Appendix R, the Forest of Essex. Geoffrey Talbot appears in the Pipe Roll of 31 Henry I, as paying 200 marks of silver for his father's land in Kent, p. 67. As Agnes Visor Goffredi Talbot is charged at the same time, pro dote et maritajo suo, ibid. It would seem that our Geoffrey had a father of the same name. We learn from the Liber Niger, I-58, that at the death of Henry I. 1135, he held 20 knights' fees in Kent. Rogery in MS. Or Rumard. Rectius Petter. Ex libro quadam pervetusto in pergamna manuscripto in custodia Henrisi vir nunc comitis Oxonii et mihi per capitan. Skipwith, mutuato 21 April, 1622. See Appendix Y. As Turum de Colcester et Castellum for Turum et Castellum de Colcester. The only difference of any importance is that Dugdale reads Albanijo in this charter, where he has Albransis in that of the Empress. I may perhaps be permitted to refer to my own discovery, in a stable loft, of a document bearing the seal of the kingmaker, and bearing his rare autograph, which antiquaries had lost sight of since the days of Camden. Mr. Eighton must have strangely overlooked this charter, for he begins his series of Henry's charters in 1149. Inga in Dugdale's transcript, and rightly so, for we find the same Hugh as Hugo de Jing, a witness to a charter on behalf of Earl Aubrey, about this time infra, p. 190. There were several places in Essex named Jing alias Ing. Compare the famous Lewes charter of William de Warenne, Earl of Surrey, said if genuine to be the earliest allusion to peerage creation. There the Earl speaks of William Rufus, qui me seri comitum fecit. Abingdon Cartulary, Roman II, 179. It should, however, be observed that in this same charter she refers to Earl Gilbert of Pembroke and Earl Hugh of Norfolk by their comital style, though, so far as we know, they were earls of Stephen's creation alone. But such a reference as this is very different from the style formally given in a charter of creation. Archaeologia, Volume Roman 31. Its date is subsequent to the 25th of July, 1141, when the Empress created Milo de Gloucester Earl of Hereford at Oxford, who has this title in the charter, and from its having been given at Oxford, there can be little doubt that it was contemporaneous with that creation, and certainly prior to the siege of Winchester in the month of August following, Ibid. pp. 231-232. Of these witnesses ex part comitus, Geoffrey de Vere held half a knight's fee of him, Robert Fitz Humphrey held 1, Robert Fitz Aelric 1, Ralph Fitz Adam a quarter, Ralph de Gisnes 1, Geoffrey Arzic 2, Robert de Coesfeld 3, Ralph Carbonel 1.5. Hugh de Jing was the Hugo de Inga who acted as proxy vidi supra at Henry's confirmation of his mother's charter. This charter has an independent value for its bearing on knights' fees. See also addenda. At the same time, we must remember that he held a considerable fief in Cambridgeshire, see Doomsday, which, if he could not have Essex, might lead him to select that county. Norm Conk, Roman II, 559. Ibid. Norm Conk, Roman II, 559. Where they form one shrievalty with one firma, though the county of Surrey as well is inexplicably combined with them. And the Tertius Denarius of Cambridgeshire was actually held by its earl, 1205. Stubbs const, hist, I 362 note. Official baronage, I 291. Mohn, Ang, v 440, Jern, BAA, Roman 31, 392. This conclusion reveals a further error in the Histoire de Guillaume le Maréchal, which gives a very incomprehensible account of this Patrick's action. See Appendix U. Regnum, ut in or jam vulgi celebra furet, comitici andigavency confera disposserat. Gesta Stephani, p. 101. This very remarkable incidental allusion should be compared with that in which Henry of Huntingdon justifies the Earl's arrest by Stephen. Nisi enim hoc egiset, perfidio consulis Elias Regno privatus fuiset. p. 276. Duravit improspera valitudo usque post Pentecostum, June 7, tum enim sensum refusus salutis vigor eam in pedis erexit. Will, Moms, p. 763. Rex, comitus absentium occupatus, subito ad varem veniens, et non bene munitum propugnatoribus offendens, succensa et depredate avilis stadum etiam casello potitus est. Ibid. p. 766. Absides popicit sigillatum ob his qui optimits videbanter, secum in Normania ducendos, vedesc futuros tam comedi andigavency quam imperatrix quad omnes, junctis umbanibus ob dum ipsa besset, injurias propulsarent viribus sues apud oxenford maintenance. Will Malms, p. 764. The phrase junctis umbanibus revives memories of the shield wall. See also Appendix S. Civitatum, ida comes glossestri facades munieret, ut inexpugnabilis praeter per incendium videretur. Ibid. p. 766. Gesta pp. 87-88. Gesta p. 88. Tribus debus antifestum sancti Michaelis. Will, Moms, p. 766. See the brilliant description of this action in the Gesta Stephani, pp. 88-89. Mox igiter optimits quaedam omnes imperatrices, confusi quia a domina sua praeter statutum obfurent, confertis cunes ad Walingford convenerunt, etc. Will. Moms, p. 766. Dr. Stubbs has erroneously placed his landing in 1141 instead of in the autumn of 1142. See Appendix Y, on the first and second visits of Henry Roman II to England. Will, Moms, pp. 767-768. See for the story of her romantic escape, the Gesta Stephani, pp. 89-90, William of Malmesbury, pp. 768-769, John of Hexham Sim, Dunn, Roman II. 317, William of Newburgh, I-43, and the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, p. 384. This last is of special value for its mention of her escape from the tower of the castle. It states that Stephen beseat higher in the tour, and that she was on the night of her escape let down by ropes from the tower, me leet higher done on nit of the tur mid-rapes. It is difficult to see how this can mean anything else than that she was lowered to the ground from the existing tower, instead of leaving by a gate. See his charter to Wallingford, printed in Hearn's Liber Niger, 1771, pp. 817-818, in which he grants privileges pro servitio et labor magno quem pro me sustenurunt in acquisition hereditariae juris mei in Anglia.